In the in-depth darkness of the distant past, when war and chaos prevailed, representatives of the eternal struggle between good and evil entered a fierce battle. It was not an ordinary battle for life, it was a struggle on the verge of life and death. Warriors were surrounded by opponents in the iron armor armed with their teeth, which prevailed in quantity and force and sought to destroy them. They came to the understanding that they had not long. Everything seemed lost and the dia faded every moment, but the salvation came suddenly, blinding everyone around. The air was cut by a bright blue magical glow that exploded with incredible force, blinding for a moment and throwing warriors' armor in different directions, breaking their defense lines. Did not understand the origin of this power, but the strangers who stood in the center of this miracle were pleasantly surprised, feeling that the long-awaited rescue from the commander finally came. Li Yun, a traveler in time, was an unexpected savior of his over the affected opponents. He seemed to glow from emitted energy. He arrived in a place known as Shenchu, or a Jade Country, which is one of the 4 largest states. After his arrival here, the first task was to create an uprising to restore justice in the happened 2 years ago. No one doubted that Li Jun had special abilities and knowledge that makes him unique in this world. After Li Jun arrived in Shenchu and participated in the uprising, he was a strong leader thanks to his skills and strategic thinking. He was chosen by the leader and called immortal. But last year the rebels disbanded, and a new ruler sat on the throne. Many people hope that there will now be Yun, once an immortal rebel leader, is now an ordinary person and leads a normal life. He has an ordinary wife whose name is the best of her family's past. She has a very unusual beauty. Josie turned out to be a good wife, preparing very tasty dishes that were no different from those prepared in the imperial palace. Li Jun loved them. It brought to their life an atmosphere of peace and tranquility that Li Jun always dreamed. In fact, was everything like it seemed. Li Jun's life was threatened when crowds of rebels all over the city decided not to endure their ruler and choose him, the immortal, his commander-in-chief. The fear of chaos and fires prevailed. The insurgents killed civilians, destroyed everything around that frightened Li Jun's wife. He tried to save his wife from the uprising, telling her that the previous ruler was incompetent, and it was because of his inability that he decided to demolish him. The wife was interested in the question of whether the current ruler also causes dissatisfaction with society. Trying to escape, the spouse came across a group of rebels who initially accepted Li Jun for their ruler, but then realized that they came across ordinary people. The immortal tried to negotiate with the rebels that they were not capable of dialogue and decided to kill them. Finally, to have fun with the beauty of the immortal, seeing that the insurgents are sordid types that did not even feel the airflow, he made the decision not to create unnecessary noise in order not to reveal their secret of personality. Keeping mystery and focusing on saving his wife, the immortal put his heads with one goal of his hand, burning their bodies to the background. Through the energy of Qi, everything seemed to be normal, but the imperial power, which suddenly appeared, forced the immortal to face a new threat, arresting all the surrounding people and checking them. Imperial servants sought rebels, trying to find the leader and suppress this chaos. The immortal realized that he could be expected by prison, since the use of his unique abilities in the presence of imperial servants could lead to revealing his secret of personality. The Imperial Guard was interested in a pit that remained from the fight against the rebels in the middle of the yard, which prompted him to think that she was created by the rebel leader. The commander ordered all detainees to be questioned by dividing into women, and husband only had to whisper to his wife that they would soon be together again. The empress of this state was the wife of Li Jun, who for a long time hid her face for the sake of survival. Her status did not know her status. When her husband was already taken for questioning, it turned out that the real purpose of this attempt was to seize the throne, and the criminals were hired for this plan. The investigation conducted by the Imperial Guards found that these events were the bandits from the capital itself, which someone hired to organize conspiracy and uprising. According to the findings of the examination, her own family can be involved in this treacherous plan, which shocked the Empress, because she just went to the throne, immediately making enemies. The Empress should now manage the country. Given these incredibly shocking and painful, wondered where the rebel leader, who accurately participated in this, could hide. Having questioned the guard released the man of the Empress. Fortunately, she could not reveal his was surprised by their courtesy. During the festive dinner, which was staged by the guards for the immortal, he did not know that his wife was the Lord, the Empress. The mystery of her face remained inviolable, and the guy was amazed that not only questioned, but also generously treated. The Empress stood in front of difficult challenges, had the task of identifying a traitor among the family and establishing stability and taking care of her husband's safety. She was tormented by the thoughts that she just went to the throne, and the scoundrels are already trying to shake it, is afraid to deal with them. After the uprising, when the dust began to settle around chaos and suffering and mourning of innocents that were victims of conflict was heard, the husband and his wife realized how they love each other and decided that nothing in this world would be able to divorce them. After that terrible night, it seemed that life was again in a peaceful channel, but around people whispered about the events of last night. The Empress with her husband strolled through the streets of the city, enjoying his girl was in a good mood, and the guy thought how beautiful she was. In the middle of the square stood rebels and a mysterious girl in a mask with a poster who became a source of anxiety and uncertainty. Looking at the mysterious girl in a mask, Li Yun felt the unknown attractiveness of her figure, which significantly annoyed his wife. Interested, the guy approached the mysterious stranger and began to politely ask her to take off the mask, as her face seemed to him. It turned out that she was a tenant of his house and, going beyond the deadline, did not pay for the rent. Suddenly, she recognized her landlord and, distracting his attention, began to flee, but caught on a stone and fell, hit her head. Realizing that she could not escape, she began to ask the boy on her knees and let her go. He remembered that her name is Li Suya and that she was not related to the rebel army. Although she dreams of getting there, she assured that, having joined the rebels and finding their leader, she would be able to pay the rent for her life will change forever. When trying to ask the girl revealed her purpose to find the immortal, that he became their ruler, gave order in society. The girl assured that she had a portrait that her father gave to her, which she showed her passership, trying to find the one who saw him. At that time, Li Jun felt astonishment and anxiety as it turned out that his personality could be revealed. This has caused anxiety about how they were able to learn about him, especially after he carefully destroyed all the traces of his past. The portrait, painted on a papyrus, was not like Li Juna. All the man looked much older, had a beard and mustache, big ears and distorted facial features that reassured the boy. This raised new issues. Empress and Li Jun were forced to consider new opportunities and collect information to understand what had happened and how to solve this mystery. The people on the street began to whisper that today, on the order of the Empress of the legendary immortal, the 6 door soldiers were caught and arrested. On that day, an unknown man arrived in the capital, whose goals remained a mystery. But evil tongues immediately found something to whisper. In one of the mysterious restaurants of the city, he decided to one has noticed it in these places, ordered dishes from the menu and enjoyed the unexpected attention of the girls. The situation in the restaurant has changed. People fell silent when the emperor's envoy appeared at the restaurant door with the order to arrest and punish a stranger. This caused general excitement and anxiety among the preferences and guests who watched this one, expected to see in such a place the main thief of recent events. The huge bearded man, whom the gossip was called immortal, has now been threatened with arrest and punishment, although he had never had anything to do with the wanted. A stranger, who was called John, who rose from the table and stood opposite the investigator, who pulled out the sword, is ready to repel the enemy's attack. But to the surprise of everyone in this hall, a stranger looked at the investigator, fell on his knees in front of Yunzi Yun. He began to cry, hug and ask him to rest. This inconvenient situation only matured as security. The man was arrested. He just smiled, hoping that he would soon meet his ruler. 7 years ago, Sean, who was a doctor, now that he was wanted these years. Although the man was only about to join the rebels, they thought that the immortal was sent to them by God, as he suddenly fell from heaven. So the doctor helped him, and he survived and became their leader. The situation was tense when the arrested person was carried by a crowd of citizens and he noticed his leader, who stood near the empress. The surprised look was noticed by the security, which tried to achieve information from him, demanding to show in the crowd of her accomplice. However, the prisoner was not lost, but on the contrary, he answered by love compliments to the guards, which led to increased conflict and arrest of a man. Li Yun did not expect to see a friend here and thought about the situation, hoping that Zhanzu consciously allowed himself to rest, perhaps taking responsibility for his actions. The immortal hoped that the man had his plan or strategy and tried to unravel his motives. The empress assured that she would not allow something bad to happen to her husband, would do everything possible to protect him. The invisible figure quickly and silently moved along the roofs of houses in the gloomy darkness of the city to prison, which was considered the most protected place in the capital. The legend argued that the leg of the one who came to release his friend in this place would be broken even before he approached the gate. The stunning skill and resourceful mind of our hero allowed him to penetrate the prison, remaining unnoticed. The chief of prisoners argued that even the most fair warrior would not be able to penetrate the territory. The Nit was glad to see his friend, noting that he had no doubt about his ingenuity that helped to penetrate the prison without difficulty. After treating a doctor, 3 months old, the guy understood that he could have QU energy, so he could get stronger, improve his body. But there is one dangerous moment. The stronger he learned to own the energy of Qi, the brighter this disadvantage manifested himself hair loss. But thanks to the doctor, this side effect is now he were not healed. He would never have married his beauty. The visitor treated the Thai donuts before farewell, which he spent all his money, not knowing that in the future it would lead to problems. Sean, who reported that he was experiencing his close death, that the guy advised not to think about it, but to drink more hot water that cure him. The doctor asked to be more careful as the new ruler recently unto the throne and the palace is still quite weak, so well-known families will try to create intrigues there. Especially the Wan family is related to this uprising. It seems something to think that it will relate to the entire capital and the empress, including. He heard from afar and the guest disappeared quickly, and the guard entered the room. Hearing the suspicious sounds, inspecting the camera began to form a terrible question with whom the knitting spoke. The question of sympathy between men helped him to bearded realize that this is the only way to distract the guard. Returning on the roofs of the homes, Li Jun thought the word said by a friend and sought the opportunity to save his wife from this rebellion. The empress and her husband decided to visit the luncheon temple, where they intended to make a desire to the Tree of Desires, in which, according to the belief, a great power of performance was built. The mentor of the temple, the most prominent figure in the city, Master Kanjin, was marked not only by holy piety, but also by impressive activities in charity, helping the poor. He suddenly turned his temple sanctuary into a real center of intrigue and intelligence. He knew the most secrets and intrigues in that he was able to get even the fact that the rebel leader of the last night invaded prison. Li Zhu decided to visit the abbot and talk to him. She did not refrain from trying to find out who controls the insurgent movement, but the abbot assured her that she did not possess such amount of information. However, his face expressed only temporary peace, because in the next moment he was surprised by the unforeseen visit of the immortal, whom he did not expect to meet here. Seeing them together, the abbot immediately recognized the empress and the immortal, wondering which fate is funny if she allowed them to become a spouse. He was wondering what would happen when they learned the truth about each. This truth be able to lead to their relationship, or, conversely, will give rise to a new battle. Walking past, the monks noticed how they intimidated the man to buy more plaques for desires, which explained the popularity of this place lately. The guy managed to quietly ask the abbot that the Wan family thought. While the wife was fascinated by the beauty of the surrounding places, he advised to go to the grain store with a trend if he wanted to clarify to find answers to the questions. Han Temple instantly fascinated with its sophisticated beauty, huge branches, which in complete devotion were decorated with small boards on which the most cherished dreams of the believers were woven. The couple wrote their desires on the boards and hung a magical tree in the hope of fulfilling desires. When he came to the tree to see that they made the lovers, he saw that the husband wanted to always be near his wife, and his wife dreamed to fulfill all his wishes. Meanwhile, in the arrogant prison, investigators tried to interrogate the stranger, deciding to find out who was behind the rebellion and where their main. Despite serious issues, Bearded, trapped from head to head, which was in the hands of justice, only laughed and advised the leader to look at the bottom of the sea. In his report, the doctor described the immortal as one who can turn into a 300-meter work, has various ninja techniques, almost a king, has a harem, he is an enemy for evil. In fact, the man outlined on paper the first thing that came to mind. Because he was not going to tell the truth, even under was cheerful. On the contrary, the threats of the guards against cruel torture and to go to knitting the dog were not frightened. He was not going to expose the personality of his leader. Investigators found that the captive at night had a visitor, as they knew that he had 8 donuts that someone brought. Although the man ate everything to the crumb so that there is no trace, But this information could not miss the resourceful investigator. For this purpose, let him explore the feces of the prisoners, in which he found the smell of fibers that are inherent in baking. Sean, who realized that people who work in 6 stores are not fully reasonable if they are capable of such situation, became more tense. This testified to the presence of an important person, perhaps a prisoner. Despite the serious efforts of investigators, they were unable to ask information from the prisoners. The man only reported that they were looking for the wrong and seeing the enemy not where it is. Worth it, I do not see, or the most important. Aristocrats have recently been open enough because they have collected enough troops for the attack. In the huge imperial palace, a real investigation into the impregnable print of a dashboard began. Investigators were aware that the person who delivered the buns to prison did not have financial well-being because they were cheat. They were only aware of the information that the leader had dissolved the rebels in order to live an ordinary human life and not do dangerous things. He may have had a wife and children, so he could not do dangerous. Empress came to the conclusion that the insurgents may have come into conforming with the family of the aristocrats. She suggested that the leader who left her position has no involvement in the events in the. She thought that the rebel leader looks like her own husband. On that day, Li Zhong went to an institution that he emphasized to visit the monk, hoping to find answers to his questions here. The place looked calm, until it suddenly appeared by an assistant to the entrepreneur, shouting loudly that things are bad and here are 6 doors. Entrepreneurs were always afraid of power, so he handed his assistant a book and rapidly instructed him to escape through another exit, giving it to the owner. Meanwhile, the guard of the Empress blocked all the exits and ordered no one to leave. A thorough search began, even in the barrels, but found nothing. The investigator said that the speaker pointed out here a secret imperial agent who called himself a Zero Detective. Immediately, the investigator noticed the Yellowstone scattered on the pavilion, which caused anxiety because of their danger in large numbers. The man of the Empress took a book from the bowl, leaving the bow unconscious and amazed at how easy it is to use it. It turned out that it was a diary that described in detail where Miss Won went and how it spent its time during the month. However, the guy did not believe that everything was so simple. He suspected that secret information was hiding here and decided to check the book with Qi. It turned out that the book was written by Qi energy, and therefore, even if someone takes it, then without possession of this energy, the secret content remains invisible and incomprehensible. Using his skill, the guy saw the letters immediately began to move and change the position, creating a secret text that opened the true intentions of enemies. This opened new facets of mystery, adding the mystery of the intrigues of all who were involved in this sophisticated maze of imperial secrets. The records wrote that the action should only be started when the Empress leaves. It is likely that it will remain in the capital, which can interfere with their plans. According to the rules, the Empress should leave the palace after the coronation, and this may have negative consequences. The family wanted to get rid of it at the moment when she was not at home, using for the possibility of coronation to take the throne. Therefore, the guy decided that in this dangerous adventure his wife should not participate for her safety. Therefore, he intended to refuse her from visiting. That they remain aside, they will be intact. The Empress was preparing to enter the capital when a maid came to her that Master Chen let her want to talk to her. It turned out that following the instructions of the Empress, they were able to reveal the plans of the Wan family. Master Chen let Hai said that a small amount of yellow ore, known as an explosive firestone, was found in the Janja store. In a single copy, it is safe, but in large numbers can cause a large-scale explosion, which can lead to a large number of casualties. He proposed to cancel the West, but the Empress answered sharply, emphasizing that no ruler had never cancelled the coronation, and this would not lead to even more dissatisfaction. The Empress, if she cannot deal with her own family alone, then how can all citizens guarantee the safety? In addition, it will solve their hands. Even was time to let the family know who is the chief here. And in addition, she dreamed of seeing her husband during this event. The Empress, going to dinner with her husband, told the chefs to prepare the most delicious sweet desserts, although she gave preference to sour taste. The table, arranged for this special dinner, looked like a real holiday of taste and luxury. The variety of desserts on it simply fascinated, from cakes to unsurpassed chocolate masterpieces, which carried the seal of skills and passions. Li Yun, being a devoted fan of his lover, could not imagine the best way to complete the day. Noting his wife's abilities, He felt the culinary masterpieces became even sophisticated with each day. His happiness did not know the limits, and Li Jun was only amazed at how much she develops in this art. During the dinner, the Empress surprised her husband with news. It turns out that she agreed with her friends to go tomorrow to watch the exit of the Empress, who shocked the boy. For Li Jun, it was a real discovery, because he had not known about his wife's existence before. Despite the surprise, he decided not to interfere with their communication, trusting in a happy turn of events. The man understood that she rarely communicated with other people, so he did not want to forbid her visit the exit of the Empress. Although he did not support this adventure, he put one condition: he plans to be near her to protect in the event of danger. That night, he was worried about the sleepless man, and he lay down to think about the situation and tried to come up with how to get out of her unharmed. Waking up the next morning, the immortal did not see his wife nearby and realized that he woke up too late. Fast gathering, he went to look for her among the crowd, which was a very difficult thing, given the number of people around. But as soon as he appeared, the music was heard. The guards began to take a carriage with the Empress, which was hidden behind a dense curtain. Only her figure was visible. Telos whispered about the incredible beauty of the Empress, wondering as rarely a woman could come to the beauty was envied by the best concubines of the harem. When he was swollen with the Empress, the immortal noticed that the shadow behind the curtain was turned in his direction, as if she were looking at him. He had already thought that because of his wife went home and already intended to leave this place. At this mysterious moment, when the air was filled with the smell of blood and tart horror, alarmed screams were heard around. A wounded servant who pleaded for help entered the stage. His body was covered with blood and the bodies of dead guards lay on the ground. The mysterious image of a man in a mask appeared, holding a sword, and his army carried a bag with an explosive firestone. They skillfully manipulated them, as if artists with their own art of destruction, having the opportunity to break half a city. The fingers of their hands, burdened with the responsibility for the life of the Empress, stiffened weapons, and their commander in the mask was evil like the devil himself. The main purpose of these scoundrels was only one: to destroy the Empress and take power in the country under his wing of protection. Chen Hai, accompanied by the investigator, arrived at the place of cruel murder of the Empress's guards. They were surprised and angry with the consequences of horrific traces of torture. The investigator, casting tired views on the dead guards, identified on one of them traces of striking cruelty. The investigator noted that the killer could complete the life of this man with one blow, that deliberately avoided the impression of vital organs, leaving him to die in terrible torment. The views of indignation and dissatisfaction were clearly reflected on the face of the chief of protection when he took up this terrible crime. He was tormented whether it could be the work of the rebel leader, but the deep idea indicated that the culprit is more cunning and problematic. In particular, this person had not only a high level of strength, but also freely knew how 6 doors were ranged, which was a direct challenge for the Empress. Such recognition in the hero of a tumultuous history has forced the chief of guard to think that their majesty could be threatened with an unknown and incredibly skilled criminal. The chief of safety, Chen Ledit, moved quickly, angry, giving the guards to start the large-scale investigation. If his assumptions are correct, then Her Majesty was at the site of a dangerous offender. It seemed incredible to the investigator, because 6 doors were absolutely inaccessible even to the strongest warrior, unless he had suspicions that it could be the one who created this door. The past leader of the 6th door, Lucan Lei, according to the history of Lucan Lei, he was characterized by incredible danger, was a leader in the times of the conquerors. At that time even the emperor feared him. The purpose was to suppress the uprising of the people, so the methods of confrontation were created, which for some time successfully solved the issue. So Lucan was appointed the leader of the 6th door. The leader was marked by extreme cruelty, setting strict violation of his laws led to large-scale defeats and punishments through which innocent people suffered. Under his reign, the capital turned into his methods really helped to suppress the uprising, but then people decided to resist. To reassure the people, the emperor ordered the execution of the Liudan Lei and sent for 6 door fighters to destroy it. That the power Lia's power was incredible, and he strangely straightened himself with the 4 strongest kingdom fighters. After that, he was a mysterious way, and because of his extraordinary actions he was clearly called him Raksha with a jade face because of his terrible facial expression. Meanwhile, The immortal strolled down the street, looking for his wife when suddenly came across an old familiar rebel Lee Su. She looked comical with a big backpack behind her back. Full of girl began to ask him whether he met people who stole yellow shining or. The guy was stunned because it seemed strange and similar to an explosive firestone. The immortal strongly approached and began to shake the girl, taking her shoulders, demanding to tell where the attackers with the stone went. After running in the direction specified by the girl, he found no one. Then, with the help of energy, he flew, which carried it over the city and led to the square where the carriage with the Empress stood. The immortal head flew down and tried to negotiate with the attackers, demanding not to blow up the stone on the street, as it could destroy half a city. However, the scoundrel commander only smiled ominously and hit him with a huge sword, from which the fire blossomed. His appearance was almost without prudence, and from him a breakdown, and immortal tried to withstand him, using his bare hands against his sword. A man with a terrible face tried to destroy the bow, attacking him with a terrible smile, confident in his victory. Around him, the flow of red energy that cut the air, but Li Yun evaded his sword, trying to convince the enemy to stop the fight. This confrontation annoyed the immortal. The thief used the methods that could harm his wife, so he decided to study the enemy. Between the two strongest warriors of the country raged a fierce battle that was crucial for the fate of the country and the Empress as a whole. The thief was too self-confident and decided to sway his power, considering himself invincible, but it turned out to be a bad plan. After the insidious attack of the immortal, the enemy was exhausted on his knees in front of the guy, suffering from unbearable pain. What he thought for martial arts, but suddenly angrily jumped and began to attack again with even greater perseverance. His sword cut the air with red rays, as if dancing, promising the inevitable death. The enemy barely had time to evade the number of blows, but then the immortal gathered the will in his fist and used his supernatural force, which began to pour blue streams through his palm. The thief just smiled, swaying his power, but the enemy suddenly threw his hand sharply and threw it back. In order to punish the scoundrel, the immortal used the technique of the healing fist, which immediately opened the long layout, but he was still on his feet. The next moment, the immortal struck the final blow that opened the thief, buried in the ground, and made him powerless and vulnerable. It was an unpleasant feeling for the thief, because he could not believe that there was someone who could win him with such ease. After their verbal confrontation, the immortal dealt with its guards, buried them into the ground. He grabbed an explosive stones, throwing up the sky, so tried to save the city from destruction. The guy with this action staged in the sky of fireworks, which was safe for citizens and destroyed the danger to the whole city. That evening, all in the city witnessed an incredible fire spectacle without realizing who is his sponsor. The Empress watched this incredible beauty outside the window and thought about where her loved one went. Meanwhile, in the square where the immortal stood, the protection spoke whispers. They are not able to understand what happened and who is such force to bury the hunted lay alive. They believed that only one person could give it up, but they doubted that the rebel leader would help them. In fact, the witness of this battle was the same girl who pointed to the theft of stone and thus saved the city from the disaster. Now she was surprised to watch from the corner of this action, not believing her eyes that the dreamy goal was so close. She could not believe that the one she had been looking for so long was not in mediocre closeness. The rebel leader. Meanwhile, people went out to the square to continue the unexpected celebration, glad that the horror was over. The guy tiredly browsed the streets, losing his hope here to see her, and did not understand why he could not find his wife. Suddenly, he was called, and he saw that it was his beloved, who wondered why he was so upset. She poured that he could not find her because his view was chained to beauty, especially like the Empress, to which he assured her that he only needed her, and in fact, no one saw the face of the Empress because she always closed him. But suddenly a girl who helped the immortal with a stone jumped out. Li Sui began to assure that the Empress was really ugly, so she closed her face. At this point, the Empress was so evil with the injustice of the girl's thought about her that she wanted to kill her. The next day, all the food that Li Su scored on the holiday was unexpectedly confiscated by the 6th store by order of the Empress. The guy bought his wife sweets on the holiday, but she refused, as she did not like sweet-only desserts with a sour taste. Walking down the street, they still noticed a children's game that interested the boy, and he persuaded his wife to play. To catch the fish was surprisingly Empress was very interested in a game that seemed easy, But in fact, he demanded ingenuity. The guy noted that he never saw his wife's friends, although he wanted to get acquainted with them, but he was looking for her all day. Here on the street, the cry of the Empress's warriors unfolded. The passers-by urged to leave the street, as there was a murder here, and the passerby should not interfere with the investigation. Wan Lu was raging, and the Yuan reason was that his servants were lost important reports that could get to the Empress. His son Wan Duangzi assured that he would solve the has already hired the right person to accomplish this task. She was a high-quality killer of a bloody rose, or Wo Fan, who had the incredible beauty and skills of the killer. The Empress was actively interested that evening why the man had such torn clothing and did not believe him justify. It was her first expensive gift, and as a punishment she took his pocket money for 2 months. Waking up earlier than his wife, the guy admired her beauty and wrapped his sense of love and tenderness for her. The wife looked so cute and beautiful that the boy at a moment intercepted the spirit of delight, and he decided to kiss his beloved. The couple decided to dinner at the restaurant where their girlfriend worked, not suspecting that they were being followed. The wife was annoyed and did not understand why her husband was hiding such a large number of secrets that he stubbornly denied. Suddenly, the feeling of tenderness and all-encompassing love enveloped young people, and at that moment the world stopped existing for them. Until the waitress was distracted. They were distracted by the same orndater Li Sui girl and reported that she is now working at the restaurant. The waiter advised not to order too many things, because she could forget something or confuse something. Promised to fulfill the order as soon as possible. The guy asked himself why the Wan family united with the rebels for the sake of a jade seal. Looking down from the second floor of the restaurant, Li Yun saw the killer with his inner strength. He guessed what she was indicated by a good form. The posture also felt that she was injured. The killer could not understand who possesses such force that he could take control of her mind and leave only endless fear in her memory. The girl was covered by the feeling that, if desire, a stranger could crush her as an anthill. She was aware that she was warned, and if it were not for the reward that Huan's family offered her work, she would have left that place for a long time. The case was that she needed to find reports lost during her last visit to the store. The last one who appeared in the store was a young man, so she decided that it would be easier to find him than to kill. Moreover, she already knew where he was and was pleased that he did not have such energy as this monster. Let's get acquainted with this stranger Lulo Fei Yan, who was ready to do everything for money, starting with the murder and ending with the cleaning of the toilets. So she watched young people who had lunch, who did not even notice her. But it was far from the truth, because the immortal long ago noticed it and could not understand what this girl was doing on the roof of the house. The local cats decided to accept it for their own and went around, making sounds that they liked it. She managed to find out about the boy information, what his name is Li John, and he came to the capital several years ago. There is no record about his wife, even about her. Everything would be nice if they did not look so invisible. The couple decided to go to bed earlier, and it was a great opportunity for the killer to find the records. What she had taken up in the house, the book was found too easily. The girl believed that she was very lucky, not noticing that she was specially thrown. However, here, the immortal, which standing behind her shoulder whispered to her in her ear, glowed here, exposing herself. The killer's reflexively embarrassed position, deciding how best to overcome the bow, but he did not give her a chance. He understood that the Wan family sent her to find a diary, and she thought that she had nothing left to kill him because her personality was revealed. However, the guy advised her not to do it, letting her feel the warning. With the help of Qi An, now everything was in place. Fear engulfed the girl and she realized that the monster who made her feel was this sweet bow. The killer decided to attack the first to win the opportunity to escape and keep her personality secret, but she was failed. He gave her a choice, and the girl was frightened by his power and decided to lay down their weapons for the sake of life. The girl suggested becoming his mistress as an apology, but the guy refused because he only loved his wife. They decided to enter into an agreement with her, but before that he decided to saturate her brain with QU energy for control. He could now do so that she would die right in place if he decides to break his orders or start working against him. So they decided that when she returned to the owner, they would save his families, that they were not related to reports, they just passed the place. He also told her to find out who was the rebel chairman who cooperated with Juan's family and report as soon as possible. The girl realized that if she knew about her opportunities before, she would never have agreed to this task. It turns out to stand nearby and listen to a conversation that frankly shocked it. The immortal announced the killer, which he can control her remotely with chi energy. From now on it is under full control, after which he released her. It was already shining, so the guy decided to cook his wife breakfast, the most delicious hamburger. The wife was delighted with a cooked dish that exceeded her booths of imperial cuisine. When his wife asked where he was all night, the immortal replied that he had saved money from wife worried whether everything was well with her husband. The killer informed Huan's family that her mission had been successful, and she did not notice anything suspicious. She stated that there is just a common couple. A man is a landlord, and his wife works with books. The woman reported that she looked at everything in the house in detail and found nothing like the book they needed. The man expressed the opinion that he heard that, in the event of failure of the killer, he usually seems to the girl denied it, cursing his attentiveness. The old man ordered to continue the investigation, and for the couple, they should be given even more attention and follow them again. The killer tried to know more about the uprising and connection of the Wan family with the rebels, but even another investigator could not provide positive news. It seems that the accounting book has fallen into the hands of the old man. Just smiled and wondered that the new empress to do with this information. The son of one reported that according to his information, in the city the leader of the rebels is hiding. Probably the empress is now busy in search of him, and there will be no time for something else. The old man assured that the Wan family would eventually go down to the throne and take its place in power. Today was wonderful weather, and the empress and her husband decided to launch a kite for entertainment. Everything was fine until huge men with tools moving somewhere appeared. Finally, the construction of a railway, which will facilitate trade with other look at construction, was impressive. The woman decided to show the husband the construction of an iron road, suspecting that he would be interested in such a sight. The immortal thought about the possibility of traveling with his. The iron road was initially conceived by the leader of the rebels. It could actually bring a lot of benefits. Suddenly, the same girl who is constantly surprised by her appearance from the moment of her appearance in the city Lizu, she reported that she has changed her work and is now engaged in the construction of the railway and will have a lot of wages. It seemed that she could not work for a long time, as her mistakes always destroy everything and therefore not delay any work for a long time. This time, the loud explosion led to the destruction of the recovered wagon because it put a fuel pump. Obviously, she will now be released and she will not pay her rent again to the landlord, because of which she is evicted. The girl suddenly fell on her knees and begged for mercy, and a few extra men with the woman did not understand her request, but promised that everything would work. The girl invited them to visit. They came to the house. It turned out that everything was stuck with a ball and garbage that the girl said she didn't want to clean. The empress noticed her clothes with a logo that reminded her of something, but she couldn't remember where she saw it earlier. Surprisingly, the girl prepared wonderful dishes that struck all. Food was not only good, but also incredibly delicious. The table was breaking from the number of exquisite dishes that the girl treated them, and the couple enjoyed a beautiful evening. The empress laughed that if the girl tuned to the imperial cuisine, it would definitely become her permanent place of work. Li Sui reflected that before her death, her father ordered her to find the rebel leader, and the immortal seemed to her similar to him. In a pleasant atmosphere, everyone tasted wonderful food, until the girl decided to ask, as a man of the empress quickly overcome several enemies. The guy began to cough sharply, and his wife stood and stopped eating, began to ask about the unexpected situation. The guy suddenly attacked, sighed, erasing his sweat from his forehead, and hurrying to explain that the opponents were too weak. Realizing that things were not so good, the guy spoke quickly, trying not to expose the secrets near his wife, who had to suspect anything. The empress jumped, screaming at the man, demanding to tell who he fought and why he did not seek help from specialists. The housewife also tried to reassure the girl, assuring that the opponent was weak and the help did not cost much. The woman ordered her husband to turn to the sixth-door soldiers if there were problems, and they would solve all the questions. After they remained alone with the rebel leader, the housewife decided to talk to him about her exciting issues. It was difficult for her to understand how for immortal love it could be more important than glory, heroism, and the power of spirit. Earlier, he really thought of getting back to the cause of his life, but now the most important thing for him was the love of his wife, Josie. The housewife thought about her past, The girl always obeyed her father and could not understand why he left her. She did not want to forget the past and believed that you could start a new life, but you can always turn to the past for help. The guy tried to rejoice and said that the most important thing to keep what she has now, despite the past. In order to comfort it and give a sense of security, he promised in difficult situations to always come to the rescue and protect. Today was very hot, and the couple enjoy a holiday under the tree, trying to cool with the help of a fan. Suddenly, the hostess ran out, holding fruit ice and crystal, which was an energy source that generates cold air flows. The girl decided to give the crystal as a payment for renting a house and boasted incredibly beautiful news. It turned out that she was hired again. The girl was very satisfied with such a surprise. The Empress advised to appreciate this opportunity and work better without creating problems all around. The next morning, Lee Sui wore bricks, and the couple enjoyed the coolness of her gift that helped make life easier. It raised her husband with his wife and they decided to spend time together, enjoying each other. The killer walked through the streets of the city, realizing that she never had time to have a good time from the city, which was very annoying. She decided to visit a restaurant where she saw the Empress with her husband, hoping that they would no longer come and leave the city as soon as possible. The girl was thinking that the couple did not have money home to visit an expensive restaurant, so they could not visit him often. She was a little sorry when it turned out that this couple also chose this place for is unclear, where they have the money for such luxurious dinners. She was disappointed and upset when she saw them here, but continued to consume her delicious food, hoping to go unnoticed. Suddenly, the immortal came to her, asking the killer with information and warning that she would not succeed. The killer expressed her desire to be killed, that the immortal offers her a simpler task to go to the temple of the Lashan and to pass the message to the rector. The girl counted it impossible, though he knew everything in the city, but he would not tell information to everyone in a row. The guy reassured her and asked her to call his name when meeting with the monk, assuring that she would not have any problems. After a long separation, the wife began to worry where her husband disappeared, but he just smiled, assuring that he met a long-time friend. The Empress and her husband decided to take a stroll in the bazaar, but the rain was suddenly caught up, which could destroy plans for a walk. However, the restaurant was offered umbrellas as a gift that was very romantic for a walk. The wife noted that the husband looked sad and received the answer that no one was able to make his life as calm as his wonderful wife. He used to be selfish and self-confident. His friends walked the same road, so one day he remained alone. But now he understands his mistakes and wants to lead an ordinary human right life that will be filled with joy and love. The wife assured the husband that he is not alone now and she would remain with him forever in all circumstances. The girl was struck by his frankness about the past, which he had never spoken of such things before. Josley was interested in talking about his friends and she assured that although they are not talking now, but he could invite them for dinner. Meanwhile, a man with a girl who was waiting for the right moment to fulfill their goal lived in a snow-covered deserted valley. Meanwhile, the killer moved along the roofs of the houses at night, hurrying to the monastery to execute the order of his owner. The light in the room was still turned on, despite the late hour, which deserved respect and meant the teaching of the abbot. The girl unceremoniously opened the door to the rector's room, distracting the monk from reading forbidden literature. The revision of such literature was atypical for such people, so the girl had questions about the legality of such activities. The man began to justify, calling it a meditation for the development of willpower, which he did in his time, and the Buddha himself. The monk burned a book with the girl to hide traces of violation of the law, but the fire suddenly covered his hand and damaged it. The girl passed the monk's message on behalf of Li Jun, which prompted the monk to be surprised and start nervous. Noting that the monk was asked to deal with a recent case in the capital, she expressed surprise to his influence. The girl was interested in those who really were, and the rector's reaction only emphasized her astonishment. The monk replied that he could not open his secrets, but assured that he would not cause her evil. The abbot wrote a letter and gave it to the girl, reasoning that she can now boldly turn back. In the morning, Li Jun went out to the veranda, enjoying the sunny morning and a beautiful sleep, and saw his long-standing familiar Li Su, which slept on the veranda. Trying to wake her up, he was suddenly interrupted by a killer who brought him a letter from the abbot. The letter revealed the plans of the Wan family and other famous families to unite against the new empress to obtain power over Dagon. For the coup, they even hired a thief, but even who did not even know the rector himself, advising to visit the estate of the family of Wan. The immortal noticed the strange look of the killer who tried to persuade him to take care and protect him. He promised to introduce her to his friends of 36 columns who caught her, assuring that there are no reasons for the experiences. The girl tried to pay for the goodness of her husband, but he drove her away and assured that she did not need anyone besides his wife. The little guest who slept under the door saw their meeting with the killer and decided to remind him of his wife. The guy barely justified, claiming that she came to thank him for his help, although his wife trusted him. The killer was standing at the Great Sinju's Gate, not far from the northern entrance of a 36 column, looking for a luck. Friends of the immortal were famous as legendary masters of martial arts, and she believed that she would finally be able to gain some benefits. When she entered the premises, she asked for men for replied that they could help her. But she felt a powerful aura that surrounded them, and it seemed that these men actually merged with the surrounding may have been for legendary dark celestial kings. However, it turned out that it was a banal bureau of funeral services, and the killer was very angry with June for having deceived her again. All capitals have long been aware of the entertaining business family Wan. Hunchi Hotel has become the most prestigious place for love pleasure, created by the incredible efforts of this influential family. All the men of the city dream of getting there, ready to pay big money only for the opportunity to see Lady Hualien. The immortal quietly penetrated the window into the Chonsayan Pavilion, which was mentioned by the monk said that the Wan family gathers here every week. Suddenly the door swung, and two men entered. The of them reported to the other that Lady Hualien would soon arrive, and advised to keep his hands with him. It seems that the evening promised to become impressive and time. Strangers had a plan to persuade the rebel army to join them. The immortal unnoticed two strangers, hanging over them, and asked what they concede. Strangers, surprised by his unexpected appearance, began to shout loudly and ask who he is and what he was doing here. For the sake of the conflict, the guy sent them to knock out and hid in the closet so that he was not declassified before time. When Lady Hualien entered the room, she turned out to be fascinated, but a little frightened by a stranger. The girl was very pretty and had an unearthly sweet face of angel, chestnut hair and classic facial features. She began the questioning, checking whether he belonged to the Wan family, and demanded to show the sign of the family that would confirm his personality. Fortunately, the immortal, predicting this situation, had already taken a sign of one of the strangers from the closet, and the girl calmed down. However, she was surprised why he was the only one, because the two sons of the Wan family always sent here. Lady Hualien began to ask about Wan family plans and their further actions, but the guy began to translate the conversation into another channel. The guy decided to push the situation, starting a conversation that the uprising could not be so easy. He discussed a strategy for attacking internal areas with minimal losses, convincing that they would be able to achieve significant results. The girl was amazed by the guest's mind, because she had previously met not too intelligent representatives of the Wan family. Deciding to find out more, she decided to take it on the flirted to find out who he was, and asked to lean towards her to tell the information confidentially. But suddenly she pulled out a knife, trying to attack. The immortal reacted instantly and with a lightning reaction, rejected the weapon. With the help of chi energy, the girl realized that such a dominant energy could only have a representative of the insurgent army, and that an unusual guest is not really a member of the Wan family. The guy smiled and noted that he believed that he had hidden everything successfully, but it turned out that they were both are their true motives. The girl asked him not to interfere with their plans, because he had already left the ranks of the insurgent army. The guy suggested that they surrender to them, because the riot was an old thing, and the girl looked too good to get involved in such things, and he ran out of the window, dissolving in darkness. When the immortal returned home, his wife was waiting in the not good mood, not understanding where he could be so long. Therefore, he decided to lift her mood. Using Bengal woman recognized that she has a secret that she cannot tell her husband, but does not want to deceive him. She assured that if he learns the truth, she would part with the man, assured that her fears were in vain, and they will be able to overcome any difficulties together. At Huan's residence, the head of the Huan family was extremely annoyed, shouting that he would kill the one who challenged him. His son reported that the injury of the meridians and the probability of injury for life were very. The whole legacy goes to the eldest son, and the father must hurry. But suddenly, the elder came from the darkness, who came to assure that he would be able to cope with this problem. The elder reached the peak of his skill and decided to stop his solitude of the council to resolve. This promised to practice in his skill with those who were tired of life. The big one family will not allow anyone to humiliate. There is likely that it was a regular little rebel that will now be responsible for their actions. An exciting action unfolded in the residence of the girl. Invited the best dancers and watched their charming dance enthusiastically. Her assistant even began to think about whether the empress began to like the. At that time, she dreamed of recreating a similar dance in front of her husband. This evening, the wife decided to please her beloved husband, trying to recreate the dance she saw. The girl moved with unprecedented grace and her dance fascinated with her beauty and unusual. However, the guy never saw such dances because in his homeland people danced waltz. Therefore, he decided to teach his wife to this wonderful art that everyone himself, because waltz dance of love. Step by step, dance learning became even more interesting, and his wife turned out to be a talent to teaching dance, which was even more close to lovers. The process of studying the dance was interrupted when they were distracted by Li Sui. A recent girlfriend reported that several hooligans from the Wan family mocked the seller and she is now nearby. The girl noted that the Wan family is very annoying in the last days and create problems everywhere. She was very sad, with tears in her eyes and a big bruise on his forehead, which was formed when she ran for a candy merchant. She learned that 2 sons of the Wan family were beaten, and the head of the family sent people around the city to find a criminal. The empress reported that she also saw militant moods in the capital when she walked down the street and noticed male views on herself, which caused a wave of jealousy in her husband. The wife warned the husband that the danger is represented by the elder family Wan, who undertook the investigation of this case, being very dangerous. The immortal annoyedly thought that it seems that the lesson for the Wan family was not learned, and it may be worth visiting them again. The same evening, not very pleasant events took place in the residence of Wan. The unknown man defeated the yard of the house and demanded audience with the patriarch. This brave man turned out to be our hero, who knocked the door of the estate with one wave of his hand, saying the servants to report about an uninvited guest. That evening, the head of the family Wan enjoyed the time spent with his wife and son until the servants brought bad news that a scoundrel had appeared in the house. The man could not understand why so much noise around one figure, and he was unable to defeat everything around. Against the immortal, the formidable warriors of the legendary clan Li Ren were put up, but he coped with them easily, without even straining. Old Wan, being self-confident, believed that the thief should be dismembered into thousands of parts, and it would be an easy task. The wife of the head of the family Wan worried about their plan of action and harm to the empress, but the husband self-confidently said that he would overcome everyone. And the next minute, the door flew with a grunt, opening the wall, and behind a bunch of the spread of the best bodies of the best soldiers of the Wan family. These warriors are considered the best martyrs of martial arts and could do it with them. Above the bunch of these bodies, he stood immortal, which was very scared of the family of Wan, and here appeared elder for help. With his power, he tried to overcome the enemy and assured the immortal that he was better off from here. However, he noted that the guy withstood a blow that had 30 of the old man, and at the same time remained completely unharmed. The skill and martial art of this young man is not inferior to the forces of the old master, even predominant. The guy advised the older man to go on vacation, because at his present level the forces were difficult to stay so terrifying in the capital. The elder suspected that this monster was sent to the old man decided to use all his power he had accumulated every day. Around him, the flows of energy that raged and demonstrated all their power were blossomed. One layer of the immortal hand, and the sergeant flew through the roof, even having done anything, flying several quarters of the city. Huan's head looked at the uninvited guest, only politely asked for forgiveness, but the immortal was not necessary. He ordered the families to kneel in front of him, because they did not deserve to talk to him standing with were scared well, because the guy can demand from them everything he pleases. The guest indicated that from tomorrow, there should be no representative of the Wan family on the streets of the city who harm someone, and they have to return everything to those who have been selected. After the guest left, the head of the family Wan was angry and promised to take revenge. The next morning, while walking with her husband, the Empress wondered why aristocrats became so obedient, apparently thinking of the bad. They decided to devote this day to a wonderful park, where everything pushed them into the arms of love. Walking in the evening in the city, the newlyweds went on a romantic walk and talked about the palace of the Empress. Elle of admiration told her husband that he knew about the place where the palace was located, and he was surprised. He had a question where she could have such information, as if there was already there. The guy, impressed with her knowledge, promised to do everything possible to fulfill his wife's dream, and by the imperial palace. His heart was filled with determination, and they looked first, dreaming of majesty and luxury that a new stage of their lives can bring. Then we see how the city's security invited a girl Lee Su to interrogate, who has already become a marriage. She did not understand what she was accused of. The reason for the detention was so small, just beaten to unreliable people, and the first of them was simply frightened. At interrogation, the girl said that her victims now want her to pay their accounts for treatment, but she believes that there is none of her fault. At this point, the investigator suddenly appeared and took deal with his girl, began to tell him how she only broke her hands to the people who pursued her, and they now demanded compensation. The investigator was surprised and interested, as such a fragile girl could beat to men and scare them to death. Suddenly, they were noticed immortal with the Empress and decided to find out the situation and help save a girlfriend from responsibility. Interestingly, the sort of enigma, capable of feeling the aura of powerful masters, for the first time vibrated so much from the investigator. The girl began to ask for her friends, explaining that she only defended against those scoundrels who dared to follow her. The offense was only that the girl was defending against the question of her actions was resolved. The investigator addressed the immortal, asking him to stay. The investigator was surprised by how the guy skillfully conquered his desire to. He understood that to dream of a duel with a worthy rival could remain unprecedented. Therefore, he did not want to simply release the sword from the belt. He called him to a duel. However, at the same moment, the bow's aura made the blade to vibrate so that he broke, and the attacker almost lost his life. The investigator realized that he lost before the battle began, because his sword was broken without a single touch. Today was the day of the Sinman Festival, a ritual held annually, where people sacrifice their late with his wife and girlfriend, the immortal Mensch, and the poem. At that moment, a man who noticed his knowledge of many poems turned to began to read poems that brought man closer. Then we see how the girlfriend of the Empress dances a family ritual who looked strange. He looked like a challenge of an evil, was dressed very strange and danced strange dances. The Empress acknowledged that she had no one to remember today, as she had a detached relationship with her relatives because of the struggle for power. The Empress promised that he would never allow the bow to die, and he, in turn, asked her to sacrifice if he ever die a lot of delicious food. He family invited the great master of the Lin Yun sector in the hope that he will be able to find the strongest personalities in the capital, especially the scoundrel who defeated half of their home. The man promised to help, but before that he needs to find one person who was interested in the eldest. It was the leader of the rebel army. And the old man learned that his younger brother was killed because of the guilt of this rebel. People say that he is hiding in the capital, but recently there have been no news about him, so no one can know his location, as family decided to help in search. The guest assured that he had his own plan for intercepting the offender and determined that after their meeting he would not remain alive, so he carries the coffin with him. To find the list of strongest people in the capital, a stranger passed through 6 doors and checked their registration lists. Going on the task, the stranger met again with a strange guy who invited Tao Jana for the holiday. Answering questions about 6 doors, the boy was shocked by the courage of a man to visit there so late alone. The guy showed an interest in whether a stranger intended to do something bad, and he opened his plan to find a list with the name of the legendary insurgent army leader. He told the story of the death of his brother during the uprising, and reported that he had come here to punish the offender. As they approached the house, the man entered the territory with the help of Qigong and asked to wait for him from the outside. Suddenly, he ran out of the house, running away from the guards who tried to catch the Jan took him with him, shouting to flee the head, making a complicit in a crime. The bows did not hesitate to flee with strangers, especially when he also called him his level of mastery of the amazing guest deserved respect. They escaped from the security, hiding on the roof of the building. An acquaintance indicated that he was able to catch him because he did not eat for several days and the grunt of his stomach became too loud. He noted that when he escaped from guard, he noticed that the skills of Kigon Immortal exceeded his own, and acknowledged that not many people in the world were capable of such. When the stranger remembered his brother, the Immortal realized that they were connected, and Tao Jan was angry, because the one he was looking for, he even wanted to fight the enemy, but acknowledged that the enemy was a good person and prevails in strength and skills. As a result of famine, he felt the loss of strength, so he decided to surrender and forgive the Immortal for the sake of survival. In the morning, the couple enjoyed the time spent alone. The wife was massaged the husband when the hearing suddenly flew. It turned out that this night the rebel leader was hiding in the capital, while the registration list was stolen from the main building. The woman considered the importance of registration, hoping that it would help to find the leader of the insurgent army. During the registration, the investigator, who was worried with an unfamiliar master, joined Chen Hai. Investigators discussed certain things with each other, and then the security commander noticed that the man who broke his sword was here. The guard promised to help, and his one has ever heard of such a strong personality in their city. Perhaps it is the one who has been searched for a long time, but is likely to be hidden among civilians, acting as an ordinary citizen. Several security groups were ranged at the place of registration, ready to arrest immediately if they noticed something suspicious. Therefore, the guard decided that only he would signal to the subordinates, and they would surround the man. Then they will check his abilities. When the couple approached, their appearance was surprised, as the guards did not understand what the Empress was doing to register with this strange man. The investigator wanted to give the guard order to check a dangerous man, but the security guard stopped him without the desire to put the Empress at risk. The guys seemed to have a close relationship with the Empress, so they decided not to interfere and just give the opportunity to fill the documents. The Immortal noticed a large amount of security, ready to attack at any time, and was surprised how they were so easily released, thinking that he would be opened. The Empress, along with her husband, strolled through the streets of the city, discussing their next steps. On their way, yesterday's stranger appeared that surprised the guy as he could so easily wander the city. The Immortal wondered how the man was quietly enjoying the pies after yesterday's incident in the place where it was fully guarded. Deciding to warn him to keep away from the place of registration, the Immortal suddenly found himself in a dueling situation, as the stranger called him to a duel. The guard noticed this scene and suspected that this stranger could be an important person, perhaps the rebel leader, so they attacked. After his arrest, the man finally realized that he meant Immortal, but it was too late to change something. The Empress was satisfied with the result and her mood became better in connection with the last events. The arrested was taken to Dagon's imperial prison, where only the most dangerous criminals were kept. Walking past the camera with a doctor, a stranger mocked and cursed him, calling a member of the insurgent mafia. The doctor was angry with these defamation that the stranger was the leader of their insurgent army. When the investigator told the commander's protection about the situation, he, in trusting his intuition, realized that the bearded lie. However, the security did not intend to release him because she suspected that he could be a kidnapped. Registration list. The security commander was disappointed in the fact that after registration, they could not find traces of the rebel leader. Perhaps someone helps him to go unnoticed, or helps to successfully hide his personality. The Empress and his husband enjoyed a delicious lunch during which he read the newspaper. He noted that recently a large number of corrupt officials and representatives of aristocratic families began to lose their positions. Previously, these people had a great influence and no one could withstand. Wife has recently begun to praise the Empress in the performance of her duties. Surprised by this information, the girl suggested that the husband use the restored system of state exams. Perhaps he would even be able to gain power. The guy, mocking, replied that if he likes the Empress, they would have to run away. During their conversation, a girlfriend joined them, who reported that flowers blossomed on the outskirts of the city and they just look incredible. After that, the guy suggested to go to love the flowers together. But when they came to the place, they realized that they did not have time, because it was already very dark and nothing was visible in such a darkness. The little girl became angry and began to shout, accusing the Empress and the why we were late because of your continuous gap throughout the journey. The guy also began to blame her for eating throughout the road, It turned out that all the money spent on food for the girl was put from the woes surprised him to the heart. The Empress, while keeping his calm face, suggests to go back and return the next day. Suddenly the guy saw the fireflies, after which he immediately realized how to lift the Empress. They saw the incredible beauty as small fireflies are charmfully shining on the flower atmosphere, did not allow the Empress to be bored. Meanwhile, two strangers traveled to the world in search of the immortal, killing everyone who was on their way. The girl noted that their strength compared to the power of the immortal, it is just fireflies next to the stars, because his abilities go beyond their imagination. Although she was fond of wisdom, skills, pride, and nature of the immortal, the man promised to kill him. The girl acknowledged that he saved her during the fire battle, taught honor and dignity, so people should serve him, because he is a real god. Therefore, they intended to find this god. While two prisoners quarreled in prison, the immortal appeared to intervene in the prepared for them to eat fragrant fritters. One of the prisoners who stole the documents from the administration of the Empress noticed the smell of lotus, which exists only in Imperial, even added this aroma to their diet. The bearded prisoner warned the boy that the Wan family and the rebel leader are looking for a fragment of the sword, which was injured by the immortal, so he needs to be careful. It is also rumored that the Imperial family has lost contact with the patrol detachment in the Arctic deserts, and it seems that they were attacked. This can indicate serious problems that will soon encounter. Will the Empress be able to cope with this situation? While walking with his wife and shopping, the immortal met their girlfriend, who reported strange events during the launch of the train. Something unexpected happened during the railway movement test. A strange sound that was not there, even thought it could be ghosts. The woman thinks that this can happen when two trains are moving at the same time, and she suspects that an invisible train may be involved in this. Immortal learned that this row is leading in the Arctic desert, and the information known to the beard of the disappearance of patrol in these places suspected that it is not just an accident. The Empress noted that there are too many people on the streets of the city, and they all head somewhere. After that, they saw that people were heading to Lady Hualien, who stood on the balcony. The guy realized that he would be able to get a lot of information from the lady, but attempts to get information from her can get him in even more trouble. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the Empress. She did not like the fact at the guy staring at Lady Hualien, to which the guy replied that he thought that no one could compare with the beauty of the Empress, after which he promised that no one would look at her. Standing on the balcony, Lady felt a familiar. It was time to come back. On the way she encountered a strange man who had no eyes. After she noticed this man, she ordered her assistants to depart because she had to talk to him alone. It became clear that in the Wan family something secret grows, and every new one sent to it raises some doubts in the lady. The man told her that it was time for her owner to. She noted that he recently stressed that her family is only a safety. He replied to this the words of the head of the Wan family, and I'm only a mediator. She said that he was probably an incredible fighter because he had to be demolished with such a terrible appearance, but if he was still alive, it probably means that he could give a removal. Lady listened to his compliment to her eyes and received an unpleasant report on his own blue eyes, which he was deprived of. The rebels decided to infect their war. Lady was very angry after these words, trying to impress him with a knife. She realized that it was not so easy. He was already standing behind her back, taking the initiative, and began to solve the situation calmly. He confessed that she was still alive, she could still be beneficial. Lady replied that the owner had already taken up the case, but for unknown reasons. She was silent earlier, perhaps fearing to damage his reputation. On the departure of her husband, the lady realized that he did not enter the ranks of the family of Wanant. Not being a dog of the Empress, he hides his own intrigues. Who he and whose husband was a mystery to her, and she sought to reveal his true motives. The next day, we see the Empress together with Li Young walk the streets of the city with new shopping. A guy what carried all things was stunned by what is so many new things to her, not even realizing that the old wardrobe collection of the Empress may be irrelevant. The feeling of curiosity prompted the boy to ask the Empress why everyone was talking about the rebels and what happened there. The Empress replied that there were rumors about their return, and the leader was hidden in the capital. Probably he conceived something. She added with a mysterious expression. Li Yun did not understand why the rebels have forever accused him of what he had absolutely nothing. He just wanted to live a quiet life with his wife, which has been about 6 years since he decided to start hiding. If he had not abandoned his intentions, he would have long become an emperor, but in that case he would not meet Ruoli, and he did not want to become an emperor. The Empress thought about whether someone in the world was equal in power to the leader of the insurgent army. It was so strong that most ordinary attacks did not act on him. Physical force with which not everyone can handle, even Dantan, which allows you to feel a real chi, which came from a few Shancho enemies, and with this he could lure on his side without big effort. But the Empress replied that it was a beacon and the guy thinks like in a dream. To which he replied that when he with the Empress he is very happy that everything seems like he is in a dream. He did not want this dream to end. In response, she kissed him, and then she went on shopping. This night, the immortal woke up from the unusual sounds coming from that they were trying to rob. He came out and saw Li Sui, who sat on the doorstep and wept. It turned out that the girl confused a shadow with a ghost in her room caused by the disappearance of a bag of food and passed the shadow in the window. Going into the room, they noticed scratches on the windowsill and behind them, which, as it turned out, was a mysterious ghost. The guy knew that it was an unusual cat, specifically trained to deliver letters during the cat will not stop until the letter is delivered to the adversary. They almost disappear after the war. It seems that the letter is intended for the letter said that the author could go anywhere and nothing to this world. It is unfair that he spent half of his life in the author reported that he was one of the founders of the rebel army and asked to marry his daughter Li Su. After that, the immortal suggested that the girl dine together and began to ask about her family and what happened to her. The girl acknowledged that she did not know what happened to her relatives, but once returned home, she found them dead. Only her father survived, but was in a step from death. And before her death he had to say who she should find. Immortal guessed that it could not be Imperial soldiers because Li is older, though not particularly strong, but had sufficient strength to confront them. The investigator and the security commander stood on the tower above the city and watched as a strong aura stretched over him. Immortal guessed that Li Zu's father could destroy someone from the insurgent army. All you have to do is find out who. After calming down a little, Li Zu began to question the immortal as they met his wife Ruoli. On the way home, the immortal decided to go tomorrow to the Hansu estate and ask Lady Walian Kurtisanka. When he came home, the guy met his wife, who was very disappointed that he suddenly disappeared. The Empress's security reported to her that they successfully revealed the personalities of two criminals, Isis Saihan, the Dicker from Baijuana, and Narua, a former officer of the insurgent army. In addition, they hired a considerable number of soldiers, hundreds of people, to support their craft. It is said that a former rebel army officer has quite close ties with their leader, although he himself is not too powerful. The Empress handed over a list of methods to overcome enemies and suppress the is now ready to take all necessary measures to ensure stability and security in the empire. However, she mistakenly transferred a love letter from her husband, which created a very comic situation. At that time, Li Sui and the immortal discussed news from the newspaper, which stated that the Narua was involved in the incident in the mountains. Narua was acquainted with the bow, and he knew that she would look for him, although he did not even know where he was, and even more so she was forbidden to appear in the capital. Therefore, the likelihood of its appearance here is practically in the snowy mountains. Narua with their ally tried to get into the capital on the train. That evening, the immortal, along with Lady Walian, stood on the balcony, watching people in the brothel. Lady was offended by the fact that, being next to the most beautiful courtesy in this city, he looked at other women when he looked at people from the balcony. The guy explained that he had come here to find out some information from her because he started an investigation. In return, he offered her information about the rebel leader, his location and motives. The girl refused to give information, so he threatened to blow everything here if she continues to remain silent. The guy tried to find out about the past family of the rebels raised the uprising. This family helped them, but a year ago, all their members were killed. The girl said that she was investigating and came to the conclusion that the Empress did not have confusion in this, but did not find her daughter. It seems to be the work of someone from the insurgent army. The guy felt that her heartbeat had changed, so he realized that she was not lying. After that, the guy thanked her sincerity and apologized for such a late visit. Leaving the house as a jumper jumped on homes. Seeing the guy with ease, jumping from the ground jumping on the roof, she did not understand how he could hide such a powerful force. Meanwhile, The Empress wanted to collapse everywhere, because she took Li Yun's love letter into the palace. That evening, a murder was given again in the capital, appointed another difficult task to find out what weapon the Van's family hides. She quickly and silently penetrated into the house of the one girl, began searching for evidence, but came across only the mysterious book that had previously found immortal. While watching one of the books, she did not understand why it was such a mysterious book, and she also did not see that she was copied by street scum. Suddenly, she was caught by the eldest son of the Wan family, Duan Win. He told her that she saw what she had not. Realizing that Duan Winter has great power, the girl began to flee his best, after which she jumped out of the house. But there was already waiting for her, which began to attack her. One of the guards struck her with his fist, with such power. She seemed to fly into the ground a meteorite. After that, she was surrounded by the guard, the Duan of the Winter laughing at her. The girl realized that she would not be able to win. She decided to eat a pill that stimulates collocation and makes it easy to move to another place. The pill immediately began to act. She jumped out of the environment, and again began to run jumping around the houses. The man knew that the pill may not be stable, so he told his assistants to catch up and kill her. Then the opponents to chase a girl who thought they had no chance of catching her. Suddenly, the guard's shot in her arrow got into her shoulder and the depleted girl fell to the ground. Further, a flock of men was ready to execute the commander's order to extradite. Girl did not want to die. She regretted that in her entire life she did not feel love in her heart. Suddenly, the immortal appeared, which rescued the was able to find it thanks to Ki's remaining energy, which began to change and announce the danger to the girl. Now, having his energy and the girl became immortal. The guy told Lisa that she learned about the Jade Seal, which is a dangerous weapon, because if you turn it into something magical, it can lead to a threat to everyone. The next day, the immortal Empress and their girlfriend Li Su had breakfast together. As soon as the Empress was milking, she said that she needed to leave for a while, as recent times a few letters she needed to be read were collected. The guy offered her to be a little longer with her, as in the last day they spend much less time together, about 15 hours in the afternoon, but the Empress still left. After that, the guy asked her thoughts to whom the new Empress trusts the most, that the girl answered for a little reward that this is a sick store. His skills were the best in the capital. Most of all, everything was under his full control. Meanwhile, in prison, all the prisoners fell silent and began to behave as if they saw a ghost. The investigator realized what was the matter, because he appeared immortal and applied his energy, and the concluded felt endless fear. However, it turned out that the investigator only obeyed Chen Hai, whom he was looking for immortal. But he was not going to let him go so much, and decided to fight him to demonstrate his power of the fire dragon. Suddenly, a Chang Hai appeared, who decided to join the duel and try the. It turned out to be impossible. They realized that the guy was the leader of the rebel. The guy denied and reported that he had information about the crime. Full inhabitant, but became interested in information when the guy told that he was walking in the middle of the night. He saved someone from Huan's family, and then found something unusual, Jade Seal. The Empress was annoyed that her assistants did not argue the rebel leader, but decided not to touch him, but to deal with the Huan family. In the evening, the immortal stood on the roof of the house, watching how houses belonging to the Huan families were lit in the city. The investigation of the Empress led to the detention of only a few offenders who were related to the Huan family. In the morning, the guy wandered the city in search of a gift for his wife for the wedding anniversary and accidentally met one of the daughters Huan, who was very pleased with him. Together, they went to the morgue, using qi to lay the safest path. Considering the corpse of a man, they noticed a lotus tattoo and a book that was very familiar with immortal. This book described the murder of the Li family, and the immortal promised to take revenge for it. Then the immortal decided to visit the logs of black tigers, where men were not met very warmly. Angry, they attacked, but the immortal easily dealt with their leader. He began to demand to reveal the person of the customer of the murder of the Li family. The chairman recalled that the customer had an eye injury, and he was that. The immortal killed the head, as he could not forgive him for their actions. The next morning, the guy gave the blush to his wife in honor of their anniversary, and although the girl did not really like this gift, but the bow was reminiscent of their wedding. After a while, the protection of the Empress solved the appointment of what remained from the heritage of the Huan family. The nephritic pillow, the horn of the deer, and the millennial jinhinas indicated that the head of the family Wan was sick. The empress decided to pass all these things to her husband as a gift. The next morning, we see how the immortal collects a hammock and proposes to ride the empress on it. But she replies that she is not interested in such things. After that, she said that the Ven family was bankrupt, and therefore the imperial power accidentally chose a couple to which they handed over all their things. The guy did not believe it at first, as Dagon was never so now they give things out after destroying a noble family. The girl replied that he just wanted to give him a chance to get rich, but the guy still did not believe that she became so kind. He was convinced that she thought something, and already thought that his personality was opened, and all this was a bomb with true chi. After some time, Dagon's subordinates delivered Guy was surprised that as soon as they stopped talking about them, they had already arrived. He did not understand why it was impossible to order and express he saw all the gifts. He was very surprised. After the things were delivered, the subordinate said goodbye to the guy, but he was embarrassed near them, as he usually killed Dagons now, they were so good to him. The immortal recently noticed that someone was watching him, and, using his energy and chi, found out that it was Chen Hai, the commander of the Empress's protection. The immortal noticed that Chen let him keep track of presence seemed more frequent, which may mean that the Empress herself is nearby. Meanwhile, two rebels in the mountains prepare a plan for murder of the immortal, and the man promised that in 20 days they would deal with him. The giant considered Van Paulen's family unselfish and regretted that he could not kill a couple of their members with one axe. But the girl assured that without their help, they would not be able to attack the train. The man assured that he intended to fight with Li Young when he would meet him, and believed that the victory would remain behind him. Naruoa thought whether he was still one, given his character, whether she was interested in the sky in which he looks as cold as it. Although this idea seemed strange to her, because with whom the rebel leader can communicate with his strength. Li Jun is pushed by the fact that Chen behaved very strangely and is constantly hiding somewhere nearby. The guy asked Li Sui or was observed in the area some suspicious activity, but she denied this information by informing that ordinary people live here. But she noted that there is some important person living from here and there are expensive gifts. Together, they assumed that the Empress may hold Alfonso here and therefore could send the guard to patrol the territory to keep their relationship secret. The girl noted that he had a good chance to get rid of the Empress in one go, but it could contribute to the revolution. When the wife approached them what they were talking about, friends began to tell meaningless stories trying to divert her attention from the Empress. Walking the capital with his wife and discussing this situation, and the girl replied that he could arrest him for humiliation of the emperor. The guy reported his opinion that if the new ruler is a little fair, then the disorder in the capital cannot worry. They talked to his wife that if she happened to him, she would feel bad, and he suddenly felt a sharp slide on the collar. The stranger, who was Juan, one of the criminals wanted by the Empress, took the boy in hostages. To be safe, the abductor took with him the immortal, promising to release him as soon as they are safe. However, the guy warned that he was holding the knife wrong, otherwise he cuts worse. Trying to return the situation to his side, the abductor demanded that they be persecuted and began to flee the protection of the Empress and to the pursuit to find a man as soon as possible because he was wounded, which facilitated the task. The Empress was very upset because though she tried to protect her husband, but he again got into trouble and this time, he was stolen. When he came to a safe place, the kidnapper released his captive and sat on the floor, saying him to go. The immortal decided to help the wounded theft, ordering him to drink more hot water for recovery. The man was tormented by conscience and he really regretted what he did but did not want to rot in prison, so he decided to risk his life. Li Jun tried to help him to go, supporting while they were leaving traces of blood. They sat under a tree because the man was so exhausted that he had no strength to move further. The man said that his family wants to join the rebels, but they lacked the strength and courage of the rebel leader. He talked about the rebel leader with delight, although he did not meet him personally and saw him only from afar and only one of his sword was seizing the guy. The abductor reported that Juan's family plans a disaster and advises to take the Bo's family and flee from the city and Li Yun promised the abduction to destroy Teeds for the sake of preserving his family and suddenly a man fainted when they were caught up with the security guard, which was surprised by their actions, but the abductor died. The guards tried to see if the abductor really was not dead, but the guy asked them to leave him alone. The guard treated the boy with great respect, because the Empress herself ordered him to protect him as a pupil of the eye. Chen Hai met the guy joyfully and praised for the work done, although they got into trouble, but the guy was able to cope on his own. The rebel leader thought that only a fool would believe that the guard came to save him, except if he was a loved empress. The security presented an immortal gift for causing and disposing of the offender, despite the fact that he died with his death. The guards warned that since it is dangerous in the capital lately, they are asked to walk less to the streets and released home. When he returned to the place of divorce with his wife, she was waiting for him to worry very much for her husband. The girl blamed herself in everything, but the man assured that the scoundrel had suddenly undertook and her fault was not guilty. Li Yun felt good despite the fears of his wife, and she rapidly hugged him in the next moment, so that he had released a gift of security. The girl started crying, and he reassured her and then promised me that would protect him and would never happen again. Li Jun assured that he was very happy with his wife, and she reported that he would not even change all Dagon. Chen let it think about whether one really died from injuries or Li Yun not quite a common man. The Empress ordered Chen Kan to destroy the head of the Wan family, and the guard promised to perform as soon as possible. He was concerned or not affected by the safety of Her Majesty, but she assured that if it happens, she would destroy all Dagon. Li Sui was very concerned that Li Yun was abducted and therefore wept, assuring that the end of the world would soon come. He told the girl that the abductor was a member of the Wan family, who informed him that a little bad would soon take place in the capital and seemed that they had mastered the power of a jade seal. The guy was just that you thought the family of Wan, but for the safety of his wife he decided that he would destroy them. Returning home, the Empress noticed that her husband had prepared for her delicious delicacies, which were ice cream. She really liked the taste of cooked treats, and the girl enjoyed every piece. Not believing her happiness, Li Jun wondered why his wife returned home today, hoping that the reason for this was the desire to see him. The next morning, the immortal decided to wait at the gate of the city, keeping track of whether the Yuan family would leave the city. However, suddenly he noticed how the commander of the Empress was crossed and tried to leave the city invisibly, so he called it. He advised the guy to return to the city and not distract the warrior from the tasks and important things. The guard immediately ran, deciding to leave the immortal as soon as possible, so as not to put in danger, as the Empress holds him very close. Trying not to threaten Li Yun, he went to the place where, according to him, the shelter of the Wan family is located. Suddenly, he heard strange sounds around and, the next moment, Li Jan himself appeared from the bushes, who was sitting on a boar, creating an incredible noise. Greetings. The guy jumped from the boar, and Chen let it be very angry, because the favorite of the Empress was now in danger. After showing only nose, they found themselves in front of the enemy, and bombs from the dark chi flew from all sides. But the immortal barely waved his hand, using his energy to reflect the attacks that created a protective wall. When the flow of this energy ended, only broken trees remained around the attack. The guardian of the Empress Senhai was surprised and warned of the likelihood of the next blow, not understanding why Li Jun was standing as if dead. The guy, despite the high energy consumption, looked absolutely healthy, which looked strange, because he was not a master of martial arts. After sitting on the ground, they discussed who and why he drove them here with the help of a sword from chi energy, and the guy understood what frightened the guard with his energy. The security commander considered the surrounding area, ordering the immortal to follow him, not even knowing that he has the skill of martial arts. After crawling to a small village, which seemed peaceful enough, the commander reported that the remains of the Wan family were hiding here. Chen let Li young man stay in shelter and not show, and he was going to intelligence. Despite the danger, however, the immortal noticed that the houses look strange because people should live here, but there is no smoke from homes, do not cook food, and in general the clothes were not hung outside. The next time Chen promised to note the merit of the bow before the Empress, but he did not need it. In addition, the security commander noticed that the land looks unnatural. The ground near one of the houses. He found a hatch leading to the dungeon. Opening the hatch, they saw the entrance and became cleared that the trap and the village served as a cover until the real shelter was hidden underground. The representatives of the Wan family were satisfied with their cunning plan. The Empress's servants had to find only the village, poison gas in the house and not go on. But their plan was scanty, as the commander of the Empress's protection revealed their betrayal and beat these men. It turned out that they guarded a large empty room where the drawings were hung to restore the jade seal. Chen now realized that they had already restored her even, and the next moment he felt that something was wrong with this room. However, their attention is distracted by the voice of a man who warned with anger that everything would be over here for guests. The room was created with the use of metal, which could block the internal energy of qi. Smiling ominously, he reported that they never get out here unless, of course, they do not have the incredible qi energy, such as the same man. The guard immediately began to think about the plan of action to escape from here, but understood that without energy QU it would be very difficult, almost impossible. The security commander returned to the immortal disappointment, but did not notice him next to him. The guy suddenly disappeared. He soon noticed the guy next to the large hole in the wall he knocked. Guy was thinking that they lacked the material on the entire wall. The security guard could not believe in the happiness that they were so unexpectedly accompanied, and was surprised by the poor construction of this room. Li Yun promised to help the guard to get out. While he was in a hurry to his also decided to destroy the jade seal because she could harm his wife. The guard was thinking that the floor also has its own peculiarities, and it would take a long time to create a spring with bare hands. However, the guy put forward the best idea that he did not like the commander to use his sword, to which he raised money for 3 years. The security guard quickly began to create a flood. During the guy said that the oxygen would soon end and they need to hold their breath. When Josley returned home, she turned out to be lonely and upset, not knowing where her husband disappeared. Creeping on the tunnel, the immortal laughing, wondering why the security guard had not yet studied the art of pretending to be dead. All Dagon's soldiers, he said, had this skill, and that could save him from the jokingly explained that everyone learned this. Fearing meetings with him, Chen proudly replied that he would not fall into such methods, because his main task is to protect Her Majesty at the cost of her own life. The sarcastic comment of the guard who looks as if he did not know how to act on the battlefield. The immortal replied that he survived the war on his own and understands what was being said. The guard refused to give up, emphasizing that his goal was to defend the Empress. At times, the security commander noted that next to the Empress the man is brave and courageous. The Wan family decided to unite martial arts masters. Thanks to the help at an important moment, the family representative Wan confidently stated that after the coronation of the new emperor, each of the best masters will be marked for help at a critical time. The chief manager of the family Wan, Da Wan, imagined the future prime minister after their chairman came to the throne. He confidently believed that killing Chen Hea, they overcame the biggest obstacle, and now no one would stand on their way. But suddenly behind him trembled the wall, began to crack and move, and the next moment flew with a grunt. When the dust settled, Chen Kan and the immortal appeared before them, complaining that they had to dig a tunnel for so long. Chen Nench, and that he was the main one, to which the man snapped and reported that they were just only albeit not that rebel. So he told the masters to cut their heads. The one who can do it will receive 20,000 gold. Security commander ordered the guy to stay away and assured that he would be able to cope with them. In the battle, he brutally dealt with them, cutting his opponents to right and left, striking with his skill. At the end of the battle, he faced another enemy, but suddenly another warrior tried to attack the side. Li Jun noticed an insidious attack. He threw a stone that imperceptibly flew into the face of the insidious warrior. Designed by the attack of the rebel leader, he fainted and fell on the warrior that attacked Chen Hea, simply by the sword of inertia. Chen was surprised to be surprised as two opponents die. At the same time, the immortal thought that he had helped the warrior a little because he could not open his own personality. Da Wan stood aside with horror, watched the battle, thinking how strong Chen may be and how dangerous it is to mock such a master of martial arts. He was frightened by this cruel battle. He turned sharply and began to flee, promising to take revenge. But the immortal did not let him do it, throwing the stone into the back of the head, and Da-Wan fell to the ground. In the middle of the hall, among the bodies of the warriors, Chen thought, since he became so understood that these martial arts were not ordinary people, Chen let him think that perhaps the moment of danger had made him open his true potential. Suddenly, the building began to tremble. The men did not understand what was happening. They were covered by a feeling of panic, and reported that the security guard would not be able to leave this place whole and intact, because in the event of an attack, this base should be destroyed, and at any time it would completely destroy. He stated that he refuses his human life and is about to take Chen Hai with him in hell. and here sharply from the building began to collapse and began to fall on the head of men, who began to say goodbye to their lives. A moment later, Chen could not understand why he was still alive and, opening his eyes, saw a blue shining protective dome around them. He could not understand what it was, but only one explanation came to this materialized chi, which was used as a shield, not believing that Li Jun could have such strong energy. The immortal understood that he had no other choice and seems to be not valid understood that he could not make him, so the only way out was to cause him amnesia. The guard began to guess that the reason for this guy is near the Empress, because his martial arts are stronger than Chen Hea. He realized now that in this case, all the incomprehensible moments are explained on the side of the Empress is now such a powerful master of martial arts. Therefore, the commander of protection of the Empress decided to call the guy from that moment, and the guy was glad that now he would not have to cause him amnesia. They stood in the middle of a pile of stones, and Chen decided to report everything into the palace. He said that Li Jun would continue to defend the Empress and promised to invite him for dinner. The guy smiled and replied that the guard could rely on him, thinking that he may be invited to a prison dinner. Meanwhile, the head of the Wan family was angry and regretted that they lost so many elite soldiers. The son assured him that he had already found a way to fill these losses, and these new people are much stronger than the previous ones. He leaned down and whispered something interesting on his father's ear, smiling and exclaiming that it was an incredibly good plan. It will be the last army left by the emperor, and this time they will complete it once and for all. There was an important conversation between the Empress and its security commander in connection with recent events. She was thinking that the Wan family may have invented this plan even after the emperor. She not notice anything? She asked Chen Hai whether there was evidence that the Wan family participated in a study of the nephritic seal. He replied that there was no information in the archives, but maybe the memories were preserved in the heavenly palace after the death of the emperor. Then the girl told him to go there and find information. Meanwhile, the immortal was already under the gate of the heavenly. A year has passed since his last visit, but his appearance was weathered and wiped. The guy stood on the stairs in front of the palace, carefully inspecting it, and the bodies of neutralized guards were lying around. Long inside, he met the huge stone statue of the emperor. Self-love was struck by the immortal. The statue began to annoy the bow, so he decided to destroy it the next moment. Only vaccinated in different directions flew from it. Considering a pile of stones around, he found that the statue covers the entrance to the understood how cunning the emperor's plan was. Who could predict that the emperor placed a whole dungeon under his own reflection? Thinking about it, he went down. The underground level opened the doors to which there was a warning about the forbidden cause, the opinion that there was not something less than treasures hidden there. He heard some movement behind the Wan family hid there, breaking the door with chi energy. The guy saw the impossible. In the dungeon room, he found a model of a jade seal that shone and shimmering energy, illuminating everything around. Surprised, he saw that it consisted of 3 swords. While the immortal was only one injury in the past, was there 4 of them? Walking around the room, the guy noticed in the closet a paper date on the scroll seemed to him, and they found a very detailed description of his combat capabilities. The next moment, not understanding why the door was broken, a great bearded man came in pajamas, whose purpose was to pick up and escape. Seeing the guy, he became angry and asked why he was not in. Guy smiled his beard, thinking where this man came from and whether he belongs to the Wan family. Li Jian decided that it was necessary to ask him information first and then leave unconscious for a further survey. The man called the boy easily thinking and ordered to go down into a secret tunnel and immediately wear pajamas. The guy did not even have time to surprise, as the next moment the man flew into the air. He said that he would not deceive him, and he knew each of the Wan family. It boasted that the best of all the technique of Xingen has and that it is impossible to catch up, as he would not try. Xingen is a technique for jumping that has occurred on the basis of Taoism and Buddhist practices. Helps make the legs stronger and the body lighter. And in the next moment he appeared unnoticed before the immortal, but fell down and began to ask him to pardon. The man reported that his name is Wan Zhen and that he is from the side branch of the Wan family, where he works as heavily because he jumps well. Li Zhen asked why he then tried to escape, not believing that the man gave up so quickly. The bearded explained that he was frightened, because only the guardian, the empress, or the rebel could penetrate here, and he would not want to meet any of them. The man said that he had come through a secret tunnel from the old house of the Wan family, and lost his connection with them after a search. Therefore, He came here himself in order to steal a few things and help women and poor. The immortal caught the real motives of the unnoticed and began to ask where other one family members could hide. The man acknowledged that the head of the family expelled him, otherwise he would not come here to steal, but knows a lot of information about the Jade Seal. The bearded revealed the secret that the one family never participated in the study of a Jade Seal, that after the war, one of the masters of the Heavenly Palace joined it. He told the head of the family a lot and a breakthrough of a secret tunnel into the palace when he was sealed. Now the immortal became clear why the Wan family was able to reproduce the Jade Seal so quickly. The man noticed that the guy was very similar to the legendary rebel leader and became interested in whether he belonged to his group. The trembling of the earth testified that the soldiers of the imperial palace were already approaching, so the thief decided to do everything for survival. Seeing the guards, the bearded immediately began to tell everything he knew about himself, what he is from the Wan family and that there is a rebel leader here. The man was ready to surrender, but under the condition that they arrest Li Yun, demanding the establishment of justice. However, no one listened to him, and in the next moment the bearded was held in shackles by the guards of the began to scream unbearably and demanded to be released. The commander of the Empress did not believe the beard, because he knew who was actually Li Man was one of the close Empress. How could he be a rebel leader? When he met, the Empresses Gar and the Immortal thanked each other for the rapid and successful cooperation. Returning home, Li Jun has been thinking about strange events that have been taking place. Want to join him, but Li Jun does not prepare the revolution. On the threshold, he was waiting for an excited wife, who began to ask where her husband disappeared all day. The guy began to joke that he was ready to become a hero who would protect the capital, though it was very tired. The lovers took their hands, and the woman suggested joining the dinner she prepared for him. The table was filled with incredibly appetizing dishes, from which there was such a magical aroma that dizzy in his head. The husband was surprised and could not imagine that his wife had prepared all these delicacies, not suspecting that all this was the case of the hands of the royal war. However, despite all this, the Wan family did not let him go. He was glad that his wife was much better than the Empress. I decided to sneak into the palace that night and find out who the Empress is. The irony of the situation was that in 5 years the rebel army command was never in the palace. Now he is here just to look at the face of the Empress. Unfortunately, there were a large number of highly qualified soldiers near the imperial palace who were ready to give their lives protecting the Empress. The guy jumped exactly before the office of the Empress, thinking that right now she should be busy with paper affairs. Opening the door with a slight push, he was very surprised, because there was no living soul in the office, despite the fact that the bright light was glowing. Sitting at the table of the Empress, the guy was surprised that her chair was very similar to the fact that it was in their home and there was a familiar smell around. Throwing his feet on the table, he began to view her documents and was surprised that she approved many important laws, which testified to his dedication. At that time, Chen decided to put order in the office of the Empress during his absence, but was surprised to see Li Yun there. Chen let him say that if Li Yun is looking for an Empress, then she is missing here and it is better to give up a guy without a fight. The guy noted that it is difficult to call the Empress responsible if she is not in the workplace in this O. At that time, the rebel leader tried to reassure the security guard, reporting that he only wanted to get acquainted with her and reported danger in the city for ordinary citizens. The security commander mockingly noted that only a fool would believe that Li Jan is an ordinary citizen. This was angered by the guy, and he noted the danger that a Jade Seal is. The guard reported that they had already resolved this issue. Although the Wan family has knowledge of the seal, they could not reproduce it. The Immortal advised not to forget that there were not one sort in heaven, but in fact, there were still 3 of them, which was a surprise for him. Chen wondered if the Wan family may not be a Jade Seal, but just a trifle. Returning to the window, the guy quietly stated that there is someone important in the capital, and he does not want the case of the Wan family somehow touches that person. The Empress's servants looked at the boy in surprise, and he continued, saying that it was all that he was capable of as an ordinary peaceful inhabitant who was not related to power. After that, the guy left the palace of the Empress, pouring Chen Hai to consider their conversation. The guards began to discuss how to bury and use it as a scout for the Empress, and decided to provoke it. They realized that, in fact, he is a monster who should be afraid and interested in them, or can this terrible person exist in the world of harmony? When the guy returned home, his wife read a letter stating that the leader of the rebels decided to visit the palace of the Empress, ignoring Dagon's powerful power. Seeing her upset appearance, the immortal began to ask about the content of the letter, but the Empress did not want to draw her husband into these conflicts. Li Jun reminded her that the day after tomorrow they had an anniversary, and they should celebrate it, although Zoe did not consider it an important date. A year ago, everything was good, but in the last month there were many problems and Li Jun thought about it. It is unclear why he attracts so much trouble and remembered that it began after the coronation of the new Empress. Obviously, she is guilty of addition. The imperial court is not able to deal with the one family, even after their unification with his former army. The guy thought of changing his place of residence through his wife, although the escape looked a little ashamed, but would solve the problem. Walking around the city, they came across a tree with which pleasant memories of a date in the rain were associated. They were forced to hide there from the rain and stay there until it ended. Although every piece of land in Dagon caused pleasant memories, for a moment, they plunged into the memories where they had a breakfast for the first time. A picnic on the river shore, sunset on the roof, this city was home for their love. It turned out that Li Sui now works as a flower seller and at the meeting gave Josie a wonderful bouquet. The girl reported that a lot of unpleasant happened in recent times, and many people had already left, but she did not want to leave this city because of many memories. This conversation annoyed the Wo because it is difficult for him to confess his dislike for Dagon, and he did not want to defend the capital or the new Empress. He realized that he was only here to protect his wife and home, and decided not to run away from problems, but to stand on his own, not to be afraid of danger. The wife agreed with her husband, considering this place beautiful, because no one knew that he had arranged him for her husband. 3 representatives of the one family came to bring their plan to impress. His guards were destroyed and 3 thieves stood above them. Happiness was on their side because the elite fighters of the city were sent to the outskirts in search of their family, and no one expected that they were attacking the first. 2 prisoners could not find a common language at all, and every attempt to go to a peaceful relationship ended with quarrels and images. It was then that their quarrel interrupted the explosion. The surprised men noticed how the stones flew out of the were sure that it was the work of the immortal. At the scene of the explosion, they saw that they were disturbed by the Wan family, who decided to release the prisoners. Quan's eldest son kept a glass of poison in his hand, which he called a tablet of smiling Juzwan. He presented them with an agreement: they will drink it, and they will be. The condition was difficult: they should become his subjects, his dogs. The doctor laughed, noting that it was an absurdity, and they would not sell their soul for such an unimportant thing as freedom. Then the eldest son promised that they would also receive money and a silver ingot for work. The men mocked, stating that they had already gone on a journey to the devil himself, otherwise they were still in death sooner or later. It turned out to be interesting for the beard that the Wan family thought, and the prisoners wanted to see it with their own eyes. Collecting in the hall of all those who they managed to persuade to join their camp, the Wan family decided to make an ad. They believed that their plan would end the emperor, pursue the path to the throne, and the son of the family Wan had already dreamed of becoming a new ruler of the country. He wanted to complete the big business of that man and grow up to the creature more powerful. He was ready to destroy everyone who stood in his way, believing that there is not only a mortal in this world, but also he who has the power to tighten the sky. He believed that all present in the hall were defeated and they had no other way but to obey him, because they, he said, committed horrific crimes. His beliefs were so strong that he believed that his speech had forced them to obey, and there could not even be a trace of spies. The beard with a friend could not restrain laughter, noting that he had 8th grader syndrome. At this point, the servant came to them, notifying that it was possible to find a person who kept in a single chamber. Ed, a jade face, was not only ready to continue to serve the family of Wan, but also has his own goals that were not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Also in Dagon there was no one more than he. Instead of simply helping, he decided to take things in his own hands and demand from the Empress a compensation for his long-term keeping in a dungeon. He wanted to revenge for holding him in captivity for so long. Because of this, he did not have the opportunity to fight the plague. Next scene, we see how at lunch, Li Sui took off the veil of mystery, talking about the jade seal, and surprised the immortal with his knowledge. Because he did not share this information with her, The girl explained that the news is spreading faster than light, and everyone is already talking about it, as well as that Dagon is on the verge of a large catastrophe. The man invented that he could not recover from the past injury, and now it became known even to ordinary residents. Criminals seem to be preparing chaos to disturb the capital in the capital and easier to make their coup. He replied that there was no point in worrying because he had already restored 80 of his. He now knows how the seal works, and she can no longer hurt him. The girl was advised to leave the city until it protects the capital. Suddenly, the wife of the immortal came behind, wondering what they were talking answering. He said they were discussing her incredible beauty. But here the guards began to knock on the door of the house. They reported that the imperial prison was destroyed, and they advised to refrain from entering the street in view of their own security. The guards were surprised why the chief Chenny chose this family for a message, suspecting that they could be relatives of the empress. The escape of criminals from imperial prison, who had high combat skills, threatened the safety of the entire capital. The next moment to the immortal flew a handmade pigeon, which he left a beard in prison with a leaf. It seems that it was a bird of which a guy left a big beard. The dove got out of captivity and delivered the news that it was a work of a Wan family, which is now hiding in his ancestral estate. This unexpected message looked like a rejection of the expected subordination, which struck a guy who could not expect one on their part. The next morning the empress was very annoyed. It was very unfortunate that after this night the search they found only a couple of single fugitives. They did not have the only guess about where they are hiding. So worried the question of who planned the attack on the prison. Now because of this, the skeleton of the heartless scum stalks in the city. The locals live in fear, and in the capital there was chaos. After that, the immortal reassured her and offered lemon tea. He said that in the old estate of the family, one was hiding in prison that fled yesterday. This information was very surprised by the empress, to which the guy lied to reply that he had heard it from the old uncle who sold vegetables. He lied because he could not tell the truth that his friend was one of the prisoners who fled. Then we see the prisoners staring at the son of the Wan family. They hesitated whether he could be stronger than the rebel leader. Dr. Borodok said he looked immortal when he faced them that day, but emphasized that he was hundreds of times more powerful than this guy, and he had no chance to become a ruler. In the yard, the men talked quietly, as suddenly a stone fell from the sky, surprising everyone who saw it. Doctor immediately understood what it means, and warned men that it was better to lie down on the ground, since this technique was used in hostilities earlier, and now everything around could explode. After that, a powerful explosion stirred up, and behind him, armed watchmen began to be stored in the house. The fierce struggle between the former prisoners and the protection of the empress. The captivity comrades tried to find out how the empress learned about their location, and suggested that he may have told her about it, but the beard denied this opportunity. The protection of the empress was on the verge of destruction. The son of Wan ordered to stop the battle and ordered to retreat. Given the need to look for a new shelter, they quickly left the battlefield. The next day, the imperial guard considered the empress extremely majestic, because in one night she was able to reveal the repository of the Wan family. The army commander informed the empress that he could not fully fulfill her task to destroy the main fugitive escaped, with him several more people. The empress strictly ordered more people and continue their search without giving them a chance to. Did not expect the prisoners to handle it. The empress believed that the whole army of Dagon was worth the life of her husband. In the next stage, the immortal stood near the old repository of the Wan family, where the bodies lay, testifying that someone else was already here before him. On the wall, he noticed a cipher, which previously renovated reports in that this message left a beard. The wall indicated a new place and their deployment, the temple in the west, as well as the question of relations with the new empress. The immortal angry, feeling that he had been suspected of espionage, recalling that he promised to take a walk in the morning with his wife, he decided to leave the imperial army the opportunity to look for a family of Wan. On the space of the lawn, surrounded by trees, on this sunny day, Josie waited for a picnic, placing sweets on the tablecloth. She was annoyed that the man was late. A beautiful bouquet of flowers saved the situation, and she decided to forgive him. The girl told about the place they discussed yesterday and expressed suspicion that thieves could hide there. However, the guy did not want to discuss, told rumors that all the thieves failed to catch, and many managed to escape. The guy noted that the empress would deal with work, and if he was in her place, no one would be able to escape. The girl was angry and noted that the Empress has many things, and the guy does not understand that she is trying to protect him. The immortal told his wife that the thieves have changed their shelter and are now hiding in a abandoned temple in the west of the city. I was caring for staying away from this place. The feelings of love and worry are engulfed in love, and they forgot about all the problems of the world. Then we see, in the old abandoned temple, the son of one held a meeting, thinking about how the Empress found them, and whether a double agent was hidden among them. Even given the bearded man, who was a rebel, it is difficult to believe that he could find shelter among the imperial palace. One could not believe that the warriors of the Empress were so well prepared, and felt that he underestimated the enemy. A friend of a beard decided to joke, noting that if the Empress warriors would again appear near their hiding place, he would believe that the immortal and the Empress have a love connection. Denying, he replied that their leader has a wife, whom he loves. Very words touched his senses. A friend explained that he trusts him, and promised to eat his feces if the imperial warriors decide to visit their hiding place again. However, at this point, the red stone appeared in the middle of the hall, causing the nervousness to the bearded. On that day, the city prevailed, and a fun atmosphere. Walking with his wife, the immortal noticed that the number of patrol officers had increased. Girl pointed out that it was because thieves were creating many problems. It is clear that the city needs more. Guy promised to solve this problem as soon as possible. The girl just laughed and asked not to speak. The deacon, wondering that he would be able to do against so many dangerous men. Suddenly, the patrolmen began to shout about the murder near the Western Bazaar, which occurred near the estate of the spouse. People began to discuss the situation and the fact that everyday peace in the capital is becoming more shaky. It turned out that a family of 3 people was immortal. Recognized the homemaker's house, which always gave an extra piece of meat when buying. His wife ordered him not to interfere with this case and leave it to the guard's 6 doors, convincing that the Empress would provide protection. Soon the immortal got a blow to the nape of which he was. He noticed 2 old friends dressed in women. They called him, and the guy, approaching, asked what they meant. Reported that the South tried to find the immortal, and finally they succeeded. They said that when a temple, where they hid, was found, the one family dissolved want thieves to sow chaos in the city. So they used this chance to find Li Young. Li had a connection with the new Empress, because in a strange way, as soon as he learned about it, the Empress's guards came directly to their repository, as if they knew exactly that they were there. The immortal realized that they were able to assume that he wanted to have something in common with. The addition, she will not be able to compare with his wife. He swore that he had never had anything to do with this woman. The beard noted that the thieves were scattered throughout the city and made a lot of seems that the imperial army is not able to cope quickly. He reported that he knew how to teach them and catch everyone together, but he needed the help of friends. In the evening, thieves, dispersed in the city, began to destroy the warriors of the considered 6 stores just garbage, fearing only Chen He. In their spare time, they were looking for a leader of the army of rebels. 3 thieves noticed a group of people and scared that Chen had discovered it was a rebel with a deer and other prisoners, who reported that the boss ordered everyone to collect. One of the thieves delighted, expecting that with the help of past platoons from Heavenly Prison they will be able to fight even with military. No one expected them to join Lucan Lei or a Jade Face, who for the sake of entertainment wanted to watch what they were going to do. When they came to the meeting place, the men wondered why they came to the old place, in the old estate of the Wan family, because there was nothing interesting here. The beard smiled and said, "It was a journey of hell and such a chance falls once in a lifetime." Suddenly, the immortal appeared, which assured the thieves that the time they killed innocent people and committed crimes came to the end, and it is here in order to send them in the last way. Lucan heard a familiar voice and recognized a guide who dreamed of coming here without fear of so many high-quality warriors. One of the bandits introduced one of the warriors as the past commander of the 6th Jor detachment, a Nephrodis, who could alone destroy the whole army and was one of the 4 captains of 6 Jors. But the Jade Yusha decided not to take risks and escaped from the meeting place. Seeing the immortal, one of the thieves, similar to a huge beast with iron claws, decided to go to a duel with the immortal. I am convinced of his victory. However, without even having time to blink, his torn head was in the guy's hands, and the body of the beheaded thief fell on the ground. Other thieves remained shocked, fear remained on their faces, and sweat rolled around. The guy, by the way, noted that it didn't matter how they would die, because in the end there were 1,000 methods of this, that they decided to scare his wife that he could not forgive them. Meeting appeared at the scene of the Empress, led by Chen He. They saw only a bunch of scattered dead bodies of thieves who did not look weak, but were killed as if someone had mowed them like grass. Chen realized that he was the case of the leader of the rebels, as he only has such a was amazed at why they could get it off, because some of them were also rebels and were to be on one side. The guards listed everyone. There were no 3 people genius. Beards and seems that the rebel leader appeared to save their subjects. The security commander ordered the Chenolia quickly and leave others. He tries not only to save the subjects, but also uses this incident to make Her Majesty his debtor. Chen decided not to touch his subjects so that he would leave they will be calculated, and he will not be able to demand something in Her Majesty. Meanwhile, Li Jun enjoyed the goodies at home near his seemed to be in good humor today. She cheered up and the information that the fugitives were destroyed and finally became safe in it, was upset by the fact that the leader of the rebels coped with them. One else to do this. The guy realized that, despite the fact that he dealt with this bunch of unhappy people from the family one are not the ones who would leave their plans because of this trouble. That evening, they came to them, who decided to eat for free. The guy noticed that everything she was in this life is to live at someone's account, because she didn't even know that there were several stores with food nearby. The girl denied, assuring that it was all because the sister of the zoo is very tasty, and those shops did not compared her dishes with imperial cuisine. When they dinner, they heard a strange sound like a train of the girl indicated that they only make such sound when they go at full speed. The train is within the city, so it should not go, so it looks like a test run. So soon the sound had to stop. From the cold snow plains in the summer, overcoming 1,000 miles from their partner on the train. The girl was not in humor, so she was when a man wondered about her condition. She only put him in his face, thus cutting off any questions. She reported that she came here only to gather what belongs to him, and she knows how he suffered from the pressure of it was time to rule him. They managed to jump from the train, which for the next moment at full speed crashed. Immediately, the guard came, which ordered to surround the place and not let the newcomers escape, because they accurately came here not with goat. But the guards did not notice the man who stood above them, and since then there were only cries, and the body of the warrior was then found near the train. Immortal watched the situation and thought who these newcomers were. Are they allies of the Wan family? He was glad. But it will take the attention of the Empress for a long time, and she will leave him alone for a while. It seemed to him that his wife was scared, and her thoughts were confused. Alking passed the warriors of the Empress. He heard information that most soldiers who went to the snowy plains were killed by these 2 strangers, but there is a witness who was able to see their faces. One of them is a beautiful lady with blue beautiful, wears a sword on his belt and a cape with a hood. People from the snowy plains are so dressed she looks like a snowy fairy. And the other is a big, unceremonious man. The guy was very surprised, because he recognized the narrative description and could not believe that she was working on one family. But no matter who they were, if they are worried about his wife, he will destroy them. On the roof of the house, the newcomers were standing, and the girl looked at the room as if trying to look at someone, despite the distance. The man felt a great desire to kill people, although he promised not to cut them into pieces. The girl agreed with him that if someone would arrange a mess in the capital, it would allow her to win enough time. Wasting time, she decided to visit the Empress in her understood that at the normal position of affairs she would not have penetrated there because of the number of protection. However, now, when the train has arranged in the capital, a lot of power of the imperial palace will be involved. The Huanter family will not be so interested in this opportunity, so it will be less dangerous to penetrate there. The man reflected that he would go with the girl, and he would search for the immortal, whom he intended to kill, hoped that the Narkuya would not be very upset by the death of his lover. He hoped that, destroying this scoundrel, he would have a chance to win the girl's heart. That evening, Chen let the Empress reported about the personality of the Neruo was a person whom they tried so many years to catch the rebel army officer. A search group is deployed throughout the city to catch it as soon as note that some members of the Wan family have not yet been caught. Investigators have a suspicion that she had an alliance with her family Wan on behalf of these suspicions are confirmed. Everything can go on a worse scenario. The Empress was surprised by this information and suggested to reveal more about these suspicions. The head of the security reported that if the Narua, the rebel leader, will be able to bring the immortal to the light, the city will fall into the ruins. They hoped that he would remain loyal to his wife, and this would allow them to safely keep their plans. However, the explosion suddenly came, the door flew into a pinch, and before them stood a dark figure in the cloak. The man shouted, calling for the cattle killer, but it turned out that the guest was the narco. The girl looked quite balanced and had a good appearance in a fur coat. The guardian of the empress tried to threaten her, assuring that she would not get alive, but Naruto answered only a peaceful look. The empress, inquisitive, asked whether it was a princess of Naruya, and whether bad manners are peculiar to all the northern peoples. The girl reported that she has no motivation to be polite with the empress, and today she is here to mark the difference between the empress and her leader. Now she can make sure that they do not stand even by, and Zoe does not deserve to be a ruler. The empress stressed that even if he was as strong as Naruto claims, he still left to rebels. The representative of the northern people assured that he would soon bring him here and will make him stand up to his knees in front of him. She did not advise on supporting the army of rebels, but because she had feelings for the rebel leader, although she denied it. After that, the security was already gathering around the house and was ready to storm to protect the empress and not let the girl escape. But as soon as the narcos saw the guard, it immediately disappeared. The empress reported Chenki that from that moment on Daegan will be isolated, and at this time, she will have time to deal with every rebel and the whole family of Wan. The empress emphasized that this also applies to the rebel leader, he should be killed. At times, the immortal thought that at first I wanted to gather information about where the Wan family was, but recently, there was no news from them. On the other hand, everything testified that they are still hiding, no matter how stupid their actions can be now. But here, in a few quarters from the place where they were, the explosions were heard, and people began to flee, reporting that the barbarians were killing people. The guy smiled, realizing that worrying about their location was in vain because they exposed themselves. We see as a man, a representative of the northern peoples, kills the warriors of the empress right on the street. Li Yun quickly found him, after which he shouted. He noted that this man was one of those who arrived from the train. The giant just smiled and suggested that he fight with thought that this guy may no longer have enough energy, and he probably wanted to die, to which the immortal noted that he has no desire to fight him, as it will cause concern to civilians. But the man realized that he was trying to stop it and laugh, considering it in vain. However, suddenly the immortal struck a fist and hit him with chi energy. The giant had a good weapon to sustain the impact of the immortal. The man just smiled, reporting that his axe was made of divine iron. It is the strongest thing in the world, and it was a miracle that the arm of the immortal did not break against her. But here he noticed that the axe split into small pieces that struck it. But the next moment the guy struck it again, and she flew into small pieces under the influence of the energy emitted by the bow. From the impact, the man flew a few hundred meters. Hurting he realized that this thin guy was a real monster. He could not believe in his supernatural power, because he did not feel any energy from the bow, as it was with the people he fought with before. They were weak. This situation significantly matured health, because the guy provoked him to weaken the protection and join the battle. This time he did not start a fight, but obviously the guy did not consider it necessary to give up the attack. "Do you try to kill me? Is it possible to count it with a fight?" said the guy with contemptuous implications. It brought him even more, and he began to lose patience, because his dignity was blown up by doubt by this guy. After that, the giant was desperately trying to escape from the immortal, moving along the roofs of the houses, but did not understand that this monster was pulled behind him. Already 12 circles of running in the capital, and he still couldn't break away from a guy who had tirelessly catching up with him. The immortal continued to follow the man, although he was far from as stupid as for a Jun understood that he could not spend too much time, because he should rush home to his wife. Having a giant, the guy applied his crown kick with his right hand. A large funnel was formed in the ground, in which a man was stuck. The giant realized that if he had not left a small amount of energy to protect, he would have remained crippled from this blow. The guy, approaching the giant, asked why she arrived, and the man reported that the girl was looking for one acquaintance, and he arrived for the sake of killing. He noted that for the sake of Mlinchu, he was ready to kill anyone he would show, even if he was the leader of the rebel army. Information that the immortal is the same leader of the rebel army forced the giant to be nervous. The man decided to behave politely before the immortal, convincing him that they were on one side, and in fact he is his boss. However, he was shocked by the bow's power. because he thought it was immortal, began to ask about the location of the one family. Promising not to cause too severe injuries, he advised to drink more hot water, certifying that everything would be fine. Convincing that it is important to report criminals, the giant reported that they are gathering in the tavern, and he can indicate they also spoke about the desire to see the immortal. The guy pointed out the giant to return to the narrator and pass on her to stop lawlessness and leave the city as soon as they will make them leave. When the giant reported Naru about their conversation, she was angry and decided to stay in the city to repay him for his merit. The son of a family one appeared and reported that it was time to start their business. Answering the question of the giant about those who behind his back, he told that they were people who hate the empress. They were able to escape from prison by destroying many imperial guards, and now they are the only threat that survived. Bloodbeard and his friend were these two haters. The son of one said that the jade start would soon be delivered on the Iron Road, and said that the one family was able to manage them. Note that all their enemies will be destroyed. Their intervention will be a serious event. At that time, the immortal tried to persuade his wife not to go outside today, as the nearby was very dangerous. However, she insisted that he had important things to did not put a heavy hand on it. The warned to be careful. The girl believed that she was not just his wife, but the empress, and should perform her duties. The difficult moments required her to use the authorities to protect the city and her husband from danger. It seemed to the boy that his wife was also on his reflection. He pulled a stone that flew directly into his nape. The guy turned and saw friends, informed that it was not necessary to attract his attention in this way. They just smiled, assuming him that his skull was so strong that it would not cause harm. It was possible that friends came to inform that they were blowing at the eldest son of the Wan family and learned that he had a unique method of managing a jade seal. Over the next 2 days, when the train will pass near the capital, they will try to strike and destroy the Dagon. The boy was surprised that they were really going to destroy the city and believed that it would open the way to power. The beard replied that there was no point in this, since the means of activating the jade seal are known only to the eldest son of the one family. He assured that the eldest son was with them throughout these days, but he did not see that he could do something that could be related to the seal. Men reported that the eldest son was in the west of the city together with Napon Chuo, but she was gone. The beard suggested that it may be the best option to hide his personality and to penetrate with them in the Wan family, using the immortal to obtain information about the jade seal. But the guy denied, indicating that there was no time, and now they already had there is time to end with them once and for all. We moved to the eldest son of the Wan family, who was sitting at the table in a repository and dreamed of how Dagon would become them. He believed that no one would be able to prevent him from conquering the world. But suddenly two surviving prisoners appeared, which, with an expression of fear on the face, reported that something terrible happened. The man asked what happened, and the beard explained that the rebel leader came behind Wan. Wan, scared, began to ask why he was chosen by the said they accidentally met him when he fascinated by a young Lord Wan. Immediately afterwards, the rebel leader changed his mind and invited them to continue to serve him. However, the young gentleman has already subjected him to his inventive tricks, refusing to follow him. At this point, the roof of the house broke, and in its place appeared an immortal, who was interesting to ask which of them wanted Wanzi. Wan tried to draw the attention of the immortal, telling what he heard about him. He was glad to finally meet him personally, admiring his achievements. He pointed out that it belongs to the noble family and is the eldest son of the Wan family, the second most important person in the family. He also reported that he participated in the uprising against the imperial immortal laughed and said that if he was a nobleman, he should know a certain thing that surprised him very much. The guy then told that when he was an insurgent, most of his victims were the nobles. Suddenly, he used his powerful energy, which in a moment broke the house into small parts. Men suggested that the eldest son of the family want take the guidance of the family, as only a jade seal can stop this insurgent. The nobleman groaned, ordered to men to find his father using a jade beginning. Then he turned and fled, calling his subjects to follow. Was amazed at the excellent acting abilities of his friends. While the men were running, trying to find out where the secret base of their grouping was found, it turned out to be an unexpected situation and they could no longer hide their place. Even in such a critical situation, the leader remained silent without producing any information. Stopping in front of the building to which men were reached, they noticed a basement with a 6th door. Huan's eldest son noted that the most dangerous place is often the Presta's secret stove, and a secret tunnel opened before them. It was their secret base, united by a sixth door for convenient information. Suddenly, the rebel leader appeared. Rapidly approaching Beard suggested getting inside and moving to the base, promising to delay this monster and win time. After meeting the immortal, the men began discussing further. Guy said that there was a complex maze inside and decided to use simple but effective methods to deceive the system. Going down, Huan's eldest son began shouting to his father that the rebel leader was heading right here. The father heard it. He was very angry and hit him in the face, calling the plow, because the son himself pointed to them the right way. The guy began to assure that he had no other way out. They should use the Jade Seal and get rid of the father shouted that everything was out of plan. They needed to use it at the right time. The father hoped that thanks to the tangled maze in the base, the immortal would not be able to find a Wan family so quickly. But the next moment the ceiling in the maze began to move, and instead of the maze formed a large abyss. The immortal lazy said that it is easier to destroy this place than to look for an entrance. Now their hiding place has been opened. The Beard began to shout that their nosy activity would lead to the arrival of enemy soldiers. After that, the man wondered if the bow did not have any relationship with the was angry, and he angrily exclaimed that there was only a place in his heart only for his wife, Zhao Li. Suddenly, the Beard was struck by the fact that the wife of Li has the same name as the Empress. It shocked him, and he realized that his leader married the new ruler of the Dagon tribe, which seemed impossible. The Wan family, along with the prisoner, got out of the second secret move. Prisoner shouted that the rebel leader was already here and they could not go here, in any case. The head of the family was angry because the prisoner shouted so loud that they could expose their location. Suddenly, from the roof of the house on them, holding the sword in their hands, flying the rebel leader. But he felt how to resist his sword. A kind of power that he was familiar to him began. It turned out that a girl who decided to visit the market and stood on the roof of the house tried to resist him, watching the leader. As expected, it was the immortal tried to persuade her not to do what she thought. The girl reported that even if he had already forgotten it, she would still give him what he deserves. After these words she quickly left her place of dislocation. The guy realized that this stubborn girl would not accept his advice because of her stubbornness. The next moment, they heard the sounds of steps that would give warriors of the Empress to hurry to the place of nose and destruction. The men, when they saw them, decided to flee, but they were surrounded by six. They were not able to escape, which significantly complicated the situation. The Beard guilty of destroying his leader's life, because everything he dreamed of was a peaceful and quiet life with his wife. Now his personality will be Chen unexpectedly perceived the immortal as a rescuer and thanked for the fact that he again successfully destroyed the Huan family. The Beard was shocked. It seemed that his boss was working on a new Empress, which seemed could not believe that something special could happen between him and the Empress. That evening, all the scoundrels were caught, as well as all members of the Huan family, were now sitting in shackles and surrounded by six doors. The investigator was disappointed that they managed to catch everyone except for their main, who managed to escape. Friends of the immortal could not understand why Chen may be so careless and considers the bow to his friend. Han to release a big beard with his friend, the commander of the Empress's security, noticing that these two trusted faces of the rebel army leader, and he was able to conquer even these scoundrels. Chen Kan ordered to release these two prisoners and no longer search for them. Men could not understand why their leader fought so much for now. He refuses to complete the case of a whole life and wants to obey the Empress. Here, Lady Kurtizanka was attracted to the family of Wan, who began to ask the boy to negotiate her freedom. She seemed very sweet and tried to ask her to marry her. Then it could help her gain freedom. These words shocked men around, and Li Jun reminded that she suggested being his mistress, hoping that the guy would not be able to resist such a temptation. But he answered her sharply to forget about it. After which the guard began to pull her away from the bow. During the girl, she screamed to a guy who knew how to activate the Jade Seal and can exchange that knowledge for her freedom. Only after that, Li Jun was ready to talk to return. The immortal should guarantee the safety of the girl and her child from the head of the Wan family. After that, the girl said that in order to activate the Jade Seal it is necessary to spill the blood of the Empress, otherwise nothing will work. The immortal did not expect that the Empress was the key to everything, but he had to be on her side and constantly protect her. and Chen was convinced that while she was with the immortal, he was afraid of nothing. In the next scene we see how the guy stands on a small bridge and looked at the small river on which the flashlights were flowing. At this point, the Empress came to him and said that today, the anniversary of the war with the rebels, this war took away many lives, someone lost his father, and someone's baby. Those who stayed in the living were throwing flashlights into the water to remember the victims. After which Chen let the Empress inform that thanks to her wisdom and power, all but the head of the Wan family were arrested. The ruler became interested in whether he managed to find any information. The head of the security reported that the prisoners opened all the cards during interrogations and said that the activation of the ordinary seal required royal blood. The girl realized that it was a good chance to catch them because now they became firmly assured that they would be destroyed at the same time. Meanwhile, the head of the Wan family, together with their subordinates, discussed plans for knew that the next day the Empress would open a family altar and would pass on a bridge. Lucina Lili ordered Naru with her giant, as well as Huan's families, divide into two teams and block all the ways before retreat. The girl asked what to do if the Empress did not appear on the bridge and everything would be a trap. The man replied that this situation is foreseen, and their people would follow whether the Empress would be in the appropriate place. In the event of failure, the girl promised to punish him, but the man confidently stated that the trap was ready, and it is only necessary to wait for the bait. Although the representatives of the northern people did not believe the words of these weirdos, they had no choice, as they had a common enemy. Healthy asked as the rebel leader became so strong, and the girl noted that he was not like that before. When she met him for the first time, he looked like an ordinary man and could not control thousands of people as it is now. Every time after the duel, he returned to the wounded, but never gave up, defeating the pain, always tried to become stronger. In order to fight next to him, the girl did not stop improving her sword skills. Even when she became the best growth rates, he became stronger with every battle, step by step turning into the strongest creature in the world. Therefore, even if he believed that she was behaving wrong, she always believed in his right to the highest position in the world. Only Li Jun could play this role, and the Empress had no right to take his place because of her family status. This night, lying in bed, Li Jun became interested in why his wife was scattered and worried. He always promised to remain in defense and convinced that there was no cause for girl wondered. What would happen if she suddenly disappears tomorrow? The man assured that it is not necessary to think about it and it would never hug her, trying to protect from the whole world. Although the girl did not want to get up in the morning, she realized that she should wake up earlier to worship the ancestors, that the guy said that it would not allow her to leave him, even if she disappears. He would look for it and turn it upside down the capital, turning the world into ashes. The girl hoped that tomorrow everything would go well and she would protect this world. The next morning, under the bright blazing sun, the servant took a carriage with the Empress, and the civilians went after them. Li Jun looked at his carriage, thinking about the surprise of his wife's behavior and her sudden disappearance in the morning. He understood that today the best chance to get imperial blood, and if he was nearby, he would not miss this hope that wherever she went, his wife would stay away from this place. Meanwhile, the Nerua with a giant hidden under long cloaks and knew that the Empress was heading to the bridge, and it was time to act for the family of Wan. They were ready for action, waiting only for the signal. The time has come, and here from all corners began to arrive the warriors of the rebels to rush directly to the carriage with the Empress, pushing iron spears in it. Chaos unfolded around, shouting, scattering and fleeing. Announcing the murder of a mortal had a disturbing feeling on the soul. He knew that something terrible could happen now. The attackers armed with their teeth surrounded the carriage with the Empress and Neruo ordered the blood of this woman. She was not surprised, noticing the immortal, who also appeared at the scene. The girl wondered why he did not take any step to stop it, because he was right here. But here he was summoned by his wife and began to talk about leaving this place faster, because, according to her, Naruo is a very dangerous woman. The Empress was hiding in a safe place, but because of her husband, she had to find her location to save him. The Narcus was surprised, seeing the Empress right here and could not understand their connection with the rebel leader. Then her warriors opened a carriage, where the Empress should have been to stay and saw that no one was inside. After that, The Narcus pulled out the sword. Noticing the approach of the Empresses were trapped without waiting for it. The 6 doors surrounded the rebels on all sides, not giving them the slightest opportunity to escape from the crime scene. Chen, let him destroy every rebel whom they would find here, and the warriors rushed into battle. Naruoa could not believe that they were able to prepare a conspiracy against her. She led her assistants against 6 doors. A brutal battle unfolded between them. The air was filled with a bright glow from the sparks flying from the swords, and the bodies flew in different directions. The Empress with her husband stood, quietly watching this spectacle, enjoying an interesting situation. The husband was worried about whether the wife was not frightened by this unpleasant picture, but his wife rejected his doubts. Even when sparks flew from the clash of swords, the guy with the girl smiled. They did not think about sadness, and Guy suggested getting away from here to a safer place. A horrible scene of the struggle between the warriors of the 6th door and the rebels unfolded around. Blood flew, and people died. The Narcus was very evil and did not understand what relationships between the Empress and the rebel leader, and where the members of the one family disappeared. Did they betray them? And here she noticed the edge of her eye how a married couple laughing fun. She waved her hand, holding away from the place of fight. It distracted her attention from Chen Hai, who reported that when she struck the imperial office at night, he could not release all his power, as he had to defend the majesty of the Empress. But today he promised to show the difference in there. The girl began to attack her husband, and they arranged a fierce duel, fighting not for life, but on death. Between them, the fierce struggle continued. The air was cut by a golden glow, and their movements were fast, and girl, though a fan of the rebels, looked more evil than himself. The couple watched this battle, and it seemed that the soldiers of the 6th door took the initiative. The guy was surprised that he saw any member of the one family nor their leader. These warriors with such unorganized techniques were more moved on martial arts. The attention of the Empress and the Immortal attracted the appearance of the wounded Li Zhu. Tears rolled across her face. The guy wondered what had happened to her head, and the girl told that she was sleeping, but woke up with a loud sound, fell out of bed, and hit. The Empress came to her trying to help get rid of the consequences of falling. The Immortal did not leave the fact that there was no family of Wang here, the main purpose of which was to get the blood of the Empress today. According to his deep analysis, they could not miss such a chance if they did not switch to another target, and perhaps they need not the blood, but the genes or tissue of the body. In addition to the Empress, there may be an emperor. Today is the day of worship of the Soon. As the grave opens its doors, a corpse that has not yet been completely laid out is unfolded in front of the world. It is the body of the last emperor who has been defense against the rebel leader for 5 years. It is likely that his body may be the key to solving the riddle. It makes sense because all the forces of Dagon are concentrated here, and they do not have to go. It also means that the crypt of the emperor remains without protection, opening them the opportunity to use this unbiased benefit. The guy asked the question, is the emperor still not aware of Huan's family plans? He could not imagine how her employees were unable to gather the necessary information. After informing his wife about his exit, he asked her to return home, because it was dangerous here. Deciding to study the situation on his own, he could not rely on the Empress. The wife began to persuade him, but he assured her that he would be careful and promised that he would return in perfect condition. Meanwhile, the battle between the Narcus and Chen Heian continued. The man warned that the Empress of danger and tried to make it so that someone would take it from here. Suddenly, Nero turned to the Empress saying that she shows an example of courage, remaining here for a true death. Naruoa also thought that the Empress seduced the leader with her beauty. The girl was convinced that when she would understand her, the Immortal would come to herself. Li Sui heard that Nero appealed to Zoe as an Empress. She was shocked. After which the Empress asked the girl to keep it secret, as she still does not know how to explain it to her husband. And in the head of Li Sui just could not income everything. She understood that the gene of the Empress and Li Yun, the leader of the rebel army, and she was married to him. Meanwhile, Li Jun developed a plan that had to help him penetrate the emperor's crypt and burn his body, thus trying to save Dagon. Approaching the imperial mausoleum, the Immortal noticed that the one family had already visited here because the bodies of the guards were scattered around. He was angry that they had already found the body of the emperor first. Li Jun overcame the long corridor of the mausoleum, illuminated by fire crystals, and did not understand why no one came to stop it. He then saw the door on which the name of the past emperor was written and realized that the body was buried. His energy. He knocked the door and, through dust, entered inside. There he met the head of the Wan family, who was sitting on the stairs near the man. Clearly felt that he had never expected someone like him to become a supporter of the Empress. The guy denied this information, not understanding why he needed to obey. He asked to give him a remote control of a jade seal, and the head of the family Wan confessed that their attempt to take the Emperor's skin for research was unsuccessful. When he realized that he did not work, they immediately fled, refusing to help him. The guy noted that their information related to the body of the past emperor is not useful for the imperial family. The latter emperor may have used this body to activate the unique energy of the Zhu family Chi dragon. The head of the family Wan understood that his calculations may be false and his plan was doomed too. He sadly threw the guy a rectangle of green, which was a seal, but suddenly the immortal, grabbing the seal, felt it began to vibrate and glow, blinding it for a moment. He could not understand what was happening and, in the next moment, the glow began to scatter around, grabbing the main family of Wan for the peel. The immortal asked that happened to be horror that the jade seal was filled with the energy of Chi dragon and activated. He is burned whether Li Jun was not the emperor's self-marital son, because he can have so much energy of the dragon key. The guy was surprised and shouted annoyed that it was a delusion about the energy of Chi dragon and why he needed it. But the man noted that the jade seal does not lie and he has a large amount of dragon energy. The man continued that now, when the jade seal is activated, it will fall not one, but all 4 swords. The guy realized that if it happens, all Dagon will be completely destroyed. The head of the family Wan laughed, not expecting that there will be so many living people among those who would be buried, and the only one who will remain alive in this situation would be immortal. Although he's the leader of the rebels, he still tried to protect Dagon, but in the end he would still destroy him with his own hands. The immortal was so angry that he hit the man in his face to keep up with was tormented by his thoughts on how he could activate the seal and what he would now be with his wife. I'd not understand where the guy Chi dragon came from, because, when he was engaged in this question, he found out that in addition to possessing imperial blood, there was only one way to get this power. Suddenly, the man remembered that when he sent the killer to secretly study the book, she learned that his name is Li Jun, and his wife had a Zhou name, and now he realized who she really is, and laughed, understanding the whole genius of the rebel leader plan. He was shocked that whose plan was so cunning and brilliant that even no one could have guessed it. Marrying the new empress, so number 1 at Immortal did not understand what he was talking about, but the man laughed at him, saying that the plan was brilliant. He asked that he did not pretend that he did not understand. Move the emperor's tomb if you can. Marry his daughter. Li Yun understood that despite all he now had the most important meat choosing to the jade seal and save his wife's life. Meanwhile, there was a confrontation between Chen Kan, Empress, Li Sui and Nashan Tioa on the square. Li Sui hesitated whether she had to tell Josli about a true personality and a man about why she learned about it first. Here, the Naruya noticed that the jade seal was activated and soon it would fall on them, destroying everything around. The jade pearl is an unsurpassed weapon created by the past stroke, is able to destroy everything within 1,000 miles, and no vegetation will appear in these places for 10 years. The emperor knew that such a weapon could disrupt the life balance, so he destroyed the jade box, with which it could be controlled, but he had no idea that she could be stolen by robbers. Chen let him not have worried, because the past emperor also created a protective mechanism to control the nephritic seal, which is on the citadel of the Purple Star. The city is equipped with a protective system, so even if it falls on the power of 2 swords, then everything will be good. The girl wondered for 4 swords and suddenly everyone noticed that 4 stars were caught on the tower, which meant the approach of the disaster. The guard warned the empress about the emergency and asked to leave the capital that could be more likely to protect her at the cost of his own life, but she thought differently. If the empress cannot defend her country, then it makes no sense to addition. She realized that when she was under a jade seal, they would have nowhere to escape. She stopped any objections by making her addition. Her husband was still in the city, so she couldn't leave it. The Narcus was convinced that since the jade seal was activated, they won the empress himself. However, Josli assured the girl that although she belongs to the rebels, she would not be able to avoid responsibility. Neruo believed that even if she did not die, it did not cancel the fact that she could end with the ruler of Dagon, which her leader hates. The next moment, the sky began to glow with a golden glow, educating everything around. People around panicked because they would soon cease to exist soon. The Empress could only think about where her husband was and why he was not near her at that moment. Meanwhile, Li Jun was gloomily inquired that old one or he knew how to stop it if he thought for so long. The man only laughing reported that even if he knew the way, he would not say, and began to tell that the emperor did not finish the jade seal, but did not have time to agree. The next moment, the tile under them shook and one fell to the ground, laughing and rejoicing that Dagon would fall. Today, the rebel leader reported that he should rush to save the city, and the old man would ask if the guy would kill him. Li Yun reported that the old man could still be handled and was sure that Huan's family could not reproduce the jade seal for nothing, so he promised to return to interrogate him. The man assured that no matter how strong he is, he would not be able to cope with the truths of the power of the soldiers of the jade seal and the whole city will be buried here. But the guy began to get it all over, and the next moment he cut the old straight line between his eyes to stop the flow of these words. Bright red blood splashed from his nose and the old man fell to the ground. And the guy stirring his fist reported that he would cut his time. He, head of the family one, asked if the rebel leader did not dream of becoming an emperor, because it was only necessary to stay here with the previous emperor and his dream would soon become a reality. The guy decided to hurry, realizing that if he ran at all speed, then his personality would be revealed. But given his position, it was no longer important. Therefore, he gathered all his strength and rushed to meet his beloved Jean, begging her mentally. The action of the jade seal became more and all glowed around and began to tremble and move, which caused more and more concern in humans. Li Zhu wondered what was happening, and the Empress reported that the jade seal increased gravity and soon the gravitational field would cover the entire capital. In addition, ordinary people will not be able to escape to the same, soon will be drawn to meteorites. The Empress noted that all ordinary people can do it, hopelessly watch the ashes. Gradually, the gravitational field began to become stronger and began to form in a certain ball, which was increasingly stuck on the city, raising the temperature around. Chen Hea began to torment the torment of conscience, and he fell to the Empress on his knees that was guilty of it. The Empress replied that his mistake was only that he decided to protect her, not other people, and in everything else he is a good fortune. The girl was waiting for her husband to come back because she wanted to tell him so much important. She understood that, until her death, she would be very ashamed if she did not tell her husband. But if he does not return, she would never hear her secret. Li Sui woke up a warlike spirit and she decided to save the situation somehow. She began to quarrel the Empress with her guard that they looked too humble, not believing that there was no one in this world who could solve the problem. But Chen Hai said with anger that if she refers to the rebel leader, then he would probably escape the tail. Josli noted that if he did not take into account that he was still not related to the rebel, then why he sacrificed his life to save them. But the girl emotionally stated that they are connected, and the Empress for him the most important person in the world, she and whom he loves the most. Meanwhile, moving at the incredible speed that the energy of Qi is capable of knocking out the stones from under his feet, breaking the asphalt with their feet, rushed to them. Suddenly, they saw Li Jun rushes directly to the gravitational field emitted by a jade seal. He was moving on a yellow circle, which gradually covered the city, which pressed his energy, activating all Qi and holding the sword in his hands, from which the streams of energy of Qi came. When he flew into a gravitational circle at full speed, it began to crack and break up, radiating around a bright glow and eventually just exploded. Fry pieces that remained from it flew to the ground, falling and wounding the people who were on the ground. When something fell on the ground and the Empress exploded, Li Sui and Chen let them be in a stupor. They could not move, because they never saw that. The next moment they were immortal to their own person who had torn clothes and politely apologized for late. After this incredible action, our characters stood opposite each other and looked at him silently. The immortal could not understand why everyone was looking at him, and now finally realized where he came from, a dragon. The wife quietly asked him to approach. She realized why everyone said that the rebel leader lives in the capital with her wife who loves very much. Not surprisingly, she couldn't find him because she was his. The guy approached his wife. She asked why he was trying to hide what he really feared. He answered that she would start breaking him and asked if the girl was not injured, but she only silently tied his wounds on her hand. She quietly answered that he was worried about him, and the guy denied that nothing wrong with him because he had a wife who loves him. And here Chen Hai finally realized that Li Yun, in fact, is the husband of the Empress. so he was shocked that as a trustee of Her Majesty he still did not know about it. The Narcus could not believe that in the year of her absence it could have happened that they were married. This information was very angry with her. In the next moment, the sky began to blush and illuminate with a golden glow, paying attention to people around. In fact, the previous danger was a sign that the Jade Seal is activated, that the real attack would soon begin. Immortal assured that this problem was easy to solve and asked to leave his wife on the spot, promising that he would return soon, because he should always protect her. He was called by Senhai. Yakin Hada was his favorite sword, for which the guy was gratefully grateful for such generosity. The guard assured that they just needed his strength and help to cope with the Jade. He assured that when the automatic protection system of the capital works, the sword would come in handy. Neru had decided to ask her voice pain why the rebel leader saves Dagon, why he decided to be with and knew he forget the times, and Dagon made them go through pain and suffering. The immortal replied that Dagon once did it hurt them, but they could not live, bringing this hatred with them, otherwise it would entail a new era of chaos. He noted with shyness that he had just found out that Josley was a new empress, but assured that it did not matter who she is, he is satisfied with all, while his beloved is near him. Li Jan knew that the Narcus was always offended by Dagon, but its inhabitants were in no way guilty, because they are the same as she. They had a family, loved ones. They are only people who live in this city. Therefore, he does not ask her to forget about hatred or anger, but only asks them to apply them against those who really deserve it and choose the right path. The next moment, the bloody red sky was illuminated by gold rays similar to daggers, which began to move rapidly down. The immortal realized that his time had come and pulled his sword, ready to fight and defend his wife, who asked him to be careful. The guy assured that her husband was very strong, and in the next moment the golden daggers reached the land. One of them fell and exploded directly in front of the Empertarian. The fiery fired, all flying and falling down. So Li Yun used all his energy to overcome the danger and went to the epicenter of events himself, allied with his blue sword, which was formed as a result of the use of the energy, Qi, and the sword, which began to counteract each other, forcing the air round the energy from the emitted energy. The guy realized that the result was unsuccessful, and at such a pace, even if he was a god, he would not be able to stop the Jade Seal created from four swords. He tried to counteract this incredible force, but the forces were uneven and his sword began to crack and the force field of this energy threw it back down into the ground. Rising from the ground, he thought that the sword of the Hei was absolutely selfless, and the guy realized that the protective mechanism did not work. Further, he began to come to understand that he needed a weapon, but not one, but all the weapons that are available in the capital. The guy used his energy, flew into the sky, and blue energy flows twisted his blue glow. Suddenly, all the swords that were in Dagon began to break out of the hands of their owners and go straight to the immortal. The swords made them in rows and began to spiral around the guy, creating a powerful field from the swords. They gathered and created one great powerful sword that grabbed Li Yun, who glowed over the city with a blue glow. The guy, taking him in his hand and applying his energy with his sword, for the sake of saving his wife, hit him on the sword of the Jade Seal. The swords faced themselves. Their energy fields began to fight, vibrating and sparkling, spreading the light around themselves. People watched this strange sight with interest and fear, and the Empress worked for her husband's fate. The next moment, Li Jun fell over the ground, breaking the asphalt completely, but miraculously staying alive. To reassure his wife, who quickly rushed to him, the guy assured that he had smiled luck. When asked by a woman about his own well-being, the guy replied that when her husband gives a word, he restrains him, so she should not worry about him so much. The girl was pouring that he should pay for the damaged tile, and he noted that his wife would manage all the money and, perhaps, for the salvation of the capital, he would receive a reward. The guy closed his eyes on his wife's order, dreaming of a kiss, but in the next moment he felt the shackles dress in his hands, which surprised him very much. Odi, a sweet girl in front of him, and the Empress herself reported that since he is the leader of the rebel army, that is, #1 in the list of Dagon's most searched deeds, she should arrest him. She advised to use her strength if she still remained, and escape from here, torn the shackles. The guy understood that he had to answer now for his actions, and if he knew about everything before, he would apologize last night, but his wife only wondered or knew that he did wrong. The guy confirmed her guessing, trying to look sweet, but realized that the case was serious, so that she was going to do with him. The wife reported that he hid his personality for so many years, and only one God knows how much he hides the secrets. And in general, people say that he had many other halves, and maybe even he was already married. But the guy quickly began to fill his wife that it is not true and he is only one. But the next moment suddenly got a blow to the nose. The Empress thinks that news will soon spread about the attack of the capital, and to cope with these consequences will not be easy. Interves can turn the situation in their favor, and dangerous times will come, and her husband assured her that it would not. Now she does not have to cope with herself, even if 1,000th army comes against tease with her. Meanwhile, Naruo, along with their associate, stood on the roof of the house and stared at the girl, ordered to leave this place because there was nothing to do here. The man was dissatisfied and, go in with his girlfriend, learned whether they would be easy without even saying goodbye. The girl replied that it did not matter, because at first she thought it would help Li Young achieve what he was worthy, but received only a curse. The man noted that the army of Dagon was really scared, and he was interested in how they were able to recreate the Jade Zone caused him his incredible fear. Walking on the roof, they met the man standing, waiting for their looked interesting in a long cloak with 2 swords behind his shoulders and a clear look filled with determination. Nerui's friend noted that he came from a strong, suppressing aura, and he undoubtedly exceeds the power of Chen Hai. He seems to be trying to stop. Man had a different name, the Sunbite of the rebel army. The giant said that he had heard information about him, that one of his swords was a trophy sword of the leader himself. However, he did not remove him from the vagina, and now only God knows what secrets he hides. Many people have been hunting for this sword for a long time, so the name of his owner is known to the world. The Narcus decided to distinguish between the militant question why he blocked the path, and whether he is a specific case to them. But the man was silent. The girl noted that if he was looking for a young man, then it is worth going to, the which the man replied that now bad time for meetings. In addition, they did not have mutual sympathy. Osul could be interested in them, and reminded the situation when the rebels had a chance to conclude peace with Dagon. But in the end, someone intervened, forcing both armies to fight with newbie force. So, they found a few hooks that have relevant to this case. Norinto was looking forward to who was, and the man, in no hurry, continued to tell that it happened a year ago, and the beginning put the famous genius that had connections with the rebel army Li family. Chen was in the tower at the time, where there is a protective mechanism against the nephritic seal. He decided to visit this place to find out what was the obstacle to activate the protective mechanism, but was disappointed. The protective mechanism was destroyed completely, and the bodies of the killed, the best soldiers who protected it, were located around. Therefore, he realized that if it were not immortal, the capital would undoubtedly be in ruins and was destroyed. Having examined the bodies of the killed, he concluded that, judging because they were all killed in one blow, the same person was involved. He understood that the killer was very skillful, and he rejected the assumption that it could be some of the one family, because if it were true, he would have shown his face for a long time. He wondered who could do so by suspecting that he could be a man who was known as blind. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading in the capital that Li Jun was involved in the death of the emperor's past. Men discussed this situation, assuming that it was most likely rumors, because he was one of those who defended the capital from the Jade Seal yesterday. In addition, the leader of the rebel army is an incredibly horrible person, because how can Li Yun be the scoundrel? One of the men believed that he or not insurgents, but he doubts that the guy is so scary. His friend denied, counting that the leader of the rebel army is the enemy of the entire imperial corps, and everyone knows that he is more majestic of thieves, so someone like it cannot be not terrible. One day he came to his store to buy flowers and always praised them, and yet he always helps them. He is undoubtedly a good person. Meanwhile, Li Jun was sitting on a big bed under the canopy in gorgeous clothes in the imperial palace and thought about what fate was unpredictable, closed in prison, but could not even imagine that he would be brought in the facility of the empress himself. And he was interested in the question of how his wife was going to punish him for his sins. When his wife came, he enjoyed peace and his presence, thinking about the softness of the bed and dreaming of another pillow. Seeing his beloved, he smiled, but she asked, irritated, what he wondered. Putting his hands on his chest and taking a protective pose ready to resolve the relationship, the guy who was thinking about the luxury of imperial rooms replied that he was currently thinking about it, Earl seriously reported that the number of victims of the catastrophe was already calculated. Many were only minor injuries, and rumors that the rebel leader had helped save Dagon had already dispersed. The guy denied her words, asking to postpone the conversation for later. But the Empress was annoyed on him, wanting to resolve the issue right now. Having apologized for hiding from her for so long, the guy felt the next moment as the girl rushed to his chest, hugged him, and put her head on his shoulder, hoping that he could tell her everything. She whispered to him quietly in his chest, asking him to tell about her past, how he became an insurgent and a people's hero, trying to hide from all over the world. The guy assured his wife that if she really has the desire to know the story, he would tell her about her life. But before that, he suggested getting a job somewhere, as this place was unsuccessful for conversation, and they went into a convenient gazebo where they could talk quietly in silence. Li Yun noted that he had not talked about it in an official style for a long time, and this has been inconvenient because he has not been engaged in such conversations for a long time. The girl reminded him that he last spoke so immediately after the wedding 298 days ago, not believing that he could forget about it. The guy began to tell his story that it happened 6 years ago, when the emperor raised taxes and took political measures that oppressed peaceful inhabitants. On a casual day, the locals, rising to the riot, were almost ready to fight with Dagon warriors. And one day he opened his eyes and realized that he just falling down his head, not knowing how he was there. The girl thought about his words, and the guy asked if she believed. The wife asked if she could lie to her. She assured that she would believe him, no matter how absurd it sounds, because she trusts her lover. When the guy rushed to hug her, she turned out of his arms, stopping him, and offered to continue the story. Li Jun began to tell further that after he was drawn into the battle between the guards and the locals, he was still an ordinary man. In addition, when he falls, he broke his legs, and in addition, the inhabitants attributed him to the imperial mold. Then he tried to talk to people, was a speaker who tried to convince them that dreams, friendship and victory would save the world, and, after all, they saw in it their leader. After some time, after an incredible number of people joined them, including doctors, swordsmen, scientists, and robbers, the old emperor finally noticed them and called the rebel army. The fire of war broke out, which subsided for 5 this time. The guy realized that he distinguished him from others. He had neither meridians nor day and night cycle. When he began to self-development, using the crystal of true chi, he found that there were no obstacles. On his speed of his self-development has exceeded the usual several thousand times. Then he became the strongest man, and the guy assured that this is all about the past, and that the following wars and fights are the story of which he would tell later. The wife was interested in the question of whether he was rumored that he had many partners. That is just rumors at all, and in fact, he had no one. Trying to reassure the girl, and if she refers to girls, then he could have as much as she had. For a serious guy sighed heavily and reported that it was the whole story. Murder or court intrigues, all this was a large part of his life, which is the dark past of which he will never be able to get rid of. The girl, smiling, called him a fool and assured that the story was not completed yet, for then too she just begins. The girl assured the guy that the real tragedy is awaiting him in the future. He will always have to suffer with her and love as much as she loves him. The girl assured that by the end his story will consist of only 3 words of Josuli. In a spacious room filled with ancient furniture, 3 men gathered, for the old man gathered them here to discuss their actions for future mourning. Audience. The elder reported that this pardon helped the empress, and now their days were counted. Enjoying the smell of fragrant tea from the cup, the second man wondered how something could go wrong, because they were talking about the leader of the rebel army. How did it happen that suddenly he was able to become a man of Her Majesty? Also, the man noted that the immortal unexpectedly solved problems with the Jade Seal and immediately became a hero in the eyes of people. The reliability of this information was in doubt. Taking the cup in his hand, he continued that they have 2 ways at the moment to solve the problem. The first way is to close his eyes on the latest news and remain loyal to the Empress's dogs, and the second is to strike when the Empress with her husband will be far apart. Having shot a cup on the table, he said that they would no longer remain silent, otherwise they would lower to the level of ordinary locals. Meanwhile, in the quarters of the Empress Li Jun, he thought that their hearts finally became one and that it was very dramatic to know all the truth about each other in this way. But he believed that everything is better, do not need to keep a secret from each other, which significantly lifted his mood. His wife began to wake up slowly under the rays of the bright sun, and the guy asked what the dream of this night was. The girl replied that the dream in their home was much better, because the house is more cozy. Looking at his wife who was yawning, with tenderness, he agreed with her and decided what they would spend the night at home today. Now he understood why she always woke up so early and left the house for the morning audience. Sitting at a round table with the beau, drinking tea, the girl, laughing, asked how he understood her morning lifts and noted that they were different, and she had her work responsibilities. The guy noted that taking a residence fee, too, rolled up and through herself that he also took a lot of strength. Josie replied that she is not concerned about how exhausting it is, because meetings with nobles and ministers will deplete it morally and soon he will understand it. The girl suggested that he look at the records in which the elders had already raised the question of his past and atrocity. After reading some of the records, the guy felt more annoyance, because it was stated that he was dangerous, uncontrolled by a thief that he considered a continuous lies. Looking at the expression of his wife, who was looking at him, he began to justify and prove that it was all a solid lie, because she knows what he really is. Returning and leaving the room, his wife was rushing her husband, because soon the morning meeting will begin. Chen was angry that he could not immediately reveal the personality of the immortal, and he forced him to perceive him as the guardian of Her Majesty. He was most angry that he even offered him to enter 6 doors. Perhaps it was a very big leader of the rebels. He was approached by the Empress with her husband, and the guy politely greeted with a smile, wished a good morning, which even more became the guard. Being in a protective pose, Chen asked the Empress whether her husband was rude with her, otherwise, according to her order, he would at the same time execute him. The beautiful Empress denied this proposal and asked how the morning gathering the immortal thought that he never allowed himself bad treatment of his wife. Chen reported that this time there were many elders from noble families and significant figures of Dagon, as well as those who tried to drop the emperor's past, and they all adhered to the same thought. These words were very upset by the realized that things her husband was in a hurry to assure her what would be next to her and support her in any case. Li Jun reported that he did not matter who they were if they would insult it. He would beat words were angered by the Empress's guard, who robbed his face from rage. In the spacious hall, where the morning collection should take place, many significant figures gathered. The hall was completely filled with people, which was not before, and everyone was waiting for the Empress. The investigator watched men from noble families. Understanding that they did not come here with good intentions, he was interested in the question of whether the Empress could resist the elder army arrived in the hall. Everyone began to whisper among themselves. He stated that no matter how fascinated by Her Majesty an evil demon, he had no choice but to come and help her get rid of him, to which other nobility representatives began to support him and promised that they would stop the thief and save the Empress. The old man laughed, assured that it was only tricks to confuse other people from the Panther and make them believe that the rebel army leader was conquered. Therefore, he was to be with someone narrow relationships, and the best bond is married. He urged people to prove that they were not in fact in love with each other. So he ordered everyone to gather the most information about the Empress and the rebel army leader. According to him, they are on different sides of the barricades, moreover, as they can be married so unexpectedly, because no one heard anything about it, and it could not happen accidentally. The older wickedly thought he would say a few words later and solve this problem, and will set up these two against one. In the huge hall of the palace intended for morning audiences, the crowd was exquisitely dressed in rows, waiting for the arrival of the Empress. The elder, smiling confidently, reassured those who gathered for this assembly, promising them another chance. The Empress had just sat on the throne in a striking outfit, looked extremely majestic, allowing her to rise from his knees. But the peace of the hall was frightened when a man with a smile suddenly appeared, ready to kill everyone for her. Chen was angry, not understanding why this guy appeared here, because it was the imperial palace. The people who gathered in the hall were surprised that the Empress just laughed. Looking at this picture, the senior decided to start his plan and approached the Empress, leaning to crying. He began to cry frantically, saying that he, like an older elder, was crying, being in the imperial palace, and did not believe that she could not respond to it. The Empress was surprised why he was crying, because she has not died, reported that she was too old and demons are climbing into his head, to which the man frightened his stupid. She ordered him to take him and give him eye drops. These words shocked the old man, and he realized that the Empress was different from what she was before, because she now fulfills her responsibilities better. Li Jian, watching this picture, was satisfied with the actions of her wife, understanding how wise she is able to get rid of obstacles. When the guards removed the elder from the hall, he finally had to shout that their family's future could be destroyed by her hands. Then the Empress ordered him to release him and asked how she could destroy the future of her family. The senior immediately reported that in his opinion, Her Majesty guesses what the elder wants to talk about, because he counts that the leader of the rebel army is guilty of everything. In his opinion, she should not cooperate with him, otherwise the state threatens the end. In the next moment, the hall lost from convincing homens, which was pouring in the direction of the tried to convey to her that the elder is right to all, urging to consider the case. Chen realized that the elders were not so defenseless, and decided to make his move. He was surprised how elders may not be aware of the presence of personal relationships between the Empress and Li Yang. The Empress, raising his eyebrows, asked the elders majestically whether they thought that her country could be selected. The old man, with tears in his eyes, argued that the wolf cannot be put into the room, and that it would end the end if it starts. He stressed that this person has chosen the demonic path and challenges the inheritance. It is a continuous disrespect for ancestors. The Empress, having shown curiosity, asked the elders about the importance of celebrating, answered the affirmative. The girl, smiling, noted that if it is true to follow the traditions, the elder would already be dead for such an appeal to the Empress. The old man answered, calling her to think, making her is looking for a way to turn the situation to his side, cursing it for courage. Tears poured out of his eyes when he fell on his knees, desperately convincing the Empress to expel her husband from the palace until it was too late. This dramatic scene looked like a distinct tragedy, with loyal subjects who followed his example and also fell on his knees. However, such public pressure seemed unpleasant to the Empress, who began to lose. Never expected that elders could resort to public tricks as crying and kneeling. The immortal annoyed the conversation that they were afraid of his presence in the capital, especially attempts to convince his wife that he would destroy everything, will start mocking her. The guy decided to get out of the shadow and performed into the elder's return to the sounds of his suggested that he express it directly. The old elder was killed, seeing her husband, and did not understand where he came from, even if he was the husband of the Empress, because it is impossible to ignore her presence. The couple began discussion with the help of gestures, which was the right to support and cheered the Empress. When the guy appeared in the hall around, everyone fell silent, only surprised they watched the advent of the uninvited guest. He cheered why they fell silent, because now there is liberalism and democracy, so everyone can speak freely. The elders shocked the appearance of the bow in the hall and they expected the course of the Empress, but she just smiled quietly. The old interest in question is whether this guy is so influential. Perhaps the Empress has decided to make her move. But here, suddenly Li Jian pulled out the sword and threatened them to say that he was surprised. The guy was terrifying. Why? They were silent and assured that if someone is threatening, then he would understand and establish justice. The next moment, the elders worshipped the immortal and began to assure that they only wanted to say that Her Majesty was very wise. But here the old elder decided to speak and worship the Empress. That he had something to words were very annoyed by Li Yang and his eyes lit up with evil fire. The men in the hall realized that no one except the elder Yu would more than dare to speak, so they froze in anticipation. The Empress proudly ordered him to tell him, and the old man began to tell him quickly that her actions could lead to the destruction of the country and soon there would be nothing left here. In the hall, men began to whisper, I supporting the elder and realizing that everything depends only on him, because if this thief begins to control the country, then the troubles will not be missing. Hearing this whisper, the old man returned to the men sharply and began to shout that he was personally admiring Her Majesty and that she could not plan such a vague revolution. Hink that he would not be able to put up with the fact that someone was saying that His Majesty, so he decided to pretend that he also agreed with them, because their main goal is to attract attention. The old elder was glad that his plan remained open and no one suspected a traitor. He was now convinced that the Empress and the immortal couple, although he had doubted their close relationship before, he noticed that when the offensive began, The guy rose from nowhere, so he observed that he made his own conclusions and understood that at the moment the main purpose for him was to save himself. The elders were in a hurry to justify themselves in front of the bull, claiming that they had suspected the elderly, but did not expect a slight misunderstanding. They assured that all their actions are directed only for the benefit of Guy. Smiled and reported that otherwise he was ready for fighting. The old elder had to agree with the decision of the empress, and he worshipped politely. The emperor ordered them to leave the hall if they finished leaving the palace. The elders quarreled with each other and blamed each. The guy enjoyed the opportunity to mock them. That sunny morning, the couple decided to stroll around the city, but for some reason the empress was upset that she had to use such a blackmail method as threats. The guy just smiled and assured her that everything went as best, and the performance was interesting for him. Josie wondered if he would use this method against her in the future, if he needed to persuade Guy deny, because she would fulfill his request. To which the girl put her hands on her chest and reported that she was an empress, and it is not necessary to apply such methods of threats to her. When they came to the house and opened the door, they noticed in the yard Lee Sui with a broom in their hands, which cleaned the yard. The girl was shocked that the couple behaved as if nothing had. Appearance did not indicate that there were so many interesting things in the day. The guy wondered if the head of the Wan family was in the house, but she denied. Informed that he was in a nearby house and had a desire to say something important, the couple decided that it would be time to talk to Old Wan, so they decided to go to the house immediately, and Lee Sui at this time tried to stop them. When they entered the house, they saw that everything was covered with empty boxes and pieces of paper, creating incredible chaos. This spectacle shocked the couple, raising a lot of questions, and Li Zhu squeezed, afraid to move. Under the interrogative views, the girl replied that she thought they would not return from the imperial palace and leave to live there. Immortal became interested in where she came from so many flavors, and the girl replied that he was cunning to ask them to bring them when he brought the head of the family Wan. She laughed nervously, but the next moment the guy struck her on his forehead. The upset girl was holding her head, and the guy told her here quickly to remove everything. The girl reported that she was very pleased with their return, but she hoped that they would stay forever in the imperial palace. The guy said it was not in his plans. He could not lose such a house. Gently looked at his wife and took her hand. Lee Su watched this picture, and she had to think about if she would not happen that one day the guy would leave the empress. Josie replied that her father died because of fatigue, and even though he was her father, they were not close. She could not count him with his native person, and after his death in general had to assert her rights to the throne. When asked where other heirs went, the girl easily answered that she sent them away. The boy has sweat on his face, knowing how cruel his wife is when she is betrayed. The girl with a cute smile assured that she would not kill him unless he communicates with other sweet girls. The guy quickly tried to assure her that it would never happen, and the wife replied that in the end it would not be easy to hide again. So for starters she can come up with different punishments. That was very frightened by the bow. The immortal decided to talk to Huan's family head and then transfer his case to court. Going into the room where the old man was sitting at the table and drinking tea, the guy asked how his work and whether he had a desire to escape, because no one was guarding him. The man sadly reported that his family is now gone and now nowhere to die. It is better to die, and he is ashamed of the harm he brought to society. The man was ready to tell everything, but asked to fulfill his ask for his family and children to live alone. The guy replied that his wife had already taken away, so she was upset. Man asked nothing more about them. Then the man began to tell that about a year ago, after the death of the emperor, his heirs began to fight for the throne. They were in the struggle for power. At this time, one person from his family found the opportunity to claim that was very interested in this information, and leaning to the old one, began to question the details. The man replied that since May last year this struggle has been taking place, and the guy noticed a strange a day before he fled from the rebel army. The name of a stranger who found the head of the family Wan Sui Kin. The stranger claimed that he is one of the army members, has great power, but unfortunately, he was blind and had a lot of confidential information. The guy acknowledged that he had never heard about this person, although he knew he felt that this man was a bad person. The head of the Wan family frowned his eyebrows and sweating, reported that he only realized that this man was one of the remnants of the past. The old man reported that all the ancestors have died, that their heirs will always pursue the idea of recovery of the past regime, so they have accumulated strength in the last few years. One assured that although the present opportunities do not match the past, but they have a great advantage, they cooperate with Beijuan and Nanman. The guy assured that in his opinion, the two liked their goods, and Fruit added that according to the man, he cooperated with the rebels and that is all that he knows. After this conversation, the immortal thanked for the information and assured his head his one that he could find him a worthy executioner. Having walked outside, Li Zheng wondered that that mysterious man should be connected with the destruction of Li Sui's family, but could not understand why it. The next moment, Li Sui ran to him and shouted that the bad things were bad. Stopping before the bowl, she began to tell you hysterically that many people sent many gifts in thus trying to compensate for the wedding ceremony that did not happen. They also reported that if he does not mind, then they would all come to the wedding ceremony of the boys were very annoyed with this information. When they arrived home, Li Zheng saw big chests with gifts and the guy was annoyed that all these people are not as simple as they seem, because they count that he has demonic blood. He believed that if they have a wedding, some could take advantage of Suik, became interested in gifts and no longer saw anything around. Therefore, despite this number of gifts, he believed that it was a trap to check them. The wife was very sad and the guy suggested that her think well about the wedding, then the reputation would be spoiled. The girl sighed heavily and assured that it is not in the wedding and her main purpose is to show that they live in safe thanks to a bow, not an empress. Li Yun smiled cheerfully, reported that he had been accustomed to this situation, was very disappointed by the empress and to press the bad attitude of the nobility to her husband. The guy trying to support his wife assured that he appreciates her experiences in relation to him, but believes that they should not have their relationships. He believed that having arranged a wedding, they could make a lot of noise, because earlier he had conflicts with her people. The girl considered it necessary to thank the boy for his. She handed him a gold plate, with which he could dispose of all people in the palace in his absence. Although, despite everything, he could easily deal with half the army on his own, she in any case wanted to gain his trust. Looking at this golden thing, the guy thought that she wanted to protect him and show that, except for her, no one could manage him anymore. When the couple sat on the bed and was preparing for sleep, there was a conversation between them, in which the guy asked that the empress considers it necessary to do with all these families. The girl was upset that at such a moment, when they could finally be alone, he continues to talk about things. The guy replied that a little nervous, because a few days ago, he could not imagine such a life and all seemed something strange to him. Watching his beautiful wife, who was quietly sleeping in their bed, the guy agreed that the bed was more comfortable at home. His wife evoked pleasant, delicate emotions, because it was so sweet that it caused a sense of love in the soul. He wished her a good rest and noted that she could rely on him, and he went on the road. Adventures. Thinking that everything is not so simple and cannot be that the remains of the past dynasty found their house only in the Huan family and logically that other families are also connected. Therefore, he went in search of a trader. Guy was surprised by the strange things that were connected with the main entrance to the palace. But here at his distraction, Chen Hai, who asked what happened and why the guy came here late at night. The security commander warned the guy that even if they have a connection with the empress and a warm relationship, it does not mean that he can do everything. Immortal reported that he received some information about the past dynasty from the head of the one family. The conversation became more calm and let him ask whether he wanted to say that there are more families who are in contact with past dynasties, not understanding how to have a connection. Then the guy suggested to check the resources of families in the last year, but the guard thoughtfully assured that they had such an opinion, that they fake everything very well. Then the guy proposed to check the movement of money according to economic theory, assuring that he had never had a dream to deal with representatives of the past dynasty. Chen let him think that if this boy had no connection with the empress, he would have already nailed him. Sharply turning around and throwing the bow's shoulder to follow him, the guard went to the palace. Reflecting on Li Yan's favorable plan, he was interested in the good knowledge of the boy, but he was a rebel, although he had a desire to join him. But most of all, he was drained by the fact that he could not overcome him. Li Jun suggested improving the relationship, but the guard only offered to close his mouth and follow etiquette. They came to a large room with high ceilings, which was fully filled with books where all the records of past dynasties were stored. Since there was too much information, they decided to split and began to rush on the shelves. Finding a book and viewing its content, Li Yun was interested in some fact that on January 1st, the one family secretly crossed the product. The guy noted that there are too many books here, so it is worth paying attention to the family whose actions are most suspected. Finding another record, the guy suspected a family of a U had made a strange movement, realizing that he was on the right track at them from the very beginning. But in fact, the reason was that they gave the least gifts that surprised Chen Hea, because they are part of the imperial core and should be evidence to suspect them. The guy was angry with the whole situation and, in fact, he was already pretending that everything was well. And in his soul he raged a storm and wanted to kill everyone around. Go into the estate of the U. The guy noted that they were trying to copy someone's appearance of the house. According to the old habit, he knocked the door at a confident step inside the yard. Inside, he noticed a large number of people, which only confirmed his assumption, and May even was met by a large number of women who began to invite inside. The old owner came out here and began to politely meet the guest. He kneeled in front of him, assuring that they were glad to visit the rebel leader, saying that the estate of the Sui will thrive. The boy was so angry that he hit the man in his face, throwing back. The guy immediately began to say the claims of the old man, asking why he decided to put him. The man, smiling, began to assure that it was just a misunderstanding, and by the way the rebel leader can choose any lady he liked, pointing his hand at the women behind him. But these words were angry with Li Jun even more, and, taking the old man's peel, began to shake and shout that would break his neck now. Returning to the girls, he drove them away, pointing to leave this place, and began to reassure the guy, apologizing and promising to compensate him for misunderstanding him. They entered the house together, and when the guy was held in a specially equipped room, the man showed him chests filled with golden twists, which were intended for the treasury from their clan. Now it became clear that they were specifically sacrificed to cook more, because they wanted the leader himself to come personally. The old man stated that his goal was to return to work. He told the conversation that when the guy with the empress came, he realized that the times had changed, and now he wanted to live and work for a new era. The guy noted that all this did not matter to him, and began to ask whether representatives of the past dynasties did not appear to him. The old man explained that they sent a person, but their family is different from the Wan family, because they are not interested in grabbing the imperial chair. Their goal is to just live a normal life. The reason for the high income of the family was that they persuaded another family to obey them, and they provided money that got into the treasury. However, their attempts to keep this person were in vain, and the guy promised to speak to the empress for the old elder. The elder decided to add a few words, expressing the opinion that the appearance of a leader is a good sign, because he became the first person in history to whom they are so hated and indignant. Returning home and watching his wife, who slept peacefully, the guy dreamed of improving cases in the capital and weakening one of the most influential families. Suddenly, his wife opened her eyes, sat down in bed, and asks her husband where. He answered with the laughter that bypassed the territory, building relations with others. She assured him that he did not need to do it, because in any case he would remain her husband, and everything else did not matter. This moment looked very cute, and they began to get ready for this night. Turned out to be particularly pleasant. She expressed some gentle words to him, kissing and asking not to leave her. The Klopets assured her that he would never leave her lover. The next sunny morning, her wife woke up in a great mood, and in the morning, she was curious about the fact that her husband looked as if he had passed a hard day. The guy, sighing, told that he felt well, but she was talking a lot at night and talking in a dream. From this he felt so troubled that he was afraid to look, because she could probably kill him in a dream. The girl became interested in what she was talking. Guy told that she was fond of him, saying that he wanted to hug him and kiss. It struck the wife because she had never shown such in herself before. Turning sharply, she waved her hand irritatedly, emphasizing that she was not like that, and decided to go to the morning audience. Meanwhile, Chen stood interesting on the street near the door, holding there all night. Protected the dream of the was convinced that Her Majesty would be satisfied. Seeing the Empress, the guard bowed, greeted her, but she did not even notice him. Staring at the event of the night, during the morning audience, one elder spoke with the question of the past dynasty, believing that this issue should be resolved immediately. Although the emperor and the rebels practically agreed on peace, the conflict erupted again through the provocateurs. The empress noted that she had heard about this story and asked the officer if he believed that they were them. The elder said that this morning the news came from the border, which confirms it. Moreover, there have been destroyed mines that have remained since the last dynasty, and there are many books about the uprising on the borders written during the reign of the last dynasty. The book information made a great impression on the turned out that they were written by the one who visited the empress. As the man informed, she realized that her husband wrote these books, but she was annoyed that someone wanted to capture her country using her husband's records. Li Yun tasted aromatic tea until a book fell on the table, so he had to shed tea. He was in front of his angry imperative wife, who called him a fool and blamed him of all the sins of the world. Looking at the books, he realized that it was the same records that he created during the uprising, but he could not understand that they were wrong with them. According to the empress, these books are used by those who are left of the last dynasty as an instruction that there is nothing wrong with this, because to raise the uprising, you need to guess the time, place and mood of the locals. And now is the time when people are all well and no one wants to rebel against the empress. The empress remembered that her husband had contacts earlier and was then that the guy was engaged in cultivation and was almost defeated. But fortunately, he managed to win everyone. They respected the martial arts, so they received it. Girl thoughtfully asked her husband as the tribe was called and what place she occupied in the alliance of Nanmen Mountains. Li Jun reported that it was a very small tribe, and it could not enter. The guy plunged into memories and began to remember that the tribe seemed called the Black Horn. He once was part of this tribe, whose representatives were dressed as savages and had a shaman, who walked with several men who helped him get rid of enemies. Then he just wanted to find a woman from a tribe, and came across reel of the representatives of this tribe, holding in the hands of a overcome enemy, counted him with a meteorite. The guy was surprised to be their mental ability and reported that a meteorite is a space stone and, in this case, it is people not stones. Taking his head began to shout that they could not wait for their leader to come, because he said that he would return when a meteorite fell on the ground, and they could not wait for him. These words were very annoyed by a man, so he hit the savage on the face, calling a man denied in such a nickname because he and the leader noted that they have more than 30 and this it is rare. Then the man decided to open their eyes, informing that in his opinion with their leader something happened. Being a shaman in this tribe, he had a magical tool, a turtle armor, with which he made calculations and found out what problem the leader faced. After shaking the turtle's shell, 3 teeth looked at which he was formidably reported that their leader was in trouble because he met with Empress Dagon. The tribe suggested go into the Mountain Alliance and finding someone from the past dynasty. They were going to ask them for help, and then go to Dagon together to save the leader. Thinking about his past life, the guy suspected that this could be a mixed tribe of him was worried about a bad anticipation, as if everything had been resolved. From his sad thoughts, he was distracted by Li Su, who joyfully ran into the house and asked why he was now not with Zoe. The guy replied that his wife was sleeping in the afternoon and decided to talk to the guy. Sadly, reported that he had a guess regarding the destruction of Li's family. He told the girl, putting his hands on his chest, that someone from the rebel army has connections with a person from the past dynasty, and the Li family can be destroyed through this person if it is related to the insurgent army. Then it is related to somehow and with him. Li Zu began to assure the boy that he was not guilty of this and asked why someone from the rebel army to harm her family. The immortal also did not know the answer to this question, but he was going to go to Nanmen soon to announce and find out more information. Suddenly, Chen He appeared in the door, who was breathing hard, was covered with den and sought the empress. The empress's husband reported that she was resting in the room and asked what happened. The guard reported that there was a trouble at the Ant. People from the past dynasty have formed an alliance and their army invaded several cities at the border. Therefore, they need an indication of Her Majesty about their actions, because he does not know to advance or retreat. The guy reported that he would handle such a trifle, and that the security guard reacted very negatively, being sure that he could not handle it. But Li Jun surprised and disappointed Chen Hai, saying that the empress allowed him to make his own decisions. With a smile assured that he read the 3 Kingdom and in many respects now, he assured that he was at one time the best pioneer, which knocked out of the Panthalic and angered the guard even more. The guy decided to hit the moment and talk about the attitude of Chen Hai to the motives to help Li Yun. Li Jun decided to inform the guard that real life is raging in the Ryonshans on the streets of the city, where you can hear different stories, and although his wife was able to manage the country, but still the people dissolve bad thoughts about her, which are false. The guard immediately became angry and tried to knock out the names of these 10 men, but the guy assured that his wife would only be worse. The guy only wanted to say that his wife manages the country in his own way, and he only wants to support it, so that the guard manager may not worry and allow the guy to understand everything. On the same day, the immortal, together with Chen He, came to the office of the Empress, where they had to discuss important things. Li Yun sat in his wife's chair and immediately realized that it was her guard doubted the abilities of the boy. The guy assured the guard who will cope with detailed notes, because it is not so difficult, and the man underestimates him. But in the next moment, he thought of starting to work after noon sleep, since there were a lot of their duties, and now he understood why the rulers were dying from fatigue. While reading one of the notes, which referred to the respect of the saints and the construction of temples, the Chen was indignant. It turned out that these costs are in favor of the minister of the rituals. The empress spends considerable money on it, and they are constantly lacking. The ministry, if the empress refuses to expenditures, begins to indignate and blame women that they do not understand anything in rituals. The guy screamed sharply, promising to announce them for mocking his to him. These are only disadvantaged people want to build many temples for personal enrichment. He promised to prevent the pen into his hand. He carefully wrote on paper that he read it and recommended to shoot everyone. Chen was surprised by such a decisive answer, that the guy advised to calculate how much money it were criminally taken out of the minister's treasury and pointed out to assign their return. The guard assured that the loss could be calculated, but was not sure whether everyone should be shot, since it was too cruel, and even the empress would not issue such an order. The guy assured that the minister can have many supporters, and making such decisions is very risky, but he does not understand what can happen and they can do. Even if the uprising is, it will not allow them, and in the future no one dares to offend his wife. Chen, let the servant carefully check all the people on the list, even if at first glance they look clean. Now the guy was ready to take abroad questions, inspiring his plans on paper and saying that the military was doing everything wrong. The guard was not surprised by such activity of the immortal, but frightened in the boy's aura, as if he would be able to overcome thousands of enemies. When it began to get dark, the guy completed the decision and assured the guard commander that if they follow his advice, the enemy army will not have a chance to win. However, if it does not work, he personally will go to the border. She thought she just lay down a little. While he had already arrested the entire ministry of the realized that now no one was able to offend her, and everyone would be afraid. The man cheered her cheerfully, asking her not died of fatigue, having to solve so many important cases. She replied that she was able to distribute the load and rest well as asked why people on the street praised the empress. He said with laughter that it is not surprising that she was praised for good deeds, and no one was able to talk to her back. The wife leaned over him, offering to take her place and take up for imperial affairs, but the guy politely refused. The girl assured her husband that he was not obliged to take responsibility if someone used his achievement, but she wanted to create a good reputation. However, he denied the words of his wife, stating that he does not matter what others are talking about him, only what his lover thinks about him. The girl, looking in love with her husband, assured that he in her opinion is majestic and invincible, but the guy assured her that there is only one person better than him, and is his beloved wife who is the best in the world. But the girl was offended that she would better renounce what would use her status to praise himself, although the guy did not mean it at all. The girl assured her husband that he should not morally press on herself and be responsible for other people, because the empress she and her task to make him happy. The guy wondered that in this case, turns out that he is a dependent, and the girl supports this opinion, suggested in this case to be a good boy and obey her. Meanwhile, in the Suhun Wall Tower, the wall flew with a grunt due to a powerful explosion and people flew in different directions from the explosive wave. In her place was a sweet girl who was annoyed that these people wanted to make these embroidery needles with her. Her name was Wan King and she was the best student of the palace of the Nefitova Virgin, reading colored books, Fruit Ninja Underground World. You all interested in the question how did it appear here? It happened a year ago, when she accidentally found a yellow book from her master that day and told her a shame for reading the obscene books. After that, she was expelled from the palace, from which she flew with kicks under the came to the capital a few days ago and spent all her money. But a good middle-aged woman offered her work and the girl decided to agree. She told Owen King, which sees great potential in it, and if she worked diligently, it will soon become better even while in herself. And of this woman, who was desperately quarreling and calling her crazy, because today the most influential people of the capital gathered here and today, there will be a day of closing the Huncha Hotel. The girl agreed that everyone should be responsible for their actions, and the woman wondered if she was going to correct her mistakes. Or land she pounced on a woman with a cry, accusing her, because it did not apply to her, and if she did not call her to work here, then nothing would happen and the girl would not want to kill them all. In the next moment, a frantic cry and a request were heard for the whole hotel, that they would faster calling security and not allowing this girl to escape. When the girl ran down the street, she realized what it means to live in the capital, because the guard was already running after her, and she had the last hope that they were not as smart as she is. Running, she saw too from the corner a man with a woman, whom the Empress was in fact with her husband. The girl was very annoyed with their appearance, but in the next moment she noticed as the guy suddenly disappeared. She did not have time to be surprised as she felt a stroke with a stone on the nape of his neck, and the guy stood behind her. After looking at the girl's clothes, the immortal noticed the pendant with the fish that looked from her backpack. Reading the security report, it became so cruel to the girl because she beat young people from noble families. Li Jan, looking at the girl who lay before him, became interested in where she had the thing he had noticed on his backpack. The wife wondered why her husband was so excited, and he noted that if his wife had not told him, he would think that this mysterious stranger was dressed in women's clothing. The boy had a sweat on his face, and he was pleased that he was lucky not to lean himself in front of his wife. He explained to his wife that he considered the sign of the rebel army that was on the girl, and this information was very surprised by the Empress. Explaining, the guy pointed to the green fish icon, which indicated that it was a stranger of the noted that this token is different from those they used before. Suddenly, the mysterious stranger woke up and screamed from the pain that she felt sharply in the nape. She asked what happened and why she was unconscious, but the next moment noticed her jade pendant in the hands of the immortal. She demanded to turn it back immediately, because it was a gift from her to the boy. The girl felt an infinite fear that cried all her movements. The guy told her to sit quietly and answer the question, asking how she got that, looked at the option of scaring the guy, because she is the best student of the palace of the Nephritic Virgin. Not having the opportunity to return, the girl realized how strong his aura is, assuming how cool he was. But in the next moment, she fell to her knees and began to pray, promising to do everything he would tell, and ready to give her life for the rebel leader. Responding to her words, the guy did not understand why she did so, because he was only interested in the question of where she came from this pendant. At this point, the tenant entered the office, deciding to understand recognized the girl and asked what she was doing here. When asked Immortal about their acquaintance, the girl explained that they met 6 months ago when she was homeless, and they learned many things in a lot. Meanwhile, a mysterious stranger, having rejoiced that she got to her friends Li Sui, which determined the situation not too critical, because she thought she had to end. The stranger began to say that she got this jade pendant a year ago. Someone came to her master and left this thing, and she gave it to her. The guy seriously asked or remembered those people, and the girl answered that they could not be forgotten. It was a barbarian and a blind man. Remembering it with fear in her eyes, also reported that their leader was a straw hat and noted that men could usually not enter the Jade Palace. She does not know how they did, but a piece of land in front of the palace disappeared at one point. She remembered that he showed his majesty and they were helpless. She still remembers that her husband pulled them then. A man in a straw hat said, he is one of the rulers of the rebel army and may say exactly that she will soon be disbanded because he will go. He promised to take power in his own hands and assured that a new era would soon come, hiding his eyes behind his way. After listening to the information they received from the stranger, the guy he guessed that their plans were long-term and related to the change of the era. The stranger was quietly asking for a girlfriend to her owner, where he had so much strength, and whether he would not care for her. Li Sui reported that he was the rebel leader and that her girlfriend may not be worried, because his wife is much more beautiful than her. The guy asked the girl what a jade pendant, replied that the master said he had saved her life, but she did not know the details. Li Yum was disappointed that he knew that there was a traitor among his. They have been fighting for 5 years. He considered it a failure for himself as a commander. However, The wife began to reassure the husband, convincing him that it is difficult to find it for the immortal, so he was not guilty of anything. The guy liked how his wife reassured him, and he believed that she was generally right. The wife believed that no one had the right to look at her husband, because then she would be. She believed that even he should not relate to himself. The next moment, their attention is a distraction of the fireworks, which someone decided to run up into the sky, and which was well visible from the window. Lee Sui noted that it is strange to run fireworks today because the holidays have not yet come. Her girlfriend realized that she was a signal of help from the palace of a jade virgin, and she could not understand why he suddenly appeared here. It was obvious that something bad happened, and the girl had to run quickly to solve the situation. But the immortal offered her help. At that time, 3 robbers stood with naked swords opposite the girl Lion's Jui from the palace of a jade virgin and promised her a massacre. She looked at them with hatred, and men with malicious smiles promised not to kill her if they would obey their orders. But the next moment, a stone flew into one of them that it fell to the ground. They looked at surprise because they were interested in who could laugh at them, dreaming of beating the brave man who did it. What was their surprise when they saw that they were attacked by a girl, a student from the palace of a jade virgin. Owen King reported that she traveled around the world for 6 months and finally realized her true. Men saw her horrible aura and were frightened that they would cause them evil. The unexpected rescuer came to her girlfriend, began to shout, why, and did not call for help if she could not escape from the robbers. To laugh and prove to the girls that even if they scream, only the throats would break and no one would come to their rescue, and assured that their lives would be sacrificed for the sake of a new era. The next moment, 2 of his comrades on both sides were injured by stones in the head that shocked the robber. Looking back, he saw the immortal, who easily juggled with stones and watched the picture fun. The robber was frightened and asked who is a mysterious stranger, realizing that if he wants to defeat this strong enemy, he should call for the help of people. Lifting up a pipe that glowed with golden light, he shouted all the power, asking for a piercing heaven to send a powerful army. Lifting their heads to heaven, they saw a fireworks that was a sign of men mockingly informed the guy that he would not handle them. If he wants to escape, then let it do it immediately as long as he has a chance. But in the meantime, he was agitated why no one comes to the rescue. The guy calmly reported that the man would not worry, because soon they would fly, and this information was very surprised by the robber. And the next moment behind him fell of the lab body. The man only staring at his eyes and could not understand that for the dark power he began to throw his powerful warriors, who began to fall from heaven to earth from heaven. After a while, the whole lawn was littered with the bodies of his warriors, and the robber remained alone with the enemy. And then he realized that the guy opposite, the real stranger, only said calmly to tell about the new era. The girlfriends watched all the action and watched the younger eyes of the boy and asked her older sister where she was able to agree with such a powerful master. Her girlfriend, putting her hands in the sides, only laughing, reported that it was all thanks to her incredible charisma. Anger girl became angry that her sister character, who was the best student of the palace of the Jade Virgin, fell to the status of a corrupt girl, and her girlfriend denied the idea of trade in her body. Meanwhile, without listening to the girl's conversations, Li Jun tried to ask the robber with his name and to whom he works. The man reported that his name is Tahua, and his chief is the famous John San. Feeling notes of lies in response to a man, an immortal grabbing his hands, he began to break them, and an unpleasant crunch was heard. The man shouted not in his voice, but from his hand suddenly splashed blood, and he fell around with his hands broken. The guy assured him that he would not die, but would suffer when Li Jun would break his bones until he began to speak. The man began to tell the truth that his name is the name of an indefinite immortal, realized that it was not as easy to bring a man to the pure truth as it seemed. His new girlfriend jumped to the prisoner and reported that he would not tell anything, because the dead pig was not afraid of burning and suggested to come up with a new way to make him talk. The robber began to laugh and offered to apply his body to the girl to solve his tongue, notifying that he was not afraid of death. Words. The girl was incredibly angry and offered to throw him in a cage with a wolf who was not fed for 3 days, but she doubted that it would help a lot, looking at the stubbornness of the captive. At that time, she suggested that his fingers or torn his nails, and in general there were 26 popular methods of torture. Although she was sure that none of them would work on it, Li Young was interested in the girl's offer and he thought about the use of these methods. which greatly made the robber nervous, and he then promised to tell everything on his face. He began to say that they come from the border and their task consists of destroying all organizations of the underground world and the palace of the Nefertova Virgin on the account. The girl from the palace of the Jade Virgin attacked the captive, demanding that they tell him why they do it and what is their goal. The man in the heavy sieve reported that their main purpose is to find a mineral, because all the preservation of the mineral is in Dagon. The girl became very angry, realizing that they wanted to use people to make minerals from their energy, but the immortal believed that it was impossible, because the chances of transformation are close to zero. Even if you spend 20 years, not the fact that the transformation would work out. He wondered whether they had some special equipment, but the man replied that he did not know any, has just an order given by the follower of the Zhao Chuhan dynasty. And the last issue of Li Yang concerned the jade pendant of the insurgent army in the form of a fish, namely by whom it was done. The robber tried to answer, and the next moment from his mouth the blood of a fountain shed, and he fell dead to the ground. The immortal assured the girls that he died not because of the poison, because his blood was just an unexpected death, because no one noticed that he did something with him. However, the guy decided that for starters, it would return to the city and ask experts to open the body. He was very disappointed, because he almost received the answer and wondered who could help them. Returning home in the evening and talking to the Empress, she said that the detailed notes they received in these couple of days, it is known that the situation on the border was getting out of control. The guy is all as possible to understand which of his past friends could be involved in this, and his wife asked why Li Jun and still calls this man with his friend. They began to quarrel with Jolie, and the guy assured her that he was not upset, but just wanted to set up this situation to spend more time with his wife in the palace. The next morning, a carriage with two men moved in the woods, and inside the shaman with a stranger discussed the death of the robber. The shaman told his owner that Aintzid broke, holding his voodoo doll with his head punched by his head. The doll was created in the image of a man, had streams on the cheeks of blood tears, and fed into the body of a row. After showing a doll, he reported that if you say that it is impossible to pronounce, there is only one way for a person death. The shaman, despite his words, looked at the interlocutor from his long hair and said that the case was too simple, and reminded that the man did not forget about his mission, because only he can do it. His interlocutor reassured shaman, assuring that his sister is very gentle and he would be able to send her on the path true. The third prince of the empire, Dagon Shozashan, was a secret interlocutor of shaman. Early the next morning, the immortal sat on the roof of his house and meditated in the chi energy. It seemed that he fully recovered to his peak form, and wounds had healed with an imperial seal, but he had not yet fully filled the energy of chi. This meant that he became stronger and stronger every time he came to death, so he looked like a monkey cyan. From meditation and reflection, his distraction, Chen Hai, who called and began to shout that he had an urgent case. The guard told the man of the Empress that he should report some information he received, although His Majesty did not say it. Li Jun suspected that his wife tried to say about his pregnancy and was very happy, but his suspicions were in vain. Chen let some annoyance reported that the imperial prince was returning the palace, but this news was not interested in the guy. He ordered the guest to rest if he did something illegal, but the guard reported that the case was not so simple and he would like the third prince to fight for the throne. Chen let him tell the story according to which the first prince had to become the ruler from the very beginning, but when the uprising began, he disappeared and nothing was heard about him. At that time, His Majesty was too busy with the rebels, so after his death, the crown prince did not take the throne and the ruler was not appointed. Then all the principals and princesses began to fight for the throne and eventually won its majesty, thanks to her talent and mine. Li Yun understood the guard of the guard and concluded that he wanted him to remove the prince before his leg enters the capital. But the security commander assured that the purpose of the prince's visit to the capital was a vacation due to a serious injury in the border. But his intuition suggested that something bad would happen, and he gave a book in his hands, a report from which the guy realized that waiting for something good is not worth it and still loves to care for girls, wondering as such a person can count the hero. Chen Hai replied that he was connected with the past dynasty, and they fake his feats and most likely he had no reason to return to the capital. Li Jun thought it was a good chance to lure them and see what they would do. The guard reported that the study of the corpse was completed and was able to find out only that in His blood was sharp in a splash of chi, and it was not because of poison. The guy was interested in the question of how they could kill the man. Suddenly, shouts and guards with the rebel leader were interested in the events on the street. It turned out that a group of men caught on Li Sui and her girlfriends, and they tried to reflect them. Li Su tried to snatch her hand out of the paws of the giant and shouted at him to let her go. The man at the time assured her that she was very lucky, that the prince had served her, and assured that he would spend only one night with her and no one would harm her. But the next moment, he suddenly received his knee in the groin from a girl who was very angry. Overcoming the enemy, the girls decided to move away from this pile of savages, but they were stopped by the prince's voice, who ordered to wait. The prince asked how these two trying to go quietly after they beat his girls stop, and asked what he wanted from them. The prince reported that he liked the girl's character and assured that she was a good servant. The next moment they are distracted by the rebel leader, who assured the prince that he also liked his character and called a shallow boover. The prince became attached to him that the guy called him so. After that he ordered his ward to destroy this cheech. He stood his hands on his chest and considered himself a winner, assuring that the guy had crossed the way to these people and now he would pay for it. But looked around, the prince saw only scattered on the land of his soldiers with whom the immortal managed to cope. Immediately, without even tired, coping with the warriors of the prince, the immortal promised to put a brazen prince in place, but he decided to avoid conflict with a stranger. The prince was surprised, not understanding as possible, because he personally picked up the best soldiers, and this guy overcame them on his own. Trying to resolve the issue with the help of dialogue, he replied that he understands the enemy's morale, but now they are in the capital, so it is worth twice to think before doing something. But Li Yun did not reassure these words, and he hit the prince's fist in the face, throwing it back. He began to shout frantically, holding his face that he was the brother of the empress, and his opponent is no one. He began to threaten the immortal corp, but he assured that his wife did not support the person who offended his friends. The next moment on the street was the guard, and the prince began to shout to arrest the guy. But Chen led it ordered to remove the prince from here. But to the great surprise of all those present, the guards tied and detained the prince himself, not asking him about anything. Seeing Chen hide, he began to scream frantically, threatening the guard and pointing to his prince status, but the security commander did not bother. The prince was surprised and began to come to him that this guy, who owned the martial arts, was in fact a legendary rebel leader. Then he began to apologize and recognized that he needed to calm down and get closer to the guy. To achieve his goals, he hoped that he did not offend him much, but without having to recover, he felt the immortal string him with his foot on his face. Throwing Chen did not expect it. The guy was very angry and asked the guy highly if he considers the one who could insult his girlfriend to order the guard to beat him and may think it is funny. The angry prince began to shout that the one who hurt members of the royal family should be executed without understanding why the security commander did not use anything. Only asked the immortal calmly why he did not hit him stronger, to which he replied that while he was the brother of Her Majesty, they can do anything with him, only after being accused of atrocities. Further, Li Jian asked the girls whether they had the desire to beat him, but they looked at them in surprise without understanding how they could treat the prince so much. The prince is quiet about the thorns everywhere for the girls that if they do not touch him, he will not punish them more. This redundancy in the prince was matured by Li wondered in men if she could beat him. As long as he was still alive, the main thing is not to kill, and she began to beat the guy, that there was strength without fear of spoiling his sweet. He broke out and shouted frantically, calling them crazy. Without the strength, the girls who stood above him were happy to watch their work, noting that he had pretty delicate skin as a prince. The girl reported on the broken and swollen face of the imperial person that she had released steam. Today, although her girlfriend noted that he could continue torture, the immortal cheered this situation that all students from the palace of the Jade Virgin enjoy the torture. The security commander assured that young people can do their business, and he will take care of the prince himself, looking at his beaten face. The brother of the empress was lying on the ground with a broken face and with anger, which would surely be aware of this situation. At that time, the empress was in her office when a man came to her and politely worshipped. He began to put up that the third prince scared him and had almost serious injuries. The wife sympathized with tenderness and offered him to hug to cheer. The guy seriously reported that the prince had resisted Li Sui and ordered the guard to beat her. Girl realized that he had time to protect himself, almost killing the enemy. The guy assured that he does not like to fight, his girl would not have any problems, but still suggested that he hug himself. The wife assured the boy that if her brother and truth came into conspiracy with enemies, he would bear punishment under the law. She gave a letter to the rebel leader to convey him to Shanghai for the third prince, as well as the medicine. The empress believed that her brother returned here not just so he pursued some purpose, so she considered it necessary to follow him. The prince sat on the bed, all in the wounds, wrapped in bandages, and servants reported to him that they could not cause evil to the immortal. Despite the difficult situation, the man told how he was crippled. He did not give him a chance, though he only wanted to flirt with the girls. The servant reported that they could not resist the rebel leader, because he is considered the strongest martial arts master in this country. Words were even more angry with the empress's brother, because he only wanted to flirt with the girls. Not understanding how Li Jian remains unpunished after what he did, he had only a desire to die. Suddenly, a leaf and a cure for the empress appear, which was very interested and surprised by the prince. The letter of the empress was written that His Majesty had problems with development since childhood, so he needs to be cautious while in the capital, otherwise the court may not even know how he died. She also stressed that she was not going to collect his corpse. The situation was very annoying and caused even more hatred of the prince. He began to quarrel and ordered to contact a shaman from Nanman, hoping that he would be able to take revenge. At night, in the palace of the servants played cards in a game called Beat Mister. They discussed what they wanted to be a dragon servants, not cannon. Therefore, one of them decided to look at the prince with the help of Qi. Noted that this technique was taught by one Taoist monk but can only be used every 10 years. Therefore, if the prince has a dragon's energy, he will see it, regretting that he did not use it to evaluate a person from the past dynasty. In order to check the prince, he raised two fingers up. His eyes shook a yellow glow. Then he ordered to open. Suddenly, the palace was illuminated by a golden radiance, and the feeling of a golden ray was knocked out of it, and it meant that the third prince had all the makings of the emperor. Also above the palace appeared the image of a dragon, which was surrounded by purple energy, which was a good sign of prosperity. Considering the information they just learned, the servants were very surprised and satisfied with the result, imagining how soon the country would be worthy of the emperor. Hearing the nose and looking into the gap between the door, the immortal interested why the servants are so nosy, because they only play in the card game. After listening to their conversation, the guy concluded that they were somehow related to the past dynasty. Suddenly the prince woke up from the intense nose, which was eager, and began to climb out of bed. But Li Jun forced him to lie back by applying the unique technique of Li family hypnosis. He still had time to look for hoax until his wife went to bed, so he undertook his plan. Looking at the shelves from the book of the empress's brother, the guy embarrassed the strange name of the books and their content. He could not understand what was wrong with them. He decided that the prince was ignorant, and the guy thought that it was good that he never became an emperor. But suddenly the rebel leader noticed a book that looked from the prince's pillow, which attracted his attention. At this time, the empress's brother began to wake up, but the immortal did everything for him to remain unconscious again. Considering him happy that survived after his blows, he pulled out a book and read a detailed plan for the murder of his wife, but he decided that he would not laugh. Also, Li Jun found a letter there stating that the prince would come to the capital should try to get to the empress. The invisible interlocutor promised to bring the thing they developed together with the poison, promising that after that he would get everything he dreamed of. This information helped the guy a lot, and he realized that when the enemy brought the thing, he would find out who a real traitor. The prince looked like a complete idiot if he was able to hide such an important letter under the pillow without destroying it. The rebel leader entered his wife's room, asking if she was not sleeping. Li Jun saw her seated at the table. His wife assured that she could not go to bed because her husband suddenly disappeared for a long time, so she decided to read the book. The meaningless questions of the man were not interested in the empress, because she wanted to find out only about whether he found out something. The guy reported that he could not know the detailed information, but it is important that her brother was really connected with the past dynasty and he arrived in the capital to kill the empress. He should meet with a representative of the insurgent army, so the guy considered it necessary to catch them both on hot. The empress appreciated the witness of her husband, but noted that although he was the second in force, he should return home to his wife before The next day, it was a sunny day and Li Jun decided to cook French fries with tomato sauce that was an exotic dish for this country. Having prepared the dish on its own, the guy suggested his wife to cook and the girl really liked her incredible taste. She noted that the burgers he made last time became a hit in the capital, so she believed that the fries would also become popular. The guy with a smile on his face offered to reward him for an incredible work of art. Then they began to laugh and love to feed each other with potatoes, until they came together in a passionate kiss. In a moment, the passion swept the couple until they were distracted by the inconvenient coughing. The guard reported that the third prince was recovering and wanting to meet with the empress. From his words, they have not seen themselves for a long time, and he wanted to restore a warm relationship between his brother and sister. Josie was puzzled because she realized that her brother wanted to get closer to her first and then kill. Li Jun suggested meeting the prince until he could not cause her evil, believing that it is worth continuing with the guest of the game. The girl surprised the flow of brilliant ideas in her husband's head and ordered the guard to bring her brother to her office. The empress met her third brother in the office, where he politely greeted and worshipped her. With the bored expression of the face of the empress, she wondered what had happened to her brother, making a look that she knew nothing. He began to tell the story of the monster with anger in the city that beat him, causing harm to health. Suddenly, the prince's shoulder dropped to hand of the empress's husband, who suggested calling the name of the scoundrel. The girl decided to introduce her brother to her husband, whose personality shocked the prince, and the son-in-law suggested that the scoundrel revenge. The prince was embarrassed and sweat spoke on his face, so he whispered quietly under his nose that he apparently knocked him down and he lost his memory. The immortal clarified the information and found that no one was beating, and the accident was to blame. But in the next moment, Li Jun began to assure his wife that her brother is a liar and for that he should pay a life. That was very frightened by the prince. Li Jun began to speak, trying to ask the prince the truth. He was talking, and he blushed, fearing to seem a liar. In this way, the guy decided to manipulate the empress's brother and offer him freedom in exchange for money. Agreeing for the price, the immortal began to say the empress to let her brother release for the first time, taking into account the circumstances. But the girl replied that she could not let him go, despite the fact that they are relatives. Then her husband assured that for the sake of freedom, the prince was ready to sacrifice all his savings to the treasury of the empress. Looking at the situation of the empress, she decided to pardon her brother, but he was very upset that he paid so expensive. Crying bitter tears, the prince replied that Dagon and his empress would serve faithfully and truth. The couple was rad for the prince's visit to their home and, saying goodbye, they invited them to visit them again. Looking at a man who was called her brother, she could not understand how they could be relatives. The girl believed that in their family she inherited the gene of the generation, and their children would be smart, unlike her brother. The guy was recalled by the Calabash children's cartoon, and he laughed that if all three brothers appeared, it would look more comic. Then the couple began to discuss their future and when they were about to give birth to children. The next few days, Li Jun steadily went to the prince, at the same time taking away some of his things. He did not think that the prince could suspect that they were being followed, so he believed that the time was closed by the trap. The guy stood on the roof of the house and watched his new relative, who at this time decided to do horseback riding. Walking on a horse, the prince thought about his property and dreamed of finishing his business and would enjoy wealth. Meanwhile, the servants watched the prince, glad that a mighty heir appeared in the palace. The prince went to the forest, where he had to meet another man and discuss cases of destruction of the empress. For the bushes, a man in a mask and a straw hat, dressed in rags, also had an iron right. The prince asked an acquaintance annoy or brought what they agreed, but suddenly the servants noticed how the rebel leader approached them. Noticing the immortal, the prince was very nervous. His body was covered with sweat and he asked why a relative came here. Smiling, Li Jun reported that he arrived here to deal with things that had a senseless prince. Without spending time, the brother of the empress ordered the servants to rest the bow and they rushed to execute the order. With only one look, the immortal was able to inspire the servants of the feeling of death that awaits them if they do not stop. Feeling fear, the men decided not to risk it and fell to their knees in front of the guy, asking for a pardon, and the next moment decided to leave the lawn. The betrayal of the servants disappointed the prince, but he was pleased with the fact that the old friend of the rebel leader was here and they found her a way to overcome it. The prince, hoping for the help of a friend, wished Li Yong death. But in the next moment he felt a knife into his body. There is a man in a straw hat, who had the brother of the Empress to help, and killed him without hesitation. Satisfied with the development of this situation, Li Jun congratulated the old acquaintance and asked to take off the mask to say hello without waiting for reason. But in the next moment, the man in the straw hat attacked the bow, trying to destroy him with his iron hand. But his plan could not be successfully implemented, since the immortal could not be defeated, and he immediately pressed the enemy's iron hand to the stones. Rising above the opponent, the guy asked who he was, because he does not remember that one of his comrades is capable of such meanness. The mask of the enemy was crackled and, removing her, laughing, informed the guy that he married became an unknown. Under the mask, no one else was like Liu Can lay his own person, calling the boy his commander. The immortal did not expect to see this person and did not understand his words about the commander. But the next moment, suddenly he began to glow and exploded, burning, leaving behind only a fire. Li Yun saved the protective mechanism from chi energy that formed a protective layer around him. That saved the boy. He could not understand who controlled him, what he wanted to say, and how he could be cheated. On a completely burned ground, after the explosion, the guy noticed a silver needle that shined in the sun's rays. Now it was clear to him that this needle that allows you to control a person, and came to him that only one person can do it. If his assumptions are correct, then their business is not very good, because here are needed dolls of woods. Suddenly, he understood that his wife could be threatened. Punishing himself for not understanding it, everything came into place and became clear that their goal was Zhou's. Meanwhile, the Empress did business in her imperial office, not noticing how a monster watched from the place under the ceiling. It was unusual and looked like a folded animal of iron, having 6 iron extremities with claws. The next moment, he decided to attack, jumping on the Empress and revealed his iron claws. When the girl had already said goodbye to her life, a monster suddenly jumped up in front of her, who began to fight the guest. The guard failed himself that he could not protect the Empress from the penetration of this horror into the office of the Empress. Looking at this iron monster, the security guard realized that it could be a cursed beast that was created by a shaman of the Nanaming, which was many on the border. The next moment, the beast again jumped to attack, without paying attention to the cut off the limb, and lit up with blue vortex flew on them. Chen let him decide to use all his fighting energy to overcome the enemy, aiming to crush him as an insect. His eyes lit up with a red glow, the sword began to vibrate, and streams of energy poured around, exploded into the sky. Only the crushed body of the monster and the large hole in the ceiling of the palace remained at the scene. The guard noted that there was no chi in the damn beast, and at attack he does not emit aura of bloodthirsty. The monster was managed at a distance of thousands of li. The presence of a shaman is difficult to find even an experienced master, but from the eyes Chen Heo will not be able to hide. Suddenly, the monster seemed to come to life, and from his iron armor began to shoot iron spikes, which headed directly to them with the Empress. The guard closed Her Majesty with his body, accepting the whole blow of the daggers, trying to protect Zoe. The spears contained a poison that entered the body of Chen Hyand, which he could control with chi. The body of the monster hid many traps that manifested themselves even after his death, and the next was the spear that was ready to attack the creature from the mouth. But the immortal saved the situation, appearing on time and breaking the monster into delicious pieces. At the last moment, the creature still managed to fly out a spear that flew directly to the Empress, but fortunately, he missed, touched only her hair, and flew. Li Jun was annoyed that the shaman had ruined his wife's hairstyle, so when the guy visited Nanman, he would surely take revenge. The guy agreed with his mistake that it was not necessary to leave his wife alone, but he admired her calm even in the most difficult situations. Having looked at her husband in love with her eyes, she said that she was sure that he would always save her in any situation. The guy thought that he was too carefree and, if they planned everything, why did not take into account the combat skills Chen Hea? In any case, he would handle the monster. The guy had a feeling that he did not pay attention to something important. In the next minute, the wounded Chen let his eyes out, began to breathe, falling on the floor. They immediately called the doctor. It turned out that the guard was able to poison himself because he boiled blood from the fact that this beast wanted to attack the Empress. Meanwhile, a shaman was sitting in the woods under a tree, waiting for the spear to return to him from a combat mission. From afar, a goal was moving, which gradually approached and having enlisted near the ear of a shaman, plunged into a tree near his head. His mission was fulfilled here, so it's time to return to Nanman, a shaman thought. Looking at the spear. Having pulled the spear, he shook the hair of the Empress on his hand, which was to be obtained during this task. In the imperial palace of the couple was about to dine at a round table filled with various flavors. To the information that her brother was dead, the Empress reacted calmly, noting that he was not a brother, and finally, their family got rid of a selfless member. The husband watched his wife, who was quietly lunch, without showing any emotions and thinking that he expected it from a woman who killed his whole family. Li Jun told his wife that he learned to help other supporters of the last dynasty. His name Yang. This name was surprised by the Empress because he was a well-known physician and saved many rebels from death, so he was a favorite. No one was able to understand his motives, and only the fact that the war changed. The wife thanked her husband for helping her with a lot, though he considered it his duty. The woman remembered that when they got married, she just wanted a peaceful life, and in fact constantly exposed to a loved one. The guy noted that he also always sought a peaceful life, so he hid his past from her, hoping that they would once be able to live as they wanted. Here they were distracted by Chen Hai, whose mouth flowed through the blood because the monster's poison struck him and his heart. The maid brought a gratitude for the guard, to whom she decided to reward him with the Empress for his faithful service. The box contained a millennial ginger root, which caused respect and gratitude to the security commander. According to the order of the Empress, the guard followed the servants of the third prince, who fled and even found their secret meeting place, but no one was there. The immortal concluded that, in this case, the scoundrels went back to Nanman, and Chen had intended to follow them. The guy said that most likely they are very strong and fast. If they were able to get rid of 6 doors, so most likely they are already near the Dagon border. Li Jan decided to follow them independently, which was very angry with the Empress, but he assured her that everything would be fine. He told his wife that he did not only for her, but also to find out how his old acquaintance could be involved in this case. In order to help the husband of the Empress, she decided to collect him a first aid kit, in which she laid pills to return the soul and pills of salvation from death. 3 men in the straw hats flew through the thick forest until the eldest landed to the ground. Deciding to rest, his companions were asked or not catching them if they will stop now and lose time, to which the old man replied that they had already found. It shocked the boys, and they saw before them a whirlwind of air first appear, and then the rebel leader of their own person. The old man was interested in the speed of the rebel army leader. With a cunning smile, he would ask if he could be faster than the gun. The guy did not even have time to realize what he said, suddenly flew to him with pistols, and he flew back directly to the tree. When the guy was still the leader of the insurgent army, he thought about the creation of such mighty things as a gun, but Yan Yan ahead of him and created him first. Li Yun did not have time to recover from the tree of strangers, began to shoot him further, and he immediately began to flee, avoiding the balls. The man in the straw hat cheered this situation, and he was convinced that the rebel leader was scared of the latest weapons. Then the men began to shoot him with new force, and the guy began to flee, trying to turn away from the balls. The old man began to scream after him and ask what he is now going to do. Is it all that he is capable of, and old age overcomes him? East words. The guy just smiled maliciously and asked whether they heard about Dagrio, and the next moment, 3 strangers themselves became a Pokemon, which consists of 3 heads buried in the ground. Their bodies were completely immersed under the ground, and only their heads without hair stood above it. I smiled in informing that he had spoiled them with a hairstyle as well as they spoiled his wife. Then the guy wondered whether the old man was known as Yan Yang, to which he replied that they were real professionals and trained this family from birth. The guy showed them a jar of medicines created by the best student of the Palace of the Jade Virgin. The old man laughed from the fact that they destroyed that palace and wondered that a special girl could make a special girl from some palace. Li Zhong, I fascinated that this creation is incredible and is called a substance for the construction of animals' special aphrodisiac. Therefore, if it shatters a little of this substance, they can imagine what will happen here by promising to protect men from it. One of the men immediately began to tell that Yan Yan, their commander, promising to report all the information he knows. The old man wondered whether the immortal knew where they were sharing, or the failures they hunted, and replied that they were thrown into the Rift Valley, where they turned into ore. Transformation could not be so fast, and asked how it could have happened. it turned out. Although the previous dynasty was destroyed, but its member who survived and stored the treasures and stored them. There was also an ancient sword that was passed down from generation to generation, and it accelerates the transformation within a radius of 10. The four releasing strangers to sought to escape from there faster. Li Jian decided to continue the conversation. The guy asked one more question, whether Yan asked them to cut a family of Li, which was very surprised by the old man. Men began to shout in front that they did not know anything and no one had to know at all. The guy felt behind him men with machine guns in his hands that were targeted directly on him. The guy was annoyed that their reinforcement arrived so quickly that he did not have time to find out the information you need. The old man laughed in his face and reported that he would never know the truth because all members of the Li's family are dead. Li Jun told the old that he was an idiot because it does not matter that he did not know all their secrets. Soon Li Yun would know who ordered their murder. Men in the straw hats who came to the lawn decided to kill the rebel leader because they promised 1,000,000 coins and raising for him. The attackers were not very lucky today because the immortal was in bad humor, so he quickly returned to the attackers, began to destroy them. Blood splashed everywhere. The bodies flew in different directions and it was a ruthless murder. It was a revenge for Li family. When everyone was destroyed and only one unharmed man who trembled with fear and pleaded to save him, the guy reassured him that he would not kill him because he needed him to give a message. The guy told Zhao Chuan and Yana so that they would be prepared for his arrival and assured that he would soon take their heads out of his shoulders. Subsequently, in the palace of the Empress Senhai, he was alert, feeling the smell of blood and suspected that a stranger had penetrated into the palace. But it turned out that it was the husband of the Empress who returned home too late when Her Majesty was already sleeping. From now on, the security guard watched the rest of the Empress and did not want to let her husband be late there. This situation was angry with the rebel leader and he stated that as a legal man had the right to attend her. They began to argue about this, as the security guard refused to let the boy in such an empress, promising to transmit important information in the morning. The quarrel ended with the fact that the maid told the guard commander, which Zhou Li ordered to let her husband in her room because she could not fall asleep without his presence. The wife wondered if he was not injured and the guy replied that he was injured in the heart because they had not seen long. Although they did not only see half a day, that the lovers had the desire to be near the whole day, every minute, every second, but constantly interfered with them. The wife wondered the results of her husband's search and he began to tell her about his findings. Zhou Li reported that she did not know that she had linked Li's family with his past dynasty, but she promised to send her people to get information. Suddenly, during a conversation, the Empress bowed on her husband's shoulder and lost consciousness, which was very concerned about him. The guy thought she was roaring, but the wife did not answer and, leaning her hand to her forehead, felt that she had a heat. He began to shout and call for help Chen Haiyan doctor, saying that the Empress became ill. That evening she was visited by a doctor who gave several medicines to remove the heat. The guy with the security guard worried about the health of the Empress and the doctor said that he was studying medicine from early childhood but never met such a heart rate, that the doctor feared that if it is not possible to cure this disease, then there is nothing good to wait. Meanwhile, Nanman Shaman was brewing potions and spelling over it. The image of a great phoenix lifted over the cauldron. A surprising dance was dancing around the cauldron, and Shaman whispered over the skull of the spell. The strange man stood aside and watched this picture, not understanding as a bunch of barbarians capable of killing Empress Dagon. This man was Chuo Chuan, leader of people of the past dynasty, which man in the straw hat said that the Empress owns a dragon, so it is a difficult task, but it will be removed from the road. The man returned to his friend, Yan, reported that though the Empress has a rebel leader, but Zhao Chuan has he and this land will return to the rightful ruler. A friend reported that this idea is not in doubt from the beginning and soon Dagon would become them. In the ancient temple, the monks whispered that the master was mediating for more than a month, although yesterday someone had heard laughter from him. It looked like a master, although meditation looked very boring, but the master caused fun. Others did not properly meditate, because their hearts were not filled with light, and the master sat there day and night accumulating spiritual energy. Master Kundan believed that he had to train a few more days, since the Buddha spirit is still not enough. On that day, a rebel leader appeared in the temple, who was a distraction of the abbot from meditation and led to help. The guy spent the abbot at the Empress's room for him to cure it, but unfortunately, their worst assumptions were confirmed. The Empress was not sick and was not poisoned, and the cause of her condition was the spell of a shaman from Nanman. If desired by the immortal, the abbot advised to wait and not make ill-advised decisions, as it can only accelerate the death of Her Majesty. The master reported that according to the records there is only one way to kill the selected fate of the ruler, which is written in the book. The hiring shamans called this method human parasite, and their bodies are painted special spells. When warriors die, their anger and hatred of Her Majesty, imposing a curse on her. Therefore, the more people die within Dagon will be worse than the Empress. The abbot was a plan, but he did not know whether Her Majesty wanted to accept it, although it was very interested in the husband of the Empress and her guard. According to the master, the only option of salvation was to renounce the throne and surrender. Thus, less people will die on the borders, and these barbarians will not dare to approach Her Majesty, because they will be near. This idea seemed crazy, because the Empress would never agree to this option, even for his salvation. This moment was suddenly woke up and confirmed their assumptions, saying that there will be no blood of warriors and the reprimand cannot be shed in vain. This act was sensed by the security commander, because even at that moment the Empress thinks of warriors at the border. Trying to get out of bed by the Empress asked the guard to help her to rise, because today she has not yet engaged in her government. That the husband asked her to postpone the case, because he had a brilliant plan, which his wife had to participate. The guy wanted to divide the fate of the Lord with Soli and take half, which could be theoretical. But how to divide the fate into two people? The Empress came to the realization that in reality two people could become one, although it seemed impossible. Nanman's shaman continued to spell something unlawful from his mouth. Despite expectations, people from Dagon have skills and learned that he had sent, and now they have continuously attacked. The bleeding continued without end. They realized that the insurgent leader was involved in this and had hoped that they could not attack for a long time. The attack in Dagon was that the Empress with the immortal tried to merge into one whole, doing love and continuously touching each other. These actions caused vomiting with blood and incredibly poor well-being in the shaman, until it fell on the floor and the curse was removed. The immortal sat at the table in the palace and concluded that Yang began to plan from the moment of the third prince's arrival in the capital. When his wife came out of the room, she answered the husband that she was feeling better and dreaming of a walk in the open air. The husband told his wife that he used the original force that gives the results, but unfortunately with her help it is impossible to completely remove the curse. Since his wife has not yet recovered, the guy decided to wear her in his arms, looking very happy. The wife was thinking of what should look calmer and be kind to be less nervous. At this time, their girlfriend Lisa joined them, who heard strange sounds from the house and thought that thieves got here. The guy was pushing that they had fought for a long time with the thief, realizing that now the weak would sleep on the couch, but their mysterious look seemed strange. Li Sui, having a talent to see the curse, immediately saw that the curse was imposed on the Empress and realized what they did. The girl knew the methods of fighting curses, the first to kill the person who imposed him, and the second tore another person to separate the curse with her. The girl said that she wanted to study magic and put it in practice, but she has not been doing it yet, although he knew something in theory. When the girlfriend left, the immortal thought about another way to overcome the curse that he had to use. Li Yun developed a plan how to get to the shaman, knowing that he was well guarded using a large number of soldiers. According to the map, it showed that all opponents were in the west of the mountain ridge. The area protected by warriors is called the Valley of the Barbarians, and there is only one way out of it, because it is the most protected area. Using Pythagoras and trigonometry, the guy was able to calculate that the shaman was 1,000 southwestern direction, at an altitude of 3,400 meters above sea level. Setting the iron spear with its energy, and Qian calculating the exact location of the shaman. The rebel leader threw a spear there. The servant sat in a shaman's tent near his body, evaluating his condition and trying to cure. His pulse stabilized, but the man understood that they were dealing with the rebel leader, so it's not so simple. Suddenly, with the help of hypersensitive hearing, he heard the weapon approach the place of their stay. The next moment, the spear broke through the ceiling of the room and had to enter the shaman's skull, but stopped only by touching only the skin. From the death of shaman was rescued by a servant who managed to catch his weapon in his face, injuring his hand. Assessing the weapon, The man realized that this spear belonged to the capital's troops and it overcame the distance of thousands of li, understanding that he underestimated the letter of the rebels. The next morning, the couple strolled around the palace. On that day the wife did not feel anything unusual about health. The guy understood that he seemed a spear that he tried to kill the shaman did not reach his goal, and did not believe that he could be mistaken. Li Sui was dressed in strange clothing and staged a shaman's rite, dancing and saying various spells. According to the girl, she did it in the ward because they wanted to use the power of the dragon, and according to Fenchua is here that she is concentrated. Then she ordered the couple to approach the drawn sign on the ground and lie there, holding her hands, hoping that her rite would work. When the couple fulfilled her conditions, holding her hands and laying into the center of the circle, the girl began to dance around them with shamanic dances and talking. Suddenly, the palace was illuminated by the golden fire, and the soul of Li Yong left the body and flew into the air. It was very surprised by the immortal. The guy decided that it was worth returning home and finding everything going down quickly down. He was surprised at the speed with which his soul went down. He thought that if he has the shape of the spirit now, and it could pass through the walls, so he decided to look that his wife was hiding in a box, in which he never allowed him to look. It found the love letters that the guy sent her, which was fired by Li Yong. But in the next moment he heard a strange sound. Before him stood the golden dragon, is incredibly large and threatening, which shocked the immortal and was not explained. The dragon gave him a silent sign to follow him, and the next moment they flew together in heaven. After a certain period of time, they got a place where the shaman was hiding, where he sat in the tent, and he himself is his own person. The shaman was angry because he could never imagine that the rebel leader would be able to get and harm him, so he intended to take revenge on the empress. But in the next moment, the spirit of the immortal, which quickly called the sword that cuts the flesh, dropped before him. The shaman did not even have time to do anything, only tried to call for help. The guy applied against the scoundrel of the execution of the soul and attacked a shaman with a knife, and he shouted frantically. Looking at his work, the guy informed the shaman that as he called the curse on his wife in response, his husband avenged and put a sword in him. This moment the servant came into the tent, interested in what happened, and saw Li Yan, who began to dissolve in the air, because his time passed. The servant, when he came to the shaman, saw that he was dead and realized that the rebel leader was able to do something impossible for others. The immortal woke up a slap on his cheek from his wife, who was glad that her husband woke up and his forces resumed. The guy reported that his soul had left the body, and he saw Dagon's dragon, who said they were the perfect couple with her. The guy told that he was near the border and found and killed the shaman who poisoned his wife, but she did not believe him. The girl really felt better and was grateful to Li Sui, so they went to the kitchen and she ordered to cook 50 most delicious dishes for the girl. But the girl decided that she was not enough and began to demand as a gratitude for unlimited breakfasts, dinners all year round in the form of a buffet. The next day, Chen brought official news that a shaman was dead with an ancient, which was very surprised by the empress. According to the report, there was no scratch on the shaman's body, as if he just took and stopped breathing. Then the thought was that the man had told her the truth yesterday. She ordered the guard to take the account book and wanted to move to another place to work. In Nanman, Yan Yan was angry with the situation and swore the rebel leader, who spoiled the whole plan, promising to kill and seize the throne. His servant reassured him, assuring that he had already crossed the border and joined the group of returning to the capital of the king general. Yan Yan confidently thought that this time they would definitely not be able to lose and overcome all enemies. In the morning, the immortal with the empress did household chores, and the guy asked why his wife always argues with him for his household chores, without giving the boat to help. The girl felt the main one in the family and considered her duty to keep him clean. The wife worked through the very active sun and her tan, but the guy assured her that she was beautiful in any case. He understood her sharp mood swings and promised to tell the kitchen to prepare a healing decoction of herbs for rejuvenation. Li Sui ate so many dishes that she made the imperial cuisine of dinner immediately. The girl reported that she was tired of dishes from the imperial cuisine, and she wants to try something new. Now a train from Nanman has been sent to Dagon, where there are many delicious Nanman dishes that she loves so much. Li Sui said that her family had been rich earlier and she ate delicious dishes all her childhood, so now her duty to treat them with the Empress. The Empress was very pleased with the kindness and generosity of the girl, because Josie never tasted them. When she invited them to the table, the couple was shocked by seeing strange and frightening dishes. The delicacies were told by their girlfriend insects of fruit beetle, which in her words had an incredible taste because of the consumption of fresh fruits. The husband and his wife decided to give up such strange delicacies, and the girl ate them at a time. Li Jun noticed that the train was carrying many different things, and in one day such a train transports 10,000 people, and therefore is a very important transport. The husband wondered why his wife decided to build a train, because the past emperor would never agree. The wife shyly told the guide that he had built him for him, because he never went outside the city and did not travel. This information stunned him, and then the girl laughed and reported that it was a joke. Although building him, she really thought about a trip with her husband. The guy laughed and reported that he sometimes had the thoughts to steal the train that they could travel and ask whether he was arrested for the abduction of the train belonging to them. In the future, they decided to go on a journey of the world too and even decided to swear on the little finger. Suddenly, they heard cries that they were killing people somewhere and people started running down the street. They were interested in this situation. Then a pile of men with whips, who beat the locals and banished them away from the street, ran outside. They shouted loudly that such as they could not go with them at one train. Smiling maliciously, one of the men began to shout that this train belongs to their royal family, and ordinary people should be grateful to them for allowing them to sit on it. Li Jun looked skeptical of an unknown brazen and asked who could be, and the Empress replied that he was a king of lands from under the border. The girl reported that he was her blood uncle, but did not come since she has taken the throne, and it seems right now is about to celebrate it. Although she personally thought that he was afraid of exacerbation of the situation at the border, so he decided to run back to the capital. Immortal understood why such chaos was made on the border. Looking at another relative of his wife, the guy decided to swear with his wife, calling her a common man, but she was offended and promised no more to go with him. Further, the situation became much more interesting, as Uncle Josie decided to confiscate the property of people who went by train and ordered them to bring them to the residence. When one of the men died not to touch his things, the king began to beat him, but suddenly his whip disappeared somewhere mysteriously. He turned in surprise and saw the husband of the Empress, who was satisfied with the whip in his hands, waving him. The man was angry and began to demand to give him, otherwise the scoundrel would receive 5 strokes, and could not understand where this guy came from and how he could steal him. When the Empress came, he calmed down, explaining that he tried only to drive people using a few rude words. He then praised the skill and genius of the Empress, evaluating the train and suggested to do the same to give Christians to Christians. The girl reported that this iron road and train public property. They bring prosperity in the capital, so she cannot build another one because he wants it. To fulfill this meaningless desire, the king suggested that he devastate the treasury or increase taxes. Looking at this picture, the husband asked the wife in what the problem of her family, because he had such a feeling that each of its members sought to destroy Dagon. Further, the man noticed, along with the Empress of the rebel leader and began to scatter him, tried to like it. The guy noted the good quality of the whip and asked him to give him, and the king noted that his whip was special, because even if he is hit by a person once, his skin could break. In order to test the quality of the whip, the king suggested using his subjects as a subject, asserting the strikes from the rebel leader is a great honor. But in the next moment, without waiting for insidiousness, he received his whip directly on the nose and began to shout, demanding to beat his servants. The guy with humor noted that he was not the leader of the rebel army for a long time, and in general he likes to beat Dagon officials. Behind his uncle, Josie, was a red guy who caused suspicion, because when the immortal was swollen, he already wanted to flee, although he was not a goal. Further, the guest began to lay to the Empress, saying that she did not have time to get to her coronation, so she brought her these gifts, but she ordered them to bring them back to people. The girl also asked the relative to return to the border back and they began to move to the train. The Empress decided to attach protection to them, although it seemed strange to the man that his wife was guarding his uncle, but she noted that he had power in military circles, so he should be under supervision. The husband of the Empress decided to go to the border with her uncle or celebrate there in order, but his wife forbade him even to think about it. Edman, moving away from the immortal, began to panic until his sweat was draining on his face. He worried that he opened himself, although with his current force he could overcome to such opponents. The next day, the Empress told her husband that he had a desire to appear from her on a banquet as it would be able to reassure people's hearts through events at the border. They were sitting at a round table and lunch with Li Sui and a guy for a certain wife who would visit a banquet with her and protect her on it. The Empress was vigorously thought that she wanted people to see the power of her husband and lost the gift of language. They decided to finally start eating and suddenly noticed that all the food from the plates had secretly disappeared. It turned out that Li Sui Li ate all instantly, considering dinner a duel. The guy wondered that the girl became so bold after Josie saved, because now she knew that the Empress would always protect her. The guy was pouring that he could overcome the entire army of the Empress, and suddenly the wife asked why he had not yet won the capital. The guy replied because he was a warrior and lied, and he was tired of killing. He is ready for deeds for his loving wife. The wife began to formulate on the bow, demanding a truthful answer, and he surrendered that she was stronger than her husband. The red-haired man, moving around the city, thought that he should be more confident, then he would be able to resist the power of the rebel commander. He prepared a plan and the way to leave, so he will be able to escape after the murder of the Empress. This man was called Yui, and he was one of the strongest warriors of the past dynasty, and his talent was manifested as a child. As soon as he took the sword in his hands, immediately turned into a demon, for which he received the nickname Demon with Swords. However, he is not very well known because he has a big drawback, namely, he looks confident, but inside a weak in spirit. He constantly seemed that everyone saw a demon in him and was able to reveal his essence, so Dagon seemed to him a terrible place. He is constantly worried, and his paranoia can manifest in any considered his alertness an indicator of a good warrior. When he met Li Zhu, he remembered that he saw her on the day of the Empress, so he believed that he was lucky. He wanted to kill her first to intimidate, and then the Empress and her husband would die. The girl was nervous of the man's appearance and his eyes, so she thought he wanted to steal her food. Trying to attack Li Sui, the man felt her strong aura and, in the next moment, he became confused by his niece. He thought that this girl was actually a secret weapon of the Empress and a unique Dagon warrior. The girl, however, thought he wanted to steal her chicken leg and decided that she would protect her to the last and would not give it. Li Jun stood behind the door and raised his hand, tried to attack the uninvited guest to frighten him. Radiating the golden direction of the door, Su was kneeling in front of the girl, feeling the pain in the body, and realized that he was very careless. It was dangerous here. He considered himself an idiot because everyone was already on guard and prepared a plan using this girl with great power. The girl, standing above him, watched a strange man. Surprised that he started, suggested that it was because of the desire to eat chicken. Throwing his food under his feet and allowing him to eat. The girl looked as if she wanted to destroy him not only physically, but also morally. Surprised by her cruelty, her husband felt some gratitude for his life. Li Sui turned to leave that place. The man asked her name. The girl unceremoniously ordered him not to fall on his eyes. The rebel leader understood that this stranger was really strange, suspecting that he had been sent here. The next morning, the elders gathered in the hall to discuss the last gossip, which were very worrying and demanding a discussion. The old man, enjoying tea, interrupted them and assured that they had, despite nothing, to obey the orders of the Empress. The Yu was thinking that it would easily cope with the rebel leader, that the main threat to him is the girl, considering her plan perfect. In the next minute, the Empress with her husband arrived at the meeting, which the security reported, and the appearance of a new member surprised the elder. The old man greetings and began to be interested in the face of a newly arrived man, which greatly simplified the situation for the boy. The Empress was in surprise. Unless the elder did not know who it and other men began to whisper about the truth of gossip. The elders were surprised to watch the situation, realizing that the gossip was true and there would be a scandal, because it is unprecedented that the Empress's husband was the leader of the rebels. The old man hit his fist on the table and began to shout about traditions, not understanding how the rebel leader can appear in the palace. His behavior was strange, but in his blood began to act the poison that the Yu was mixed in the tea of the elder to kill the Empress when everyone was distracted by the old man. And in the next moment, Sui Ko suddenly attacked Her Majesty, wishing her death. The elders only surprised to watch this situation, that Li Jun came to the rescue, who threw the attacker with one kulak's blow to the floor. Despite the energy he released, sitting on the floor, a man asked with a mockery whether Li Jun could protect the elders as well as the Empress. The elders were scared of this situation, realizing that the rebel leader would use them to get rid of the attacker. Li Jun offered them to replenish the treasury of the Empress in exchange for life, and men began to shout each other and promise treasures. The fact that the immortal was all the same for the life of the elders embarrassed Yuiku, and he began to try to come up with another plan. Feeling a familiar impulse to kill him, the man noticed Li Sui, who stood in his way, and wondered where she came from and why it prevents him from escaping. The girl looked at the chicken, which the Empress forbade her to eat, and she had a desire to kill, because it seemed soon she would die of starvation. He considered a cunning plan of the immortal that seemed so calm, only because he put this monster girl on the path of departure of Zui. He was tormented by the idea that he would be brutally mocked on the interrogations, and then he would turn into a vegetable and realize that the knife to live so much to die. Immediately, suddenly, blood was pouring from his mouth, and he fell. Struck by cause of death was fear. The oldest elder reported that the signs of poisoning were not detected, and, looking at the structure of its chi, the poison could not kill it. The old man assured that he saw the man of the Empress looked at him, and the thief died instantly, struck by invisible force. The elders began to whisper that the man of the Empress is so strong that he was able to kill with one look. This was shocked, so they began to glorify the Empress and her husband and want to live together for many years. On the Dagon's defensive wall, over the gate, the guards who carried guard discussed that a long time had passed since the last Nanman attack. They were surprised by this silence on the side of enemies, and they considered the capital invincible, which would stand for millennia. Suddenly, the walls began to shake with incredible force, as with an earthquake, and suddenly the wall began to crack and fall. Unfortunately, this happened not only in the place, but all over the defense of the city shook, crackled and fell, making many casualties. On the mountain above the city were two people who enjoyed this picture and believed that they would be able to destroy everything they want. The second man tried to say that this situation would bring many innocent victims, believing that it would cause the suffering of conscience to the commander. But your boss replied that if the city is destroying, they will build it again. If many people die, then women give birth to new ones. He was ready for everything to build the perfect country and desired all the lands to belong to him, and already consider himself their owner. The Empress and her husband were sitting on the river. Girl brought him here to show the best look in all Dagon. Although the girl denied the words of the best look and said that the best in this city was her husband began to sprinkle his wife with compliments. But suddenly, Chen He came to them, who reported the disappointing news that the city had been attacked and destroyed. The Empress was alarmed when she learned that the walls of the city were destroyed, and she began to question the security commander. The commander reported that according to the soldiers, there was a land of shudder, which led to the destruction of the whole city. There were also rumors that this earthquake was a punishment from heaven for its majesty. The husband tried to reassure his wife, convincing that the theory of heavenly punishment is only a fiction, and this situation is the result of the past dynasty. When he was in the insurgent army, he had the idea to create a weapon that causes the massive land of shudder. It created vibrations that provoked the movement of the earth. So, his creator was the rebel leader, and he became the main culprit of the tragedy. Even if he believed that Yan Yan had given him the ideas of life, it was impossible to calculate the exact number of dead, because they panicked everywhere, and many people fled to other cities. The Empress commanded to provide the victims and to allocate as much money as it was necessary, without sparing money. The guard reported that their treasury is empty because of the one family and problems at the border. But Li Jun recalled the donation of the elders. The immortal promised his wife to deal with the situation. They could not be sure whether the enemies would use this technique again, so civilians remained under threat, and his goal was to go there and find out all the information. Despite his wife's concern, the guy promised that even if the city fell, he would stand on his move, was aimed at solving the situation, and he took Chen Hai into his assistance. Apocalyptic scene unfolded in the city. The fires were surrounded by buildings. Thieves shed blood at every step. They justified their cruelty, arguing that the soldiers of the hungry and this is the necessary criminal doctrine to survive. Unfortunately, this led to a tragic scene where one grandfather was killed in his granddaughter simply because of the desire to kill. These murderers, despite their cruelty, were not part of Dagon's army. They were sent from Nanman. Although one of the soldiers wanted to destroy a little girl because she learned the truth about his past, he suddenly fell dead under mysterious influence. From her death, she was rescued by Li Yun and Chen He, who destroyed the thief, and for the girl it was like a message from the gods. He pursued a new crowd of ruthless enemies, appreciated his grandfather's condition, and saw that he was still alive. He ordered his granddaughter to give him a pill for a speedy recovery. Talking to the girl, he asked her to close her eyes, count to 3 and only then open them, because it is better not to see the cruelty for children. When they traveled, the guard commander asked the boy why he gave an important pill to the child that the Empress gave for emergencies. The guy replied that it is most important for the child not to see how her grandfather dies, and that he did his best to save them. While traveling, the immortal and the Chen came on a bunch of horse excrement. With the help of his experience, the immortal gathered important information. The enemy camp was within 1,000 li radius. Now they have to wait for help and prepare for the do this. Let Chen go to the city to call the warriors. Li Yang were left to wait for the help in the forest, but the guy decided not to wait, but to go to the enemy's camp on his own. This caused the guardian objection, because the number of enemies was striking. But the guy replied that every delay would cause new casualties among civilians. The guy decided that if he could not overcome the enemies, he would try to make fear in the hearts of enemies, approaching and demonstrating his confidence. On the horizon, the warriors noticed a bold young man who came to the right death, but his movements were so confident. But the next moment, he disappeared unexpectedly, and they saw him standing right under their tower. His fist glowed with a blue glow, and in a moment he struck on the ground, which began to crack and crumble. At one point, the enemy camp broke up into pieces, and thousands of soldiers were ready to kill him. But he, moving easily, took out his sword and began to scatter a hostile detachment with light movements, overcoming it without problems. With one sword, he was able to destroy 100,000 soldiers and destroy their camp completely, forcing those who remained alive to flee his head from him. But, running away, they came across a Blackhorn tribe, the strongest tribe that decided to join the battle. They came to overcome the remains of the enemy army soldiers, deciding to take the side of the rebel leader. Having broken the remains of the army, the tribe began to shout, glorifying his commander and his wife, wishing to live for 10,000 years. The Empress was sitting with the imperial office and worried about her husband, as he has not returned yet, and there was no news about him either. The maid brought a message from Chen Hai, in which they wrote that the situation had intensified on the border. After reading this message, the Empress changed on his face and firmly and decisively ordered the preparation of troops, going to bring them into battle. The attacker's camp was destroyed and Immortal fought by his sword, cutting their heads to the best soldiers who remained. Of the tents were the heads of this army, the culprits of the devastation around, who watched the situation, understood that the rebel leader did not just give the title of killer 100,000. The dynasty representative was optimistic, believing that they still have troops and was ready to present an immortal elite detachment of the Blackhorn tribe. But his assistant noted that the tribe is now here, his warriors surrender and fighting on the side of the enemy. The next moment, Li Jun approached them from the air, who had the desire to kill men, but, approaching his purpose, faced the swords with a servant of a representative of the last dynasty. Between them, a fierce fight began and the servant noted that the guy has only become stronger in recent times. The main reported that Li Yun has no point in killing him, because the Zhao family is great and mighty and another ruler would come to his place. His servant noted the fact that instead of killing him he advises to go to the city of Jianan, where he said the same tragedy as here. Watching them, the new detachment of warriors came to them. The guy noted that it was very high to use civilians as hostages and promised to never forget it. Chen was in a hurry to a place where they dispersed with the young man to manage him to save him from warriors. To his surprise, the guy had already returned from the camp and was in the same place seemed to happen. Seeing the guard, he ordered to collect people quickly and go to Jianan, as the same apocalypse would soon begin. There was too little time, and the enemies planned to strike in the city. Despite the fact that a large number of people lived there, the guy asked the guard commander to borrow his sword, to which he earned then with blood. The guy noted that time was going on and he would try to prevent the disaster, leaving everything else on Chen He. Meanwhile, in the city of Jianan, the Empress tried to resolve the unstable situation on the border, taking to herself in the assistance of Li Zhu and her girlfriend. She believed that the enemy would definitely come here, so he should be here to and raise the spirit of the people, support the army. The elder wondered for what purpose Her Majesty arrived in their city, and she reported that she decided to become the head of the troops to defeat the enemy. This time, she decided to lead the troops to precisely defeat the rebels, so she will protect the city and then help her husband. Developing a strategy of war, the Empress realized that it was easier to keep defense in the south, since there were plains around the plains, which would strengthen their troops. Li Sui suddenly lowered her knees to the ground, provoked a mystery among others. Her girlfriend suggested that the girl, feeling the approach of a strong enemy, wanted to surrender, but the real goal was different. She came in her ear to the ground and listened to sounds that testified to the awakening of the earthquake. The Empress, mentioning her husband created by her husband, realized that this city would soon be destroyed and therefore led the evacuation of people. However, it turned out that there was little time, and soon the earth under her feet began to shake, crack and break up, causing panic among the inhabitants. The investigator informed the Empress that she should leave the city because of too much. She refused, claiming that when she fails to escape, she would not leave them alone. Thus, she led the warriors, helping people to get a plane west of the city. In the next moment, the air began to vibrate, and there was a ray of life. Immediately realized that her husband came to the rescue, using the weapon he created. Thus, he decided not to allow the enemy to do anything, and found the center of the earthquake deep underground. Li Jun understood that he could not allow something that would upset his wife, and therefore decided to act radically. The Empress watched the explosion and ray of light, directed to the sky, which were observed in the city center. The residents were surprised when there was only a large pit left on the spot, and the earthquake suddenly stopped. There was a huge car that created an earthquake, but it stood next to the rebel leader, who saved the city from the inevitable death. People shocked that the Empress came to their city and decided to go out to the world by approaching her lover. She does in such a dangerous situation. The girl proudly replied that as an Empress should help her citizens and would not leave his difficult minute, but the guy assured her that she could leave him. Taking her husband, the Empress decided to say about the language to peaceful inhabitants. She told about the past dynasty that was trying to destroy their country and kill her people, since they have lost many things, so they can no longer tolerate the outrageousness of these thieves and murderers. Her Majesty said she now manages the army and, along with her husband, they will defeat traitors and protect ordinary people. People liked the courage of the Empress, so they began to glorify her, and Li Jun assured his wife that they would do it together this time. Zhou Li issued a written order in which she ordered to strengthen the cities to fence and prepare for the attack, because the enemy will definitely find weaknesses and use them. She ordered the elder to reassure the people to open food formulations and make the grain without interference. After the work, the man brought the Empress tea to relax and rest after a difficult day. She believed that when I was dealt with conflicts at the border, they should receive support for their population and pleased that all people would unite afterwards. The rebel leader assured his wife that she could entrust him any difficult thing. The girl replied that caring for her is his most important duty, asking whether he feels deprived. The guy stood behind her and began to do her shoulder massage, assuring that taking care of his beloved wife could not be a duty. Immortal reported that he alone destroyed the enemy camp, and Yan Yan deliberately gave him to distract from the main. But now he thought that the enemy could report a place in which no one would be, and so he would confuse Li Yan and would not lose people. But he did not do it, but intentionally told about it, hoping that Li Jun would come, so he did not kill him. The Empress wondered why he had reported to him, and reported that if it were not for a guy, she would already be dead, and asked if they did not want to destroy Dagon. The guy also could not understand why the enemy is not so angry, or the guy himself perceives the desired. Chen let him appear on the threshold of the palace and reported that the reports came from the front line that enemies retreat to the Nanman reached the valley. The immortal was satisfied with their actions because he destroyed their single trump card, and now the warriors of the Empress dominate, so there is no other way to enemies. But Zhou Li surprised there. She heard that in the Rift Valley, they were turning warriors into ore. There is their last base. The Empress issued an order to prepare for attack as the army was fully equipped and the war should be finished. The wife asked the boy whether he was ready to go with, also decided to make him a gift in the form of an invaluable sword that was passed from one Emperor Dagon to another. This is the second sword of 12 valuable things, is called sword, was special and could only be used using the energy of Dragon Dagon. The guy wondered where he would take this energy, and the girl assured him that she should already be In addition, the Empress, having read the ancient notes, learned that there was a way that allows him to get a part of this energy from him. Zhao Chuan was evil, as the guy almost completely destroyed their generator of the land of shaking. He promised the bow to cut and feed dogs or pigs. He wondered in Yana's yaw whether we can already use the weapon that can help him defeat the rebel commander. But the assistant noted that the weapon is in the process of absorption of Huyu, so it is necessary to wait a little. The man was angry that he could not be used, because Dagon's army was about to come here and a lot of effort was put in order to absorb the soldiers' energy and turn it into ore. The assistant assured that he came up with the solution of this problem and everything is under control. He showed a pill that is his secret medicine and helps a person to find a supernatural power by stimulating true chi. The man reported that the number of pills is limited, so he offers the elite clans of Suyan Zhao to accept them. But since the morale is low now, the commander should take it himself and bring the warriors into battle. The main rejoicing that they will finally be able to counteract and announce the Empress with her family. The night descended the city, and Li Yun South could no longer understand how to use this sword, breaking the whole day. This occupation also caught his Empress, as the guy tried to manage him, but he could only move him a little. He believed that this was due to the lack of dragon's energy, and his wife asked if the husband did not want to find out the secret of obtaining this energy. She asked him not to laugh and warned him that he could hand over his dragon's energy to him by steam cultivation. For a long time, martial arts sought immortality, so they came up with a way of transmitting energy from one person to another. If you imagine a paired cultivation, the energy of the dragon tried to break into the cave, or to overcome the enemy there. He was waiting for incredible adventures and obstacles, but the Ray decided to fight for his idea and defeat an invisible enemy. When he was tried to destroy certain factors, he gathered all his power in order to achieve his goal. He split into many warriors and tried to break into the depth of the cave, overcoming obstacles and reaching it, expected to see the monster. But his enemy was actually a sweet girl who, at the meeting, sent him a kiss and they merged into one. After the kiss, this combined energy became more powerful and began to break out into the sky, and it became stronger. Seeing such a spectacle and strange sounds, peaceful residents thought that their city was trying to attack enemies again. Therefore, people decided to withstand people with Nangshan and take their weapons in their hands to save their own city. The chaos in the city of Zainan continued for several hours, and the hatred of people to Nanan Wan last dynasty grew more and more. Meanwhile, in a huge cave on the border of Suyan Zhao gathered elite soldiers and expressed their trust, motivating them to fight the great army of the Empress. They introduced the soldiers designed by the pill, which was called the cultivation pill. The commander promised that in a short time it will increase their strength and energy of qi, and they will be equal in the strength of the He. Zhao reported that today, he would bring them into battle, and they will kill enemies with him, and threw a pill to his mouth, calling the sky to bless the Zhao family. All the warriors began to drink a miraculous pill and feel their body filled with incredible qi energy, after which they blessed Zhao's family. But the next moment, their bodies began to swell and they formed huge blisters, which were burst and the warriors died. Zhao could not understand that the next moment was happening. Too, began to vomit with blood and grabbed his chest to his chest. With fear in his eyes, he asked Yana that he had done because the man trusted him, but the assistant reported that he did not betray him. Their strength really grew, but their body was not able to withstand such changes, so they died. Zhao reported that he would kill the assistant, but in the next moment he exploded with blood splashing everything around. Now Yin Yen remained alone and decided that it was time to act, knowing that the commander would be very surprised. The next day, the Empress tried on brand new armor and spinned in front of her husband, interested in his thoughts about a new outfit. The man laughing answered her that she looks like a heroine, so enemies at her appearance immediately frightened her forces. There was a roar on the street, and the Empress thought that the capital attacked the passing dynasty. The man promised to check the information and gathered to the roof to see from the height of the city. Its surprise was not a limit, because there was a huge iron robot mechan, which crashed everything around. The 6 door warriors looked compared to them with ants, and Chen realized that even elite detachments would not cope with him. Suddenly, the rebel leader appeared on the battlefield, who ordered the wounded to be taken away and to help evacuate the inhabitants. He promised to cope with Manhwa on his own, and the monster suddenly congratulated the commander in a human voice. The guy tried to negotiate with Yana and warned not to repeat the old mistakes, but he reported that even if he was wrong, he would not regret it. The immortal asked why he did it and warned that it is not too late to stop until he made or more. Monster just laughed, calling the boy naive. After that, he hit the iron fist on the place where he stood. Only the departure of the stones remained from the blow, but suddenly the rebel leader, who emerged from nowhere, flew into the work and struck. There was a collision between them, and a powerful explosion occurred, causing a fire round, but the enemies remained intact. The monster hovering in the air noted that the commander always tried to protect everyone. But did he actually manage to protect at least something? The rebel leader was interested in the question of how he was able to place Q energy in Mehi and what method he used. The robot was satisfied with the names of the organizations that he destroyed, the 2,846 sects, and this energy was the driving force for this monster. Martial arts mechanisms and energy merged together, and suddenly streams of energy that formed a sword, which was directed to the immortal, began to pour out of the center on his chest. He tried to attack, but the next moment there was a powerful explosion and only a large boom remained at the scene. In this voil, he was in the protective dome. Leader of the rebels is whole and unharmed, and to him Ray flew to med. He laughed that the body of the mecha was filled with the energy of the cycle of thousands of soldiers, and if he uses it all at one time, even the scratches on the immortal will not leave. Yen reported that this weapon could not be destroyed, and the longer their battle will continue to destroy the city. The guy understood that the truth is on the enemy's side, because even if energy was over and Li Yun would win, the city will be completely destroyed. Therefore, he realized that he needed more power by calling the sword that he headed in his hand, causing only the laughter of the monster. Laughing, he asked how in this situation he could help the sword. But in the next moment the guy whispered from the sword began to break out of energy. The sword completely flew into small pieces, but the rebel leader was filled with its energy, glowing with a golden glow. In this way, he put in front of Mahu a huge golden image of a guide who was larger than 1,000 times. Observing the transformation of her husband, the empress remembered that she read in historical notes that one of the emperors once turned into a brightly radiant giant. But she could never think that the legend would be true, and the energy of dragon from all over Dagon was concentrated in her husband's body. The guy reported to Suyana not to wait for mercy, because he was a vicious man's heart filled with anger and cruelty. Lifting his golden fist up, the giant struck Mech with all his power, saying that it was a revenge for all the civilians of Dagon, and pressing his fist into the ground of the iron monster, leaving only small fragments from him in the bone. The empress with her husband stood over the bumps and watched as warriors disassembled the details from the monster. The Hope was worried that he again broke the sword with one blow and did not know how to repair him. Now, Chen let them say that they searched all the details of Mehi, but did not find the remains of the corpse of the Yan. The worst forecasts of the rebel leader were made by Mahoha remotely, which significantly complicated the situation. He remembered how the Nanman shaman sent a beast to kill the empress. So here is the same principle of work, and the owner is hiding somewhere. The security guard said the intelligence reported that the troops of the Nangshan had gone deep into they left attempts to win this war. The captives of Nanman soldiers informed the provisions of their secret. Yin Yang is now hiding there. Therefore, the rebel leader with the commander of the empress's protection decided to visit the enemy's secret place and overcome him. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the cave on the high mountain, Yin greeted the Sana-san, who accompanied him on his last journey. The ally answered him as always with silence, and a cold guest wondered why the Li family was Yan. Said that the Li family is the descendants of the ruling kind of Nanman, and in order to fully control the city of Jiaochuan, he secretly destroyed the fortunately. One of them survived. Her name is Li Sui, but she does not have 1% of her father's wisdom and would have died on the way to the capital if she was not guarded. The interlocutor informed that if he was at the crime scene, he would protect the whole family of Li, because he was not so weak, and he wondered why the man joined the mass murder of civilians and changes in power. Sui Yan told the story that he had studied medicine since childhood, and from that moment he was destined to become a servant of Jia. He killed for them. By the day he was sent to the insurgent army, where he met Li was the first person to ask what the man dreams of. After thinking, he realized that his greatest dream was to create a free world without wars and emergencies. But it is easier to say than to do, and therefore, while people exist, there is a hostility, because they do not value peacetime. No one survived in such conditions, neither the insurgent army nor a dynasty, because it is impossible to build something new without destroying the old one. From the very beginning, he wanted to use Zhaochuan, or to control Dagon and create a world he dreamed of. But he found out that the leader of the rebel of the Empress together, so his plans changed. He understood that if society learns about the rebel leader and their relationship, then noble families would be condemned. He wanted to give him the opportunity to choose another way, because the immortal is the only one who was interested in his. He killed Zhaochuan for all the bad things he did. Now the people of Dagon have a new enemy, Yang Yan, and the rebel leader will soon be called. Suddenly after these words, the man began to flee blood from his mouth. It turns out that he poisoned himself with a poison he created, and against which there is no antidote. It was time to drink him for sacrificing many lads for his goals, so he was glad that he would go with dignity. He fell to the ground. The involuntary witness of this senseless death asked the man whether it was worth passing something to the young man, and he received in response that the guy was afraid of the blind. The sword was interested in this person because he did not first hear about the role of this man in the fate of Dagon. Even the Narcus mentioned him. The man replied that he was not a member of the family, but made many plans for the destruction of the capital. It was fortunate that Shizhou had trusted Moriana, otherwise the Dagon Empire would have already been destroyed. Sen in silence stood next to the dead body until he was found there by the rebel leader with Chen. Hut. The man reported that he had come here to ask the dead something without thinking that Li Zhan would decide to visit here too. As a gift, the Empress presented one of his swords and, saying goodbye, tried to leave the cave. Chen, having examined the corpse, concluded that he had died and looks as if poisoned. But Sanin reported that the deceased in committing suicide, having drunk the poison. He also conveyed the information he asked to convey Yan to beware of the blind man, who was very interested in the bow. The next morning, the Empress decided to take a hot fragrant bath in the closed horizon, began to enjoy silence, calm, birds singing and a hot relaxing bath, until a man decided to join her visit. The Empress's husband received a leg in his face and a bunch of likes from his wife, but she noted that Li Yang's reputation became better, that she could have positively punched on her reign. The guy explained his concern last night by the fact that Yan Yang asked to pass the reference to him before his death to beware of the blind. The guy noticed that it was reminiscent of the rebellion of the Wan family, when the blind man sowed chaos everywhere. The Bo was interested in the question why a person who caused so much evil to peaceful people before his death decided to warn him, and why his last words were addressed to the rebel leader. The Empress replied that the man had his own motif, but also thought that the man should not know that Yang Yang wanted to help them. She understood that he would first start to blame himself in this situation. After a while, we see how Li Zhu is very upset and therefore uninitiated the leaves in the Empress's house. Li Zhong wondered the cause of her bad mood, and the girl replied that she met a narrative with a rebel with face paralysis last night. They told her about past events and the reason for the extermination of Li's family, which very upset the girl. This man was a swordsman and reported that their family was the descendants of the ruling kind of Nan men. The passing dynasty wanted to kill them, fearing that they would control the city. The guy realized that the girl could not just forget about the past, so he decided that he would treat her with goodies for another month. Meanwhile, a massive fire took place in the warehouse where the materials were stored, and the warriors could not understand what had happened to this camp. Suddenly one of the soldiers, seeing a man standing and watching this picture, the warrior remembered him. After that, the warrior called the stranger and, in the same second, was left without head. As the man destroyed all the people who remembered him, Immortal with Li Sui finished cleaning the house, and the guy offered to relax, because soon his wife would return, bring them sweets that she did. Suddenly, they heard strange sounds from the street, and thought that the Empress had come. But the next moment came with a suitcase, reporting that the Empress was busy. On behalf of the Empress in a suitcase, he brought the sweets that she prepared. But the security guard looked somehow strange. He reported that he had just received the news that after a few days the imperial family plans to come to the capital to arrange a family meeting. The Empress's husband was very interested in this information, but he was worried because he did not know what to expect from new relatives. Chen let his relatives list and reported that there would be Zhu Hua, a great colonel of Jinbei, who is intended this time with accompanying princes and princesses. The guy did not like the news very much, especially and the security guard reported that the general was representing the interests of the one soldiers. The situation is quite complicated there, and conflicts with other peoples are constantly occurring, so they cannot allow the soldiers to fall into the military spirit on the border. In addition, the empress sends all his competitors to this place, and there is a sufficiently high probability of natural death, which was very cruel from her. His security guard was awake that the guy would be able to repair them with them, but still he is Her Majesty's husband, so he should not let himself be disgraced. Otherwise he may receive on his merit. When the men decided to try the sweets prepared by the empress herself, the box turned out to be empty, and the immortal thought that the guard had decided to eat them on the road. But it turned out that they were ruthlessly ate by Li Sui. When the empress returned home in the evening, her husband told her that she knew her family plans for her visit, and it was upset by the girl. The guy asked not to quarrel Chen Hai for the information provided, because he worried about the next moment. They noticed how fireworks began to be launched over the city. It turned out that the empress decided to celebrate the victory for the invitation to go to the city for celebration and receive ovation. She called her husband. He reported that he could meet a pretty girl during that time. When the guy went on the road, the girl could not find a place, convincing that it was a necessary measure to improve her position and trust of the people. After a while, she could not understand why the husband did not return for so long, but suddenly the husband returned home, bringing his wife to the plum. Noting that walking on the streets for one too boring, the guy suggested his wife to stroll together, and they went on the road. Walking through the streets of the city, the guy wondered what the principals and princesses that would come to the capital and to have a relationship with them. The girl began to tell what they were smart and how she loves them, realizing that she could not let her husband make fun of her family this time. Meanwhile, her relatives were traveling on the way to the capital, and none of them was about to call the rebel leader with their son-in-law. The sixth prince of Zhou began to shout that even the wind and sand of Bajuan was not broken, and he would not allow this rebel to manage his country. Each of them took with them as gifts things that could kill the rebel leader and dreamed of being used to get rid of this scoundrel once and for all. This time, they decided to combine the forces to kill the rebel, and at the meeting the princess was ready to express him everything he thinks about and then kill him. While the couple was waiting for the arrival of the empress's relatives, the man asked why send them to Beijuan if they had so good relationships. The wife replied that it was all for the sake of the test for them, and she should add more enthusiasm so that they do not think that she is not inexpensive. The guard reported that the principals and the princess had already arrived in the palace, after which they were invited by a princess. Seeing the rebel leader near the empress, Zhou's relatives decided to act and fell on their knees, greeting and glorifying their sister. The empress ordered them to get out of their knees because it was an unofficial meeting, and the girl tried to be friendly. The princess was surprised that their sister is a polite communication with them, which caused them anxiety, and they suspected that she was going to use their disrespect to execute them. The family began to praise the husband of the empress and express her admiration and respect, assuring that they always dreamed of getting to know him. Li Jun thought that the principle of the principal is really unusual, which characterizes the family of the empress, considering the prince's low intellectual. The relatives saw the empress became angry. They realized that the couple was not so close because the wife was trying to show that she is the main, and the immortal should not intervene in her case. Relatives assured that they brought many gifts to the empress, presenting a crystal from an ice from Beijuan, a stone that warms in winter, and a snake grass that raises young. Lai had a bad relationship with each other and realized that they would beat a little more, so she decided to translate the conversation and ask what happened to the general, who was traveling with them. In principle, it is known that the general did not receive an invitation from Her Majesty, so he stayed at the hotel. This information surprised and angered the empress, and she promised to find a better place for princes and princesses, letting them go. The rebel leader suggested his help in choosing a good place to live the empress's relatives, and she allowed him to do the organization. The palace, to which they had immortal, impressed with its beauty and luxury. The relatives were interested in the history of this place, and the guy reported that King Jinan had previously lived here, assuring that he is now empty, so it is completely at their disposal. Having held the rebel leader in the house, he told his relatives that he should meet the general while they would rest. Prince and princess had a fear that the empress called them here to get rid of her relatives. They found only one explanation of her mind. She saw that staying in Bajuana was a lot of sisters, and now they are a threat to her. Another explanation was that she is angry with conflicts with her husband, so she wants to put all her hatred on her relatives, despite all the expectations of princes and princesses. They realized that Li Jun was not as bad as they thought, and got along well with his sister. Therefore, they decided that they needed to help settle relations with each. Their sister does not want to kill their relatives and may even allow them to stay in the capital. It seemed to them that it was a good idea, and even if this method did not work, then the rebel leader would protect them if they could have it. Considering themselves too intelligent, they believed that the empress should portray fools. In the evening, the elder discussed the purpose of General Zhu's visit, trying to make sure that there would be no conflict between him and the empress. Saying goodbye to the general, the elder left him to the way. He met the rebel leader and began to praise him. The guy wondered what the old man was doing in the heads of the general, and he assured that they were old acquaintances with Zhu, so he came to visit him. The elder was familiar with the newly arrived princesses and princes because he was there first. The guy was not surprised by their low mental capabilities. Meanwhile, General Zhu considered how tomorrow he would meet with the suspected traitor. But the guy appeared on his own on the doorstep, surprised by the huge size of the guest's body. Li Jun called him a mountain, and the general got angry, tried to strike him, but found himself on the ground, not even noticed. The guy thought that this giant is a pupil of the general, feeling the inconvenience for his strong blow, so the guy decided to take the man to the imperial garden. When the guy came to the office of the empress, she wondered if he had already met with General Zhu. Li Jun said he tried to get to his audience, but did not find a Zhu in the blows, but only his pet, talking about a mountain dressed in human clothing. Then the guy told how the animal tried to attack. He knocked him out and then, to prevent conflict with the general, took the gorilla to the imperial garden. Having interrupted the bull, the empress began to draw something on paper and showed a painted portrait of the same gorilla as the general himself was. Li Jun felt inconvenience of his actions for a moment, but he hoped that the man would quickly forget everything, and they would still be able to make it, or he would have to remove the witness. Waking up in the morning, the immortal noticed that the empress was no longer in the rooms, although she had time to cook breakfast. Parading along the streets of the city, the guy thought that he did not want to insult a great general and defender of the nation, but he hoped that he would still be able to get with him. Suddenly, the guy heard the strange sounds that came from the bushes, and the next moment the brothers and sister of the empress rolled out. They suggested that the rebel leader in the palace, and he realized that they came in the morning to show their courtesy, because they did not want to return to Beijuan. Having rejoiced, the boys grabbed the young in his hands, trying to carry it to the palace, but received only on the bump on his foreheads. One of the princes noted that no one saw from yesterday, but the immortal assured them that there were many interesting activities in the capital. Meanwhile, General Zhu talked to the empress and promised to act according to her will and not start to understand the case. The empress noted his merits in the defense of Beijuan, so she asked him not to think here and to rest. The man promised that everything would be good and that the lady may not worry, as the general promised not to act impulsively. When the general met the rebel leader with the relatives of the empress, he told him that after talking with the empress he promised not to quarrel with her husband. But suddenly the giant was angry so that he could not restrain himself and broke down, calling the immortal traitor and a liar, accusing their lady theft. This accusation seemed meaningless because the general served by the TJ family, and the eldest daughter of this family was the mother of the empress. Immediately, everything came into place, and the guy realized why he did not recognize the general at once, because earlier he wore large armor. When the guy called General his mother-in-law, Zhou's relatives tried to calm the situation peacefully. The man decided to stop and not continue the conflict, as he respected the request of princes and princesses. When they approached the empress's office, Li Jun warned her brothers and sister that no one has the right to go there without her permission. This has caused them to confirm the conclusions made of cold relations between the empress and her husband. Chen, on the orders of the empress, allowed to go into her office, and relatives thought about how to make a relationship of son-in-law and sisters warmer. Meeting her relatives, the empress thought that they had a positive development of IQ and know how to talk, although there was no sense of tact. She thought that if they restore their reputation today, she would allow them to return to the capital. Princesses and princesses tried to look smart, but it made their facial expression even dumb. Despite the ability to talk well, the Empress suggested that they talk to them as relatives visiting the garden today. Wondering the modesty of their relatives, when they were walking around the garden, the relatives watched the Empress, fearing that their plan was exposed, but they tried to replace the situation using their position. They began to say that the sister and the man seemed to them the perfect couple, so as not to set up more positively to themselves. The princess wondered what the couple did in her spare time, and Li Jun began to tell that his wife likes to read a book in the garden, and he comes to her, sits down and makes her massage. The princess seemed that the couple did not interact with each other at all, and their plan was now on the verge of failure, so she decided to ask more questions to save marriage. The relatives of the Empress could not understand how to settle this situation. It seemed to them that their plan was revealed, so they were sworn in sadness. Li Jun whispered to his wife that her brothers and sisters look frightened after life in Bajuan. From the conversation, their distraction is one of the principals that undressed, decided to jump into the lake by imitating the duck. The Empress wondered how her relatives or behaved strangely. The brothers began to run around and speak some nonsense. When the Empress's relatives sat in the palace at the table and discussed the situation, they were worried about the Empress's relations with her husband. Although they did not know how the couple behaved in ordinary life, they assumed that they may already have a distant look, but in fact they love each other. The servant reported that Her Majesty invites them three to discuss important cases, and they were concerned that she wanted to send them back, considering that this is a successful chance to find out what really happens between the sister and the man. They began to question the servant of their relationship. The maid reported that in her opinion, their relationship is not quite good, because when they see her or Chen He, their faces become serious, and when she comes out, he hears Her Majesty in a loud quarrel, which has encouraged relatives to think that there was a struggle for power between them. Everyone gathered in the hall for an appointment with the Empress. The girl reported that he did not want to discuss anything serious, but simply to find out their opinion about the family banquet. The guests were handed over the menu, offering to choose dishes, but they believed that the table should be filled with the most expensive dishes. Considering that the Empresses with her husband would now quarrel, guests tried to leave the hall as soon as possible, so that they would not interfere. The man suggested that the Empress stroll together, but the security guard reported that the Empress dare many things that she has to do urgently today. To his surprise, Josely replied that there were no things and was ready to take a walk with her husband, as she has long been on people. The guard thought that Her Majesty could control not only a man, but also to understand the folk mood. The guy noticed that the girl was fraught and worried about her health, because he knew one emperor who died of exhaustion, but his wife assured him that he was not going to exhaust himself, and the husband noticed that although she became a smaller wife, but in other places there were forms. The wife decided to ask her husband with his attitude to the establishment of the Beijuan army. As she noticed a connection, the guy noted that he was not particularly related to him, although he once cooperated with them for some reason, and it was quite interesting. The wife took the boy sharply by the hand, which caused some surprise. So she assured that he should show the people that they were in good relationships, so that people do not think of nothing more. The relatives of the Empress secretly followed them. It seemed that the Empress was behaving strangely and uninvited to the man. According to this activity, they were found by a general who was interested in the affairs of the family, and he noted that the Empress with her husband seemed to be a very harmonious couple. The husband has long noticed that the sister and the brothers of the Empress were following them, and informed his wife. She decided that they should show relatives that they were in a harmonious relationship and wondered if they really look like a couple. The Empress's relatives believed that relationships and their sister with her husband were not different than the play of the actors, and they tried to convince the general, but you counted quite differently, believing that their relationship was good and never happened that the couple would decide to kill each other. The man never loved because he considered it impossible to become dependent on a person, because in Bajuan life is difficult and lonely. Zoe Lee's relatives believed that the giant had no chance of finding a woman, so he found the excuse. The man reported that there was never any affairs with the rebel leader, but he has some relations to the origins of the army. The Empress's sister could not understand why the general justified her husband, because once his son-in-law stole their mother. The man reported that they did not know anything, and this is their personal business. And he came to see something. The man said that although mortal ant abducted the lady ant created a lot of trouble, but if not his help, the late emperor would have destroyed everyone for a long time. Therefore, he can say with certainty that Li Jian is a good person. But in the next moment one of the bows called him a mountain, which was very angry with a man. There was a nose behind the spouse, and it was interested in his wife, and the guy replied that the sounds were creating some monkey. The girl wondered if they looked like they were living in harmony and love. To confirm this, the guy said it would be better if she kissed him for confirmation. The empress wondered if the man really met with her mother, and he confirmed that he had once stolen her during the war. Looking at him, she replied that then it was his task, and she understands it perfectly, so she is not offended by her husband for the abduction of her mother. Conversely, the girl heard that then, if it were not insurgents, the clearing could begin inside society, which would lead to great losses. The guy noted that the rebels then received a great advantage. A big blow was struck. The empress suggested to finish the walk and disperse in this place. The exercises they wanted to set up, so they agreed to meet in the evening. When the empress departed, the general leader was approached by a general who was intended to meet and talk to the bow for a long time. He told the immortal that he was grateful to him, but at the same time he feels hatred, because if it were not for him, they would not have wandered eternity on by Joanna. The guy noted that people were counting the sand when they were bored, but he doubted that the general came here for this, so he asked his true motives. The general replied that before you come here, they discussed how to treat the boy. But since he was kind to them, they decided to choose a representative who was able to go here. He had the right to decide what to do here, and the guy asked how they decided to treat him. His hostess argued with the rebel leader and lost. And although the general did not know what the essence of the dispute was, but she lost them immortal, although the man is now trying to become commander-in-chief of the army. The general had to accomplish the task she gave them before his death. She said that the rebel leader would capture the capital, but he used the way to improve the conquest through the army. People were worried earlier that Li Jian would abuse his position and use it to capture the capital. But now man sees how a guy belongs to the empress with tenderness, and now he feels. Today the Baijuan army will be its possession for the next 50 years. He assured that they would not retreat, even if the rebel leader orders them to face the face of the wolves. The guy reported that the general looks reliable, so he decided to give him an order now, namely that he does not happen in any way to protect the empress. Returning home, the guy saw Li Sui, who sat at the table and absorbed. The girl said she left her work today, as she was given an assistant, and she was able to lose all her work on her. The girl reported that the was distressed because of jealousy and told the story that the owner of the store in which she works was hired a new employee, which the girl should follow. The Piles alerted this situation, and he began to assure the girl that this employee was hired to release Li Sui. She was very surprised, and she realized all serious situations, and now she has a great desire to she ran back to the store. The Li youth plan worked, and now he could enjoy his loneliness, waiting for his wife to return. When Josie returned home in the evening, the guy decided to make an annoyed and tired wife massage. The girl wondered if the husband talked to the general and reported that they figured out in relations with the Z family and now finally understood the situation. She wondered why the rebel leader would have time to speak to the general and why people on the Baijuan border began to express their opinion. The guy tried to swear that he was beautiful, so all this the girl did not satisfy this answer, and the guy was very disappointed. The wife decided to cheer her husband, so not expecting that he was getting, they began to discuss the situation to reconcile. The empress's husband wondered that she was going to do with her brothers and sister, and she replied that she was about to leave them in the capital or send them to Janjan. The husband was surprised to be the kindness of his wife and asked what she was going to do if they try to capture the throne. But the empress was convinced that they would not be able to do so, as they were not the main contenders for the throne. Meanwhile, lunch in the big hall, the empress's brothers and sister were waiting for the sister's appearance and thought that she was about to tell them today. They expected that the empress would go back to Baijuan or decide to execute, so they decided to agree to less so that they would not get into the disadvantage of the sister. The empress with her husband and guard appeared in the hall. Then the Lord began her thing, where she stressed that she invited her relatives here to see what they would do. Then she continued to talk about getting acquainted with her husband, and her brother could not stand, began to ask them to send them back to Baijuan. To their great surprise, the rebel leader suggested that they stay in the capital, then decided to send their older brother back, and allowed others to stay here. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard, everyone was freezing, and the energy that felt around seemed to be very familiar to the rebel leader. Chen searched every corner of the imperial palace carefully, but did not find any traces of penetration. So the guy strongly reported that he was not a person penetrated here, and invites the guard to follow him. Under their steps, the matrix corridors led to the imperial chamber, from where the mysterious energy emitted. The guy almost confidently argued that something was wrong here, that someone did not come for the sake of the theft of treasure during the family banquet. In the imperial chamber, among the aura of energy, was an extraordinary sword, which the Empress was presented by the fencing did not shine so brightly, but now exploded with energy. The rebel leader realized that it was a thing, but did not understand why she suddenly thrown. Guy suggested that the guard hold this sword, and the man, not suspecting, took him in his hand. The next moment he was hit by electrical seams, that this sword was created from the same sword that the emperor wounded the rebel was Lin Hao's imperial sword. The guy continued to say that this sword was less able to extract. The emperor wounded him. The sword absorbed part of his energy, which was 20-30. The empress suggested that then with this sword, her husband will be able to increase her strength in battle. But the man replied that it was only 30 of his strength. It is like fighting a regular sword. The prince and the princess wanted to own this sword, but the immortal assured them that if the security guard was injured, then it is better for them to forget about it. The bows were surprised that this sword was not at all used because of his energy, which attacks enemies more intense. The empress was interested in how possible, and why only her husband could touch him, while she also touched him without injuring. When in contact with the sword, she had a feeling that hot air pierced her body, but she felt relatively comfortable. Then the guy suggested that he was using his energy to look at his wife's body and helps her to adjust the inner breathing. He believed that in this way would become the most powerful empress in history and could use this sword. The guy assured his wife that his energy would not protect the sword owner in itself, but at the same time her health would improve and the skin would become tender. However, the man of the empress could not understand why this sword suddenly released energy. Then we see how the girl sat at the table and stared up at the sword, and her husband said that the changes should accumulate over time, and that one should not expect an instant effect. However, she replied that she just wanted to see what the killer was, and if she was someone his subordinates, she would have killed him. The next morning, someone knocked on the offender was Li Sui, who was bored and reported the bad news that the rebel leader was wanted. In her hands, she held an ad, which depicted the image of the boy and signed his name with the arrest order. The guy could not believe everything, because he knows all Dagon, and even more so, he is the right hand of the general. It is not a little like him. The girl replied that the arrest warrant came not from the capital, but from Beijuan, because their people think that he is a monster with big teeth and red eyes. The letter was written that after the rebel leader is caught, he must meet the ruler of meant that it was he who issued this order. The guy could not understand why he was looking for him, because they were never one reason came to his mind to kill. The guy realized that he woke up too early and lay down late, so he decided to cook his wife breakfast. Indeed, there was no one on the street that morning and it caused a strange feeling while the guy had breakfast at the cafe. Then Li Jun walked down the street and carried his wife breakfast in the box until the guy noticed Chen He, who was running somewhere. The guy stopped him and asked where he was so hurried, assuming that a group of people from Beijuan appear in the city. The guard asked what the rebel leader could have annoyed their ruler so much that he sent here a bunch of angry men with weapons. Chen He said that he helps the guy only because of his connection with the empress, and if the local objects are damaged, the guy will restore them at his own expense. Immortal thought that people like Beijuan had already had time to mix with the locals, which looked enough to reveal their presence here so quickly. While he was walking the street, an unknown smoke that had a strange smell, who had not felt a guy whom he had not felt before. Suddenly, two men who greeted the commander were blocked and reported that they arrived from Beijuan and this is their dessert equipment. When they use it, their internal energy becomes firm, and such technique is nowhere to be seen in the information. One of the men promised to apply the technique of reading the soul, but the next moment was beaten by the rebel leader and fell to the ground unconscious. The guy told them that they made to first is that any manipulation does not make sense in the face of absolute power, and the second is that they have spoiled his wife's breakfast. The second warrior wondered if the immortal was not interested in the fact that his wife is this. Question shocked the guy, because he did not expect such development. The man said that they are hiding in the capital for several days, and the mirror he held in his hands can manipulate animals and conquer their brain. Therefore, through the mirror, it can see and hear all the animals and watch every step of the commander. It turns out that the chaos in the capital they sow not just so, but in order to scatter the staff of the capital's guard, to make it convenient to attack the rebel leader and his wife. The husband showed through the mirror of a stranger in a mask, who watched Li Yun's sleeping wife. The man was not to worry, immortal, and assured that she was lying without consciousness. The guy had to pass on the core of Baijuana, and then they would put everything about. The guy was surprised by these requirements, because he had no idea where to look for him, and the man assured that they felt a sudden rush of energy. The man in the mask wondered where he was the sword of the rebel leader and suggested that his wife be killed by his sword if he does not now give the core of Baijuan to them. After the information provided, the man in the mask stood in a pantry near the sword, but was too self-confident, touching him. The next moment was destroyed by electricity. The man with the mirror began to shout, trying to reach his commander, and the guy was pushing that the murder really happened, which he angered the man even more. Through the mirror, he began to angry and shout that she would die, and in the name of the ruler decided to sacrifice himself. The man tried to gather his internal energy, but to great surprise, he did not work. Trying to change the situation, he realized that his technique worked the opposite and was a matter of her hands. But he did not have time to agree, because in the next moment he twisted the harness and tore into the delicious pieces. Li Yun was very surprised by this situation, but suddenly a girl's voice heard behind herself, which he thought that the guy was stronger than she imagined. He could not understand who said it and vote to determine the direction of saw a girl near him, who pointed his finger on him and asked why he did not worship her. Was even more surprising, and he perceived her for the baby, that the girl suddenly reported that if she had not used the reverse equipment on it, then this explosion would destroy the entire street. Continuing, the girl said that the guy was not too polite, but still he should greet the owner of Baijuan. De Bo was surprised that the legendary owner of Baijuan, a millennial ruler, was a little girl. She recommended that her name is Lina and she is the current ruler of Baijuan and dreaming of studying in China's strongest warrior. Klops was alerted by her words, and he thought that she should be careful. But the next moment was Li Sui, who was looking for a girl. She began to bowl her for moving away from the workplace and calling the maid. The boy was surprised that the ruler was working in the store. The girl promised to me as she should return to work her duties. When the rebel leader, together with the general, arrived at the place where the ruler of Baijuan works, the guy asked in the truth that he was the ruler and the general confirmed it. After that, he reported that there was a guard around their home where the Empress was exhibited. Then the guy ordered the general to contact the Baijuan army and find out what happened there. Li Yun decided to buy 5 servings of barbecue and aimed to ask the girl and her visit to the capital. The guy asked the girl about her goal and why she ordered him to rest, and she began to tell the story that she had ended money and had to get a job here. The immortal reported that in this case he could not release her capital alive, and the girl wondered if he would handle her. Their views met, lightning ran between them. Exhaling, the guy asked why she came here and was looking for a Baijuan core. He counted that she had enough strength. Besides, she can use strange barbaric techniques. And the girl confirmed his assumption about the search for the nucleus. She replied that he was only followed to select the nucleus, and if he gives it, then it would end painlessly. The guy assured the ruler that he did not have a nucleus now, and he learned about him for the first time from her man, who surprised the girl. The nucleus allows the warrior to go beyond his capabilities. Even half of the nucleus allows you to achieve a force that is equal to her own, and with his help you can even injure the ruler himself. The guy learned that the people he met were from the Huanzhang clan, which is one of Beijuan's most influential families. Their best warriors are called 7 stars, and they successfully went beyond their strength. The girl calmly, the guy perceives the information, and she even thought that he did not understand it to the end. Therefore, she reminded that powerful warriors would find him, and even his comrades and family can be involved in this. The guy was not worried. The next moment, he surprised the girl even more, stretching her glass with special medicines that heal the scars. There was a white lotus nectar inside the bottle, which cost very big money, but the guy noted that he did not regret to give this nectar of the larder, informing that the girls did not like scars on the body. Without paying for the food he purchased the immortal, he escaped, promising that he would pay later when he was returned for rent. The next morning, under the morning bright sun, a man with a sword sat and thought of his further actions and plans, which he argued with someone with the help of a horn. He counted that the red shadow had failed the task, but they need to find the nucleus, so it remains only to send one of the 7 stars. Therefore, the voice of Lan in the corner reported that he decided to go alone, believing that Li Jun would not even notice his presence. In addition, Gao Feng arrived and were believed that he should not know about the everything is possible for this. The man believed that Li Jun himself represents nothing, but only hunts for money and glory. He was interested in the question of how much he would stand his sword, because he is called the best sword in the world. While the immortal went home down the street, he noticed a large number of martial arts men who worked undercover. Going home, the guy saw that Jolie was sitting at the table and waited for him. Though she had a long time to girl replied that she woke up and saw a thief. She believed that their home was filled with thieves. And the guy behaves put her about the situation in Beihuan and wondered if the man was able to learn something new. The guy offered to try first the kebabs he brought, noting that they were done by the ruler of the girl may not worry, because they are not poisoned. The Empress was interested in the question of whether the ruler would be able to deliver problems, but he denied that the problem was now Gold Clan, which would simply not retreat. They believe that the immortal has a Bajuan core, and this is a problem, but the Empress assured him that he was under her protection, so he was not threatened. The husband assured her that they should not be scared, though they did not know when the clan came. Maybe the wife at all has drove them today, and they fled forever. The Empress threateningly assured that she was not so easy to scare, and the boy, laughing, agreed with her, sweeping that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. The guy told his wife that the ruler of Baijuana was very strong, but her energy was mixed with other people's energy. If he understands correctly, the title of the ruler of Bajuan is passed from generation to generation, as in the capital, but the difference is that the power is transmitted. Therefore, it cannot be underestimated. It is much weaker than the rebel leader in terms of cultivation, but people from Baikuan use some strange techniques. Today, they have time to surprise their immortal techniques, so he will need to use at least 2 beats to defeat the ruler. From the yard there was a nose that surprised the couple. The smell of sea were Li Sui with his new helper, who was the ruler of Beihuan. The girl counted the protection of the Empress bat, and the guy noted that if she had not been given by his girlfriend, the girl would have had big problems. It turned out that the girls visited the imperial palace. Because the rebel leader did not pay for the barbecues, they calculated money from them, and now nowhere to spend the night. The Lord noted that her mentor advised to rent an apartment at the immortal because she never paid for her. The Empress asked her husband to allow the girl to remain because they have an empty. She believed that they would be able to look after her so that she did not make anything bad. The Lord decided to report that now members of the 7 stars are in the south and are as strong as she. So she advises to gather more people to have a quantitative advantage. The Empress denied and reported that there was no need, and she did not underestimate. The girl just doesn't know about Dagon's strength. The Lord has angered that they would wipe anyone on their way. For example, the second is the strongest person in the world, which is now in Bajuana, Gao Feng, who is now moving along the snowy valley at the foot of the mountains. There he was met by an old man who decided to check his strength, because he heard that fencing and blows were simply striking. A fierce struggle began between them, and the man suggested that the guy taste his electric wit, trying to impress with him. The guy was not waiting for the blow. He got a large weapon from which he shot and killed one old man and his camel. He began to shout that he was the main and his whole family, the second in the world. His ancestors 8 generations back were the second in the world. Meanwhile, at the imperial palace, Li Jun spoke with Baijuan's lorder and asked how old she was. She replied that she was 16, and therefore as much as their girlfriends Li Sui, but only she moved gracefully, and the lord as a bag of potatoes. The girl assured that she had a trauma through which her body had changed, and as soon as she recovers, her beauty would return. Asked why she decided to come so early to the bow, she answered that she wanted to repay the debt and handed him the medicinal wine from Beijuan. It was her personal development that helps in the kidney and stimulates Yang's energy, so that it is necessary in her opinion, after yesterday. Last day, the girl noticed that the bow's Danya had weakened a little and this wine would be able to support him. Everything would become clear when they try it. Without hesitation, the guy drank a little wine and the next moment felt how inside him the energy of Qi began to rage, and the next moment became stronger. But the girl denied these reports that her wine just closed the hole and this energy was so easy to support, there would be many strong cultivators in Beijuan. The girl reported that she heard people in Shencha cultivated the energy of qi and thus reinforced their body too, and Li Sui said that she became stronger, reinforcing energy. The guy confirmed her assumption, but the girl dreamed of becoming more physically, and the guy decided to help her with it by giving a book. The girl bought a book and left, already giving her desire to start her studies. Guy thought that he hoped not to meet her monster after training. Suddenly, the Empress came out, wondering what they were talking. Guy told her about the debt repayment and the fact that the girl gave the medical wine that she prepared. He confessed that he used to drink often when he participated in the fight, but mainly used it to treat he sometimes drank to stifle the not removed pain in his body. The girl touched her husband's cheek and looked into his eyes. She said she did not want to suffer again. The next moment, they were distracted by Chen Koff and reported to the rebel leader. Report on the Beijuan situation from General Zhu. Reading the report, he realized that people from the Golden Clan turned out to be intelligent and the Empress was interested in this situation. The guy said they conquered all the families in Beijuan, big and small, and created the alliance from them. So it is necessary to strengthen the border troops, because when they remove all internal threats, they will pay their attention to Dagon. That there was an indefinite moment. Why are they asking for families to convey all the information concerning Beijuan ruler? It seemed that they were trying to increase their strength with the help of families, but in fact it was their real goal, and the ruler seems to also hide some information. The rebel leader asked the guard of where the general was located today, and he was told that they went back to Beijuan with the 6th prince. The guy wanted to ask a few questions about Beijuan's ruler, and he was curious about how far they had left. General Zhu, together with his assistant, traveled on horseback through the forest, and suddenly, a man realized that he was ambushed in the bushes. They stopped, and from there a man with a sword appeared, who mockingly informed that he was waiting for a gorilla from the jungle, but it was General Zhu, who was also on his list for murder. This comparison was very angry with the general. He began to threaten the man, and he assured that he had no chance and began to attack. He promised to cut down the head of Zhu from his shoulders today, but his hopes were not justified, and the general easily overcame him because he was much stronger opponent. He was sitting under a tree and could not understand how such could be that the general was much stronger than him, because it was impossible. False. He was thinking about what a strange weapon he has and that he was able to get into him from afar. In addition, the man knew that the general was slower than him, but could anticipate his every step, as if he were fighting with hundreds such as he. Also interesting is the question what a reinforced mixture. The general threw him into him, and now the unpleasant stinking smell was spread around. When the general arrived in the palace of the Empress, everyone gathered in the office of Her Majesty, and Zhu reported on a stranger whom he met in the forest. The man said the stranger was very fortunately, he managed to scare away, and Li Jun wondered if only one person was sent. The man replied that it seemed that a stranger was alone, because if he had someone else with him, they used this chance to help him kill a general. Although he fled, the man managed to leave a label on him, which was once used on the rebel leader. Leave a person sent on a person, not suspecting that she is shit. The rebel leader assured that he would be able to find it due to the smell, because the goal could not escape far, though she tried. Fall in the meantime tried to wash himself in the river, not understanding why the smell did not disappear in any way and fell terribly. Suddenly, he heard some incomprehensible bush in the bushes and realized that someone was following him, so he began to shout, demanding that the enemy appear. From there came the rebel leader with his own person and mockingly replied that the man was very rough. Do they talk to strangers? In the next moment, the guy applied his energy to the enemy, demanding him to dress and accept his death. Thanks to this energy, the man realized that he was in front of Li Yun, so he decided to sway with his energy, so he began to drain water back until the dry bottom appeared. The stranger said that his comrades were warned not to delay the rebel leader, so he aimed to put him into full and quickly destroy him. The man wondered why the rebel leader went here without the weapon, because now the guy did not overcome him. Meanwhile, Bai Huan's lord, who heard that the immortal went alone to fight the 7 stars, she was deeply shocked and did not understand why she was not told about it. Chen let the girl leave the closed territory of the imperial, besides it is mixed in the internal affairs of the capital, which do not apply to it. The girl could not understand how it could be that Empress Dagon is so heartless that she did not even worry about the safety of her own husband. The guard assured her that Her Majesty was already helping him and the fight would end quickly. But in the next moment they saw in the sky a bright glow, which was very surprised. Li Jian said that he was as strong as the immortal himself when he broke through the borders of martial arts, but Li Jian did not fight naked men. So he turned around and decided to leave the glade, leaving the man to enjoy the water treatments, but he began to shout that the guy is a coward. But in the next moment, the men saw a bright light in the sky, which gradually twisted into the vortex and covered the scoundrel with a golden dome. This strange phenomenon was the jade seal used by the Empress against Lenya to protect her husband. Meanwhile, Chen let him pay that the goal was successfully effected and the girl was satisfied, because she would not allow anyone to touch her husband. Then we see how the ruler of Baijuana hurried to jump around the woods to have time to save the rebel leader. When she landed, she saw the bow and near the body of a damaged warrior 7 stars in a pit filled with stones. The girl became interested in the unusual technique of struggle and realized that she is much stronger than her devastation. Guy assured that it was the power of his love. When Elijah was pulled out of stones, they could not understand whether he was alive, but then it turned out that he was just lucky and could be imprisoned. But suddenly the girl approached the man lying on the ground. She began to touch the forehead, on which the label began to glow. The girl replied that she had sealed the Korita's strength into the he tries to send it to the desired channel, he will receive a reaction. It can be said that Nad is no different from cripples. She had to warn the bow to be careful with the Empress, because he asked her to send him a reinforcement, but it seems that she was not interested in it, and she even asked the guard to drive her. And the immortal replied that it is too late for him, because every day the Empress hammers him and forces a lot of energy. When he understands it, it is too late, especially difficult at night, when he is harder to control himself. The girl with horror in her eyes began to think about whether there was a technique of illusions, and whether she could learn all. You need to be careful with the Empress in the future. Li Jian was drawn to the imperial prison and made shackles to the wall, began to look at the contents of his bag, which was very poor. Taking the contents of the bag on the table, the guy saw a strange thing there in the form of a horn, the purpose of which was unknown. But suddenly a human voice began to sound from the horn, which was interested in the. It became clear that this tool was intended for communication. The guy decided to answer, away from the suspicion that it could be their chief. Remembering the strange manner of the stranger's voice, Li Jian began to pretend that he was Liu Shen and replied that he had overhauled who had no chance to win. And this was an easy task. He asked how to deal with Gao. Voice reported that the old man had finished earlier for him and began to call the old man. Further, the voice reported that the enemy could not withstand any blow and everything went. The guy wondered if he took the mystical weapon of Gao Fan, which was worth huge money. Orn was just Gao Feng under the cover, which now, sitting by the campfire, thought out where the guy could know about mystical heavenly weapons, because everyone knows it as a mystical celestial sword. He answered the horn, which, of course, took the sword and asked about the gear of Li Yang, which had a large number of useful pills. Gao Fena was interested in how his ally could kill Li Yang, and he was suspicious that the scoundrel himself, the insurgent leader, which was confirmed. The rebel leader replied that he had heard about the rebel leaders, who also made sure in Beijuan, and suggested sending several people to them to take care of them. The man replied that this is a good idea, and managers can also know something about the location of the core, and promised to send several people to capture them. The man could not understand what core they were talking, was worried about what troubles it was, trying to draw an immortal this time. Thought about it. He understood that this is the old man who considered him unique and promised that in the future he would surely open up great opportunities that would help to become a great person. Then he thought he was just a thief, until he met this scoundrel and began to live according to his predictions, which were a large dish in a soft place. First, when they were in the southern nest of the beetles, Li Jian threw it directly into the swarm, where he was bitten by thousands of beetles. Then it began to absorb the energy of this swarm, and as a result, its own energy increased. After the earth dragon rushed around, he threw him into a vault, and the man took 7 days to get out. But fortunately, he managed to come across the hidden treasure of the ancient martial arts master, into one of the secret kingdoms in the south, as a result of which he was found by local women's clans. But thanks to this he was able to practice paired cultivation with them, and reveal his meridians. Ever since he met him, he has constantly manifested in all possible troubles and always had broken bones, torn organs and blood flowing from all holes. But at the same time, his energy burst into new levels, and he became the second in power of the person they are talking about. The rebel leader assured a man who knows their place of position. They are at the foot of the Crusader, right on the edge of Bajuan, and it is enough to send only one person there, because they are very weak. The man on the other end of the corner assured that they both should return as soon as possible, because they do not want some accident. In the evening, the rebel leader walked on the palace and thought that he could not allow these people to do as they please. If you reject their motives, judging by how they act, they are not concerned about tens of thousands of people. The guy decided to go into his wife's office to visit her, wondered if she was still working. The Empress just finished her work and prepared dinner, so she suggested dinner in the office. When it was already dark, they sat on the roof of the house and watched the stars. And the guy decided to thank his wife for using Dagon's weapon to protect him today. The girl noted that she did not do it to not betray her husband, but because the man came to mock the city, and she could not leave unanswered. She said she was constantly thinking about the boy because he always gives herself danger, so she is constantly experiencing. Despite the expectation of the husband, the Empress replied that she would not stop him and forbid to fight the boys from Baikuan, because it would look too pretentious on her part. The rebel leader has promised that the Empress would make them deal with them and give the best armor and an army that would pave her way. Then the world will see it in all. His girl assured that if he wins, she would give him the greatest ward of Dagon, but if she fails, she will just close her mouth. The girl also assured that if he dies in battle, she would end the same day. Of the guy who understood everything and agreed with her. And of the Empress noted that he already possessed the best ward of Dagon and asked to start every morning with the wishes of a good morning. But for these words he flew into his nose from the Empress. The Empress twice confirmed the oath of the ruler of the Supreme Commander and wife, promising to always support him. Hen the guy, enjoying tea, sat thoughtfully. His annoying guest, by Juan's lore, brazenly threw a bag of money on the table, taking into account the payment for the food he took without paying for her. Li Jun was struck by the fact that he had so quickly coped with loan and decided to change her plans. Now, if the guy does not know the location of the core, she decided to continue the search within Shenshu. She warned him to be careful in relations with the Huanzhen family and not try to confront them one-on-one. The rebel leader worried about the nucleus, but suddenly the voice came from the horn, which was called to communicate. It turned out that he found the leaders of the insurgent army, and they are exactly where he pointed out. The man reported that there were 4 of them, anarchists holding a stick and several men with a sad look. He also noted that there is a nice girl near them, who was interested in him, but Immortal warned that it was just a group of weak mortals who would die with his appearance. The voice assured that he, as a member of the Stars family, is stronger than Divine Eye technique can see up to a kilometer away, so they didn't even notice it. However, the Narcus was smart, noticing it from afar with the help of a telescope, and began to expect its appearance. The soapy girl with pink hair was full of time when she could see him, because he wrote a letter to her and reported that somewhere here. This girl was a major instructor and could not restrain the desire to knock out the brain of the rebel leader. On the market she realized that she was clearly deceived by giving someone in Li Juni. The Naru's assistant noted that the Nareo warned him about this girl because she was killed without trading, so she was called the tyrant on the battlefield. However, she does not look like a monster at all, but only a little naive girl, although everyone around her danger. They approached the foot of the mountain, where there was a man who appointed them. Suddenly a powerful explosion occurred on top of the mountain. It was a trap from the narrator who tried to overcome him remotely, but the opponent, unfortunately, remained alive. When they approached the explosion, there was a huge abyss in which a man stood by gold protective shields. He rose and replied that it was very ugly on their part, remaining a shield with a chi energy. The Narcus replied that it was an explosive gift, otherwise called a mine, a weapon developed by the rebel leader burning it into the ground. They can make it break at any moment. Suddenly, the instructor girl, having perceived her husband for Li Jun, began to be released, increasing in size and radiating the energy of chi. Then she rushed to attack her husband, laughing at him. Considering him ordinary, suddenly, the girl broke his shield with her fist. The next moment, there was a fierce struggle, where the girl ruthlessly destroyed the enemy with the stones, and all around were surprised by her force. When the struggle ended, a man in the blood was lying in the abyss, which was ruthlessly destroyed by enro wanted to kill the enemy finally. The instructor was convinced that the man was breathing only because he is the leader of the rebels, and for him such an attack was worthless. But enro disappointed her, reporting that it was not Li Jun. The girl apologized, reporting that she was not going to kill him, but only crippled. The instructor could not understand until the end, as it may not be the rebel leader, lifting him behind his head and looking into the belief that he just changed the hairstyle. Therefore, it must be corrected, and everything will fall into do this. She tore off his head. She modestly apologized, reporting that she would attach her back, but Narua assured that she was not he, but thanked for her cooperation. Suddenly, the girl began to radiate energy again, and noted that she had not yet finished, because Li Yun taught her that when you were killing someone, it was necessary to destroy the witnesses. If not everyone witnessed the murder, then she should end with them. But the sword decided to resolve the issue peacefully and gave the girl a lollipop on a stick. The conflict was settled, and the girl immediately calmed down, becoming cute as that cheer everyone around. Li Yun sat at the imperial table and thought, hoping that the girl had already coped with a difficult had a chief priest who gave her access to 200 of his forces in battle. However, he had an interesting question: why didn't she contact him yet? He could not initiate the connection because someone could see only option was to wait. The next moment, his room was opened by a wife who came in with not the best guy hoped for gratitude, because today he did not prevent her from working. However, the girl, on the contrary, was angry that he did not visit her in the was surprised because he believed that he did not like her to visit her, as it distracts her from work. The girl denied it, and Chen felt something change. Chen and Li Jun decided to visit a prison where they kept the prisoners, and came up with punishment for. The man only cheered. He expressed confidence that no punishment could break it, which caused a change in tactics in Li Yun. The rebel leader asked how to prison and had breakfast today, reminding of a wonderful breakfast with his words proved to be a real psychological support for the man. Using himself, the man began to shout offensive words, demanding one-on-one and considering himself stronger than the rebel leader. Li Jun decided to give him a chance and asked the guard to let him go, even though it was difficult to grab him. Having released the prisoner, he was immortal that he could simply stand, but if he only takes one step, he will be considered lost. The man was angry and tried to attack the bull, but in the next moment he became bad, and he began to vomit, not understanding why his internal energy was flowing in the opposite direction. The rebel leader warned him that he warned of the consequences, because the ruler of Beihuan sealed his course so that he is now almost powerless. The prisoner replied that he was ranked 6th among 7 stars, and those who are above him were real monsters. Li Jun assured that there are little and they do not pose any threat to the city, because they will be easy to overcome on their own. Fisher, he assured that when they find the nucleus, under the action, every resident of Beihuan will be able to go out for his borders, and then even all Dagon will not be able to stop them. The rebel leader tried to provoke the prisoners, saying that they should first find the nucleus, and until they pose any threat. This was very angry with the prisoners, and he said that they had already prepared a party of masters of martial arts, and now they had thousands of fighters and all of them inside Dagon. The next moment, the guy laughed and informed the man that he had outlined the information they needed. Due to the deception, the prisoner was very angry and promised that it was worth waiting for, and the time would come when the Baijuana army would demolish Dagon. Meanwhile, a strange skinny man, who looked like a monk, cut strange signs on the wall and whispering something under his nose, like a spell. The guards annoyed strange senseless monk who muttered something under his nose without stopping. Since he woke up, that they realized that he was an unusual monk, because the past emperor personally closed him here. And before the emperor died, he often came to him. A strange man with tears in his eyes muttered a spell on a mantra and painted a strange sign on the wall, which had a secret. When Li Jun returned home, he expected that he would see his beloved wife immediately after returning. But it seemed to him that she was not at home. From the kitchen came the sound of a knife that was sharpening, which testified to his wife's stay in the kitchen. But he was worried about whether people from Beijuan had made their way to the house. Notwithstanding the tension, the guy knocked the door with his feet and jumped in the kitchen and with shouts, or a thief, got tired of living. But in the kitchen was his wife with a knife, who was very surprised by the behavior of the husband, and he began to quickly justify himself that he thought of thieves from Baikuan. The wife said she had a little laziness today, and did not want to cook, so she asked the Imperial cooking to cook something. But she did not expect them to work so badly, and pointed to a plate where the dish was horrible. The guy noted that the Emperor lacked a little culinary skills, but he thought that she probably prepared it personally and dumped guilty for cooking. So the wife continued that she decided to cook dinner herself and just started when her husband went into the kitchen. The guy decided to taste the cooked dish so as not to offend his wife, noting that although the dish looks not very good, but the taste is great. The Empress was very surprised by such a characteristic of the case, and the guy assured that the most important thing is that the dish was filled with love, and not find a better seasoning for her. He reported that they received information from Lenya, and judging all over, some martial arts crashed into the capital, and about 1,000 of them. Chen, as soon as he learned about it, he immediately arranged people in Dagon to investigate the case personally. The girl wondered the opinion of the man where he would go first when he got the capital, if he was originally from Beijuan. Thinking, the guy replied that he would first choose Zan in the Dagon shopping center, and after a recent invasion of the south, there is still restless. However, if they were sufficiently educated about Dagon, they would know that there was an incredibly beautiful empress who built a long metal tunnel through half Shenshu. Thus, Janan became a less significant goal, and his wife noted that the guy conducted a good analysis of the situation, but it is not necessary to mention her appearance so often. Arriving at the account of this situation, the wife, as always, was annoyed, and the guy suggested to go to bed before the rebel leader was sitting on the roof of the house and, meditating, thought that the Linus therapeutic liquor is simply incredible, and it could cultivate its energy is much easier than before. And now their fights with their wife will last longer than usual, but you do not have to spend all their strength every time. He decided that the laws of conservation of energy did not go nowhere, and need to go to buy several buns for breakfast. Further in the store asking the stuffing and quality of the dough, the guy bought some buns for the money that Lena gave him. Opening the bag, and he did not notice the money there, but only a paper note, which was said that his wife was late and therefore took away all the money. Suddenly behind him, the general ordered the seller of 6 buns and tried to treat them immortal. The guy replied that he was grateful, because his wife took away all his money, and he was forced to live under her oppression every day. When they sat at the table and kept you in buns, the guy asked, realizing that not just suddenly, the general appeared to treat him with rolls. The man said that yesterday he had caught some thieves from Beijuan, and they had already made their way to Jinda. Li Young was surprised that they had not gone to Janan, despite his assumption. The general added that they were very secretive and committed suicide before he was able to get some information from them. Therefore, they do not know what thieves are planning, and should be careful, because the enemy acts shadows and does not know what tricks they plan to use. The man assured that the bloodbath was almost inevitable, and the rebel leader replied to the horn that he was today it will lead a detachment into the battle, attacking Jinda. General was surprised that the guy spoke to the horn, which was originally from Beijuan, and the immortal reported that this device was a means of communication with executives. The general was pleasantly surprised, because it opens them direct access to the higher ranks of the enemy. Admiring the genius of Li Yang, Empress, together with the rebel leader, discussed the plan of action, and the guy reported that thieves were about 100, and all of them masters of martial arts. But their goal is very strange. Their purpose is to sow chaos in the capital, and immediately Empress was interested in why the man seems strange, because the logic is hiding here. He replied that they could not be solely sowing chaos using so many people, and this can be a distracting maneuver, but they have a precisely covered motif. He did not think that he had been rolled up, otherwise they would not send so many people to the capital, and even more so to notify him. Moreover, they need a nucleus, and maybe something that may be associated with it is hidden in the capital. The rebel leader told his wife that she should sleep in the palace today, and he would deal with them and will find out their true intentions. The wife was annoyed, believing that the husband was counting her unselfish, but he denied her assumption and assured that she should remain here, protect the palace. Raising the spirit of the guards, the girl assured the man that he could not worry about her, because she knew what to do, and asked to return him earlier, causing a wave of tenderness. Meanwhile, a bunch of men gathered and waited for their leader. One of them wondered if their leader is one of the 7 stars today, and whether someone saw him earlier. It turned out that one man met only with the owner, as you help him in training, and the other 6 men never saw him. Another man was at first alert, but who could have thought that they would help him overcome his limit if he fulfills this task? He will be able to become as strong as the 7 stars, overcome the rebel leader, if they all work together. And the other said they could, of course, because there are so many, and even if someone is strong when the opponent had a quantitative advantage. But the next moment from the roof of the house was a confident question about the quantitative advantage, and men surprised who it could be. On the roof of the house was a guy on which there was a monkey mask. When men looked at him, he asked them to relax. He called himself a Shine and eternal god, holding a horn in his hands, and asked if they were recognizing him. And in the next moment, the warriors under the house began to greet one of the 7 stars of the leader Lenya. After counting the audience, the guy asked why only 10 people gathered and where others were. The men began to talk and, well being, tried to tell the truth that others were scattered on another shelter and were under their control, and he just had to give them an order. The answer granted the boy, and he replied that she was certifying them that he would not treat them badly. They worked together only for the sake of this mission, but their holy work would never stop. To win Beijuan, to pacify the southern barbarians, to destroy Dagon, to unite Shenshu was their goal. And it was only a beginning. Kigai assured them that the name, status and condition outside this land will be expected by the beautiful world, and soon they will be under the protection of the ruler and will only become stronger. Li Yun happily reported that from today, they will be called Taihua Group, and they can call him his commander, asserting that they would never stop fighting. He tried to find a person who received a secret task here in the crowd. The men began to shout that although they did not understand what he said, but it sounded very impressive and asked you to say what to do next. Li Jun began to say that they would start with the Empress's personal guard, a person who is responsible for 6 doors Chen He. The guy ordered him to kill him, and the 7 stars in the future will be 1 enemy less, calling for him the sentence kill Cha He, and the crowd began to repeat after him. Next, we see how Chen Leda cannot understand why the rebel leader uses it as a bait in this case. The general reported that all because he is a personal guardian of Her Majesty and to use it as a date conveniently and logically, or asked why they were delayed, because the appointed time has already come, and the general assured that it is just worth placing on the current, because even he does not know where he will come from. And the next moment the doors leading from the yard exploded from the other side. The cries, which hid Sen Hai in this place, came forward a crowd of angry men. One of them noticed that he, as well as one of the leaders, is well acquainted with the planning of the capital, that it seems like his personal home. He recalled that their main goal was to kill Chen Hai, and the men began to shout, confirming it. The leader saw that the guard was angry and began to provoke him, calling and showing obscene gestures to provoke a conflict. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Library of the Empress, she tried to find any clue about the Beijuan Corps. In search of her, she was prompted by what she believed that only she would find a hint, then her husband would surely praise her. Josely remembered that it was this book that his father ordered to burn, but he died and never destroyed it. Finding the records, she began to look at them and saw that the 2nd of July he arrived in the Heavenly Temple. Meanwhile, a fight between General Chen Qi and robbers, who broke into the palace, took place near the palace of the Empress. Their leader ordered to kill imperial scoundrels, and men with sword attacked a general, trying to submit 3 of them. But this task seemed incredible because the giant general scattered them in different directions, and ended completely intact. Chen looked at the attackers from the top and called them a bunch of weaknesses, saying that they should count on the honor of dying from his sword. Without waiting for the reaction of the men, the guard destroyed them with the help of swords without even straining, and men fell to the ground overcome. One of them, lifting his head from the ground, answered Chen Ko that he had done very much towards them, seeming to such tricks. Then the guard saw Li Jun behind him in a mask, tossing pebbles, and he maliciously called him a freak, reported that his reputation would only become worse. The Empress's husband reported that time almost came and began to sharply attack the security commander, saying men to retreat and threatening the guard to test his sword. Their swords came together in battle, sparks flying, and a fierce battle, which could not be winners, caught fire. Chen was surprised and angry that the immortal attacked him for real and wanted to kill him with his strong blow. The guy in the mask just laughed, calling a guard with a shed and calling him more than Li Jun, whom he killed, saying to act according to Plan A. He himself reported that he would handle and delay the enemy on his own, saying to move forward and not stop in any case. When the men ran, the Empress's husband stood opposite the generals and the guard, trying to resolve the situation. Chen was very angry and ordered to take this mat, wondering why he decided to put his personal malice on him. Removing the mask, the guy laughing reported that the security guard was his best friend and asked not to be angry because nothing bad happened. Li Zhong wondered if everyone is on the spot whether these guys would be ambushed, and the guard would be able to win due to their quantity. The Empress's husband asked to practice another team for protecting Heavenly Prison, realizing that several people left the group to fulfill a secret mission, but he could not understand why it was important for them to get into the Heavenly Prison, except that there may be a nucleus there. Meanwhile, 2 men from the group really got into the Heavenly Prison, killing the guard and gripping into the room where the monk was located, trying to ask him the information where the nucleus was. The man sat with them with his back with a frantic look and without even returning, only asked if the ruler sent them here. Men reported that time was leaking and asked if after how many years he had been spent in Dagon, he could find out something. Thinking a little, the man replied that he really found a heavenly temple, that the rebel leader was then there, and in order not to give himself, the monk could only hide. A year later, he found a heavenly temple again, but at that time it was caught by the late also took his nucleus. The thieves came to understand that the nucleus was in the imperial palace, and all this time they had under their nose, but the capital did not suffer any change, and it seemed very strange to them. Suddenly, their distraction in a mask, who ordered quickly to go from there, because he managed to Wan Chen Heian, and the army went, they need to run out of here quickly. Holding on his chest with blood on his face and a cracked mask, the commander realized that their target was their goal, and decided that he would talk to him later. Therefore, they began to run out of prison, convincing men that as soon as they would come out, they would be near Beijuan. One of the men thought that they were lucky that they were on the task, realizing that by strategy and charisma, he did not even compare with the rebel leader that their commander killed. When the men ran out of the temple around there was only an unbroken city. One of the men said that there is quite quiet on the streets, so neither soldiers nor sword sounds were visible. Their commander reported that this is the result of a common effort and today actions will not be in vain. But suddenly, they began to hear the steps of hundreds of legs and were surrounded by members of the guard of the Empress, who targeted thieves with rifles. Explosions began to be heard from everywhere, and a large number of cartridges flew on them. Then their commander spoke forward and took the strike of these cartridges on himself. Men were surprised and shocked that the commander took such a blow to himself, realizing that he sacrifices his life for them. But in the next moment, Len hit his fist on the ground that began to explode, and the stones rose from the ground, creating a stone shield and protecting against attack. The commander asked if the crime wanted to die with a worthy death, and he was surprised that there was no hole on the commander's clothes after such a massive attack. Men were very sensitive to this situation that tears flowed through their cheeks. Then the commander gave them a horn and reported that he activated him for them, and with which they could contact the owner. They were surprised that he trusts such an important subject, promising that they would not let it down, and the commander assured that they were to flowers of hope, and he leaves everything else on them, and that the assistants should overcome Dagon, because it was their promise, and they married that. Having dedicated his entire life to the Huanzhen family, he never found the second half of the nucleus. The men replied that they had already found the key, that is, the unraveling where the core was, and began to say that several years ago, the owner sent a monk Sham to penetrate the capital as a spy, and they just received information from him that the core was taken away by the past emperor, which means that it is now hidden somewhere in the imperial palace. Receiving information from assistants, Li Zhong shot a mask and destroyed men as unnecessary witnesses with one blow. Chen came from the back and noted the ruthlessness of the Empress's man because he had just used as much force as he used on it. The guy with a smile reported that being kind to the enemy means to be cruel to himself, and asked if he did not like to shoot him with fire crystals, and now they are tossing. He wondered what had happened to other thieves, and the guard reported that some managed to escape, but most of them were destroyed. When Chen asked if the rebel leader learned something interesting, he asked to find the monk Sham, who was caught by the past emperor. The guard replied that he was engaged in the protection of Her Majesty. He had too many things to remember the name of the thief. When Li Zhong returned, his wife met with a book in her hands, saying that she found it in the things of the late emperor. She suggested reading a man's book. Because a lot of interesting things were written, he intended to postpone the case for later. The next moment, his wife wondered if her husband was injured, but he noted that he had a heart suddenly, and he began to guess whether he had poisoned him. But the girl denied this theory, because even she did not die from the poison without his abilities. In the morning, the rebel leader decided to cook a breakfast, adding a pinch of love and enjoying a beautiful morning with flowers and birds. Seeing Chen Hai, he said to himself that the guard was still annoying and that he heard it. He said that he also did not get much pleasure from the presence of the boy nearby. The rebel leader was in a good mood, because yesterday he achieved great. His satisfaction was logical. The guard thanked his hard work and noted that he was very surprised by his devotion to the guy. Noted that the empress also put his hand to that. Li Jun asked the goal of the guard's visit to the house, and he reported that he found information about the monk, but I needed time. Therefore, he came here to report Her Majesty in person. The guy said annoyed that the empress worked a lot yesterday, so he was still sleeping now, and Chen promised to come later, ordering the guys to follow the information about Beijuan. On that day, the empress and her husband decided to stroll through the outskirts of the capital, and the girl wanted to visit an interesting place there. For a romantic evening, she chose a place where only the voice of a man can hear. Intrigued by her mystery, they arrived in the forest on the outskirts of the city, and the boys were interested in the question why in these places there are so many holes. That looked very strange. The empress reported that it was the effect of a jade seal that could spread not only to the imperial palace, but to everything. As a result, the relief became uneven. The grass in this area grew too thick, so she stabbed her. The guy offered to climb him on his back and decided to carry his wife. Li Yun walked with his wife on his back. After a few meters, the guy noted that his wife became harder. Although she was pushing for his weakness, he denied and reported that she became round in the right places that satisfied the girl. The guy noted that it had been over a year, and it is still difficult for him to believe that his current lifestyle is connected with the flirtatious empress. Therefore, it was difficult to believe that he could have such a talented. The girl denied this praise. She did not want to offend him, but reported that his current lifestyle is the result of her planning and help in capturing everything he now has. When they arrived at the assigned place, they were amazed by the beauty that opened from the lawn, and the appearance of sunset over the high snow-covered mountains. Exploding into pleasant feelings, the empress noted that this place became even more beautiful, and the guy added that it was all thanks to the girl treated this information with distrust. Then he will pay attention to the fact that the grass grows here too quickly because of the incident of the jade seal that took place a month ago, and even the landscape looks incredible outside. Seeing something strange in the grass, Li Jun asked his wife to stand still and not move. After that, he got out of the grass the same sword, which he then thrown out of the city, realizing that the imperial court had to send someone behind him. After that, he told the empress that he found a fragment of a broken jade seal. He also added that he had taken it for her, looking for a reward, and the guy thought that she was dissatisfied with him, but turned. Noticing how the grass from which he did not pull the sword began to fade up, which prompted the thought that the sword was to blame. Throwing the remnants of the sword back into the grass, he grabbed his wife in his arms and began to run his head from there, trying to save his wife. But when he turned, Li Yun was surprised to see that flowers began to grow around the sword, and they had already filled. To realize that there was no point in running. If something bad happened, they would be inanimate, but his wife began to reassure him. The couple watched this picture, and Li Jun realized that this grass may have already taken root during growth and now it fades. When the sword was cleaned, the guy noted that for such a strong master of imaginary arts as he, even if he cuts his hand, he would be able to attach it back during a week. He believed that her safety and his wife were the most important thing, but she replied that even in that case, he should no longer do such actions. The wife assured that he should assume that his hand is made of chop and belongs only to her, although not only a hand, but all of him. After a while, the couple returned to the palace. Chen let it watched annoyedly how the newlyweds were feeding each other with a dish prepared by the empress on their own. Li Jun asked the next moment whether this dish would not kill him, and these words were very angry with the empress's guard that he was blushing. Josie asked if they found some information about a broken sword and what he was. The guard assured that there is no reason to worry, and this broken sword should be harmless to the human body, and his strength leaves the core of Beijuan. Without secret art, it does not affect either humans or animals, and the maximum that it can do is to promote weed growth. About what this attitude has to the Beijuan core, he replied that the monk who was imprisoned in a heavenly prison, was once forced to point the road to the celestial temple of the deceased emperor. And having received the nucleus into his own hands, the late emperor turned him into a weapon, a jade seal. The broken sword may have been stored with the Bajuan core for a certain time, and was contaminated with his aura. Now the rebel leader realized why the jade seal could fly, but he could not know why the past emperor did not use the nucleus to strengthen people. Chen informed that those people from Beihuan, who were hired, died in prison, and no one was found on their bodies, allegedly sucking them dry. The guy asked the guard whether he was convinced that during this time they did not burst on them, and he replied that they were personally engaged in the people of the empress who deserved respect. The guy thought it seemed strange that in such a short time they turned into their faith so many strong masters of martial arts. If he is not mistaken, then their strength comes from their vitality, and if they do not stop, it will become a big problem. To which the empress answered that they would fight, and everyone who still stays in Shenchu will die themselves through the crescent. Li Jun suspected that they knew that these people would not live for a long time, so they should have a spare plan, so he asked the paper and ink, aiming to contact his dear friends. When it was dark, the couple went to the bamboo forest and suddenly saw in the sky fireworks that alarmed them. Given the large number of launches of fireworks this month, the guy froze, enjoying the beautiful appearance of the multicolored lights that glowed in the sky, and the next moment noticed his wife's gaze on himself. It turned out that she prevented the trees from seeing this incredible species completely, so he hugged it, and the situation changed dramatically. Suddenly, the rebel leader heard a voice that heard from the horn, calling him Lone, and was interested in exercises in the capital. The thief heard the noise and wondered what was happening there, to which Li Jun replied that the mission had fallen, and the soldiers were persuaded by attacking crystalline weapons. The voice through the horn reported that he had heard earlier about crystalline weapons, and even if Dagon was using weapons, how it could have come out that the mission had failed under his leadership. The guy reported that there were several unexpected events, and he did not think that Dagon would be more than a young man, and he was severely injured by Shen, who was now hiding in the forest. The voice in the corner was surprised that there was a person who was stronger than the rebel leader and asked his personality, to which the guy reported about the reflective person Chen He. The man was very surprised that a sixth-door guard could completely feed ASCH. Not understanding how it could happen, the guy replied that he barely managed to escape and he did not say goodbye to his life. A different voice was connected to the conversation, which he had heard about Chen He as a man who uses only tricks and does not stop before something to get what he wants. The man reported to the horn that he knew him as a frostbite, such as Li Jun, counting them both degenerates, and was interested in the opinion of Lenya. The rebel leader tried to sound convincingly and confirmed his words, but then reported that Gao Feng, who was destroyed, was also a frostbite and full of worthless. Interested in the conversation, which was happening because he heard that there was someone who was able to seriously injure Lena. Seriously, despite the fact that they reached the top of human power. The rebel leader smiled because it seemed that they had already begun internal differences and relationships were rapidly deteriorating. In the next moment, a formidable deep voice of the ruler joined the conversation, who assured that if they decided to work with him, then everything could be decided. They had a shnya, which even Li Jun fell. He was convinced that they should only fight Chen Hem, and their 7 stars consist of the 7 most powerful people. They have the power of the core, and he does not even suspect their plans. Therefore, everything I can do is passively respond to their actions. Li Jan, under the guise of Lenya, assured that now their task is to focus on collecting information, after which they will be able to calmly discuss the situation and make a plan. After a while, when the rebel leader sat in the evening with his wife, they discussed the enemy's plans with confidence that they had an advantage. The wife praised for the work of her husband, and he immediately rejoiced and began to praise himself. He considered himself incredible, and his wife had already regretted that she started talking about this, believing that you could fall in love only once. Meanwhile, in the desert, the star of 7 stars of Yanch watched the desert, realizing that the wind was blowing more today than usual. The next moment something exploded, and 2 men rebelled before him. One of them was a huge muscular Bob Orden, the right star of 7 stars, and the other is low in a cloak with a hat on his head. Yam Ho approached the giant and asked him not to be so rude, saying that the master was still cultivating. The giant happily reported that he had found someone who must meet Husi, assuring that it would be easier to take Dagon with his help. Yamha became aware that the giant wanted to allow the master to meet a random stranger who looked very suspicious. The man in the hat made him apologize for anxiety, asking for permission to introduce himself, and proved himself to the world as a blind stranger, whom Sen is called. In the morning, when the rebel leader woke up, he regretted that he had told his wife a lot of information yesterday, so she went to the palace in the morning to do military affairs. Without waiting for Li Sui, he was very surprised to see her, and began to be interested in what happened because she looked very evil. Although she denied her release, she only received several weekends. Despite the joy of the immortal girl, she was angry because she did not want the weekend. But she beat one client and got off the chief, so she was asked to rest for a few days. The guy was pushing that no one would be able to release her, given that the empress herself was standing for her. But the girlfriend assured that it was not about it, and after she decided to take a walk and eat, came across a kiosk where local delicacies were sold. However, the seller did not want to sell anything and just asked if she was connected, otherwise she had to leave from there. Li Yun suspected that the girl came across some unknown grouping and asked if they were saying something else. The girl was passionate about telling what they were talking about, hunting by Kuan ruler or something, in this guy asked her to tell her in more detail, and the girl sat at the table. The girl complained about them, and it turned out that the owner of the kiosk led his business illegally, and the other three had no documents, so they were taken to the departments. In the meantime, we see how four thieves managed to overcome the security to escape from prison. They were annoyed by the fact that they hid in Dagon for many years, and they were so easily revealed by wanted to take revenge on this act. We see how Li Jun from Li Sui go around the city. The guy asked the girl why she always beats her clients. Our girl replied that she has no choice as clients are constantly looking at her breasts, and they are always happy when the girl beats them. Suddenly, a man approached them. He was the same criminal who escaped from prison. He wanted to take revenge on the girl, but he thought that Li Yun is dead without no. Suddenly, a bulge-shaped man turned into a huge muscular giant that was more than a regular man 10 times. He began to attack the boy. But in the next moment, Li Jun laughed a giant from his feet with a fist and pressed into the ground so that stones flew around. The monster lay on the ground, unable to move. Even he could not understand how it had happened, because no one could overcome it before. The man knew that he was here only to kill this little girl and did not understand why such a strong person was near her. Starting to suspect something, he thought he was deceived, and this girl was sent to the palace to get them into a trap. Rising from the ground, he tried to look threatening and, straining his muscles, wondered if the stranger was the same as strong as Chen. The guy confirmed his assumption, and the girl called the chief student of the Jade Palace, trying to hide his personality. The giant began to blur, and his body became smoke, and finally, he whispered their name and promised to remember them, dissolving in the air. Only finally, his talking head promised to kill them, and the rebel leader, gaining air into the lungs with all his strength, began to blow on him. Finally, the man shouted and dissolved completely in the air, leaving behind only the clouds, which were observed by Guy. Reported that the thief had escaped, and you noted that Beihuan's secret arts are extremely interesting, or even if it survives, it will remain crippled. Li Jan decided that they needed to speed up, causing a full misunderstanding of the girl and grabbed her, throwing her back. The next moment, he flew into the air at an incredible speed with the girl on his back, began to fly up, thinking that in the capital it is dangerous, and the girl should hide in the imperial palace. Chen Nan the warrior stood in the courtyard of the imperial palace, not expecting that the next moment the man of the empress with Li Sui on his shoulders would land near them. The security guard asked why the guy stole innocent girls, that the rebel leader asked not to squeeze the room and find a room to take care of her, because they were attacked and he almost died. Chen was interested in the situation, and the guy told about for people who had penetrated the capital, although they may have fled, but just in case it is worth a detour. After a while, when the rebel leader came to the empress's room, she escaped to him and began to ask whether all was well with him. The guy replied that he only met a man who was as strong as Chen, though he deprived him of half his life with one blow, but part of his own energy went to it. The wife began to worry, and he reported that it was a normal phenomenon for martial arts masters and began to reassure her. We then see how four thieves met in the bald was wounded near the tree. They were shocked that their friend was almost killed, so they decided to retreat for a while. After that, one of the thieves tightened very much and suddenly he simply burst, Blood drops splash everywhere. Suddenly, the men turned behind the ruler of Baijuana, who heard that these people were looking for her. The next morning, Li Jun actively made charging along with security. After that, an angry Chan Hai approached him and said that Li Sui stood food from the imperial cuisine last night, and he had to catch her all night. In response, the guy saw that if there is so much to work, then soon die from the overwork, that the man was ready to die for Dagon for a long time. In addition, he was happy to take the boy with him before he died. After that, Li Jun asked the man that they planned to do with the Bajuan Korra on a jade seal, to which Chen Leti replied that the guy himself would ask the Empress about it. But the guy did not want to talk to her about it, because the Empress would start to worry about him. It turned out that the Empress fully took property over the jade seal, so that the other parties did not capture control over it. The Empress also opened a Tangan garden again and replenished it with to black the moment they were more than enough. In addition, the jade seal has a low height of 50,000 feet, and one person could not raise to such height, so the Baijuan family could not succeed. Li Yun could not understand how they replenished the black swords, and Chen did not give him an answer to it because it was a state secret. But the guy guessed that they could use fiery crystals as combustible materials to send them up as a rocket. Let him say that this is their goal, to leave the jade seal at the top, and in this way they would use it as weapons to hold enemies, so that it was more difficult for opponents to produce their goals. But at the same time, Chen could not understand how the guy realized that they were doing that. The guy noted that this is really the right Cho-san. Enemies will not be able to gold so high. The next morning, Li Jan saw that Josli had woke up. He suggested helping her comb her hair, during which they again made compliments. After a while, the couple strolled around the house. After that, the girl told her that the news that 4 corpses were found nearby in the forest, and these were the same 4 bandits that had recently fled from prison. They realized that the ruler of Baijuan did this. Her purpose was the lord of the Northern Empress realized that there was no point in working with the ruler. Suddenly, 2 cute seals jumped out of the bushes, which brought letters on. There was Gao Fen's response to Li Yun's letter sent. After that, the guy got one of the letters, hoping that Gao Fen would bring him valuable information. As it took a long time since the man received a letter from the boy, his old opponent, he hoped that the man was very moved, but when he opened the letter, he saw only 4 words: "It was not me." Li Yun just smiled restrained. He had a desire to beat him, but he knew that this man was vindictive. All this began when they met with Gao for the first time. At that time, Gao Feng commanded the army and was in the Vatican. Hearing about Li Yun, he sent a letter to the insurgent army stating that if Li Jun wins, he would receive the Vatican and Gao Feng would not deny. After the consent of Li Yun to duel, Gao Feng came to the meeting place, but there was no one there, and at that time the insurgent army took control of the Nidicular city. After this case, Li Jun wrote letters to him with apology, in which he told that the duel had taken a spy. Not Gao Feng was very angry and vowed to kill the young man. After that, Li Jun opened the second letter, in which it was written that they found where the enemy's logo was located, in the central city of Beihuan. Meanwhile, Gao Feng wandered around the city in the northern desert. Suddenly a girl named Lily, who saw the aura of Saint Rock, said to him, she told that she was looking for a grandfather. Next, we see Gao Feng already chained to the cross. CZ stood in front of him. Earlier, the girl heard that this man was in second place in the world, but after Lily won him, she said with a smile that he was now in third place. The girl smiled and said that she would conduct a small experiment with him. Meanwhile, we see a blue slanting man star Chansha named Husi in his mansion, to which 2 men came to tell the news that they had been killed from my grandfather. Husi hoped that his grandfather would have time to escape. He did not expect it. Now the question was whether Li Yun was dead, so Husi suspected that the guy was listening to their conversations on the horn. Therefore, the star of Chansha ordered to soldiers to find out what relationships are Li Jun and the Empress. His plan was to Tom ordered to gather all people to make an ad. The next morning, the couple slept together, but they had to wake up because someone started shouting a horn. Li Jun heard that Hu was calling everyone to return to Beijuan, and that they had a message from their spy Dagon that Li Jun, a former commander of the insurgent army, secretly prepared his hand before death to capture Dagon and find out the plans of the Empress. Husi also said that there were rumors about how to marry the guy was with a girl. They were in love with each other. The Empress was so passionate about Li Jun that she wanted to see him every day. When she did not see him, she considered it the meaning of her life. The Empress was very angry and began to shout that this man was full of nonsense, that it was not true. After that, Li Yun realized that Hui had revealed his personality and stopped masking under that. Husi said that he did not expect the guy to kill Lenya. After that, the guy said that he is a halo, which increases his resistance to magic, gives him an additional effect in the fight against evil and maximizes his skills. Therefore, where it goes, no evil can guy threatened Husi by meeting them. Husi would not be able to win him. After Li Yun has finished the conversation, the guy noted that the other side behaves as a. The Empress suggested counterattack, as the other party was not going to retreat, that the guy was convinced that even if the other side retreats, the Empress would still not let them go so simple. Meanwhile, Husi in his Sangni palace was convinced that their opponent had pushed on the bait, and soon they would attack. Front of Husi stood Sisi, in which he asked the expensive Gaofan. The girl replied that this man is a worthy title of the best warrior Dagon, because after penetrating into the core of his energy, Qi surpassed all those who were in them before. Now Gaofeng was completely under their control. However, their enemy had the help of the Lord of the Northern Wasteland, so there was a risk that their magic would be eliminated. But the girl assured that her forbidden magic is not wild magic in the traditional sense of the Northern Desert, and she left the kingdom of the Southern Barbarians. After that, an assistant Gruni was approached by Husi that people had already been gathered and it was time for him to go on. The entire military elite was fully equipped. Thus, Dagon's only advantage was broken, and now they could start a plan to defeat Dagon. Meanwhile, Nair Trui with her team was in the read the letter she came to her, in which they were written for them to prepare for a total attack and admiration of Fu. Therefore, the man suggested to take some steps, as the mission will be completed after that, and he will finally be able to get rid of this mad instructor. The girl was very pleased, because they would finally meet with Li Jun, as she wanted to break it into pieces. The plan was to meet Li Jun and Hu in 3 days, and then they should start a grand attack to eradicate the enemy. Meanwhile, soldiers invaded a small town and tied of the men ordered the women to be left and the rest were killed. If all the inhabitants of this settlement are dead, then these soldiers will take power, and the whole village will become a point of harvesting the Huangzhen clan. But suddenly an immortal appeared, which cooked them for such warriors or shocked by the way he entered the territory of the village, as there were professional warriors everywhere. But the guy laughed and said they were already buried alive. After that, 3 men began to attack him, but the guy with great force threw in them with stones, and then they fell to the ground. After a while, Li Jun came to the train near which an angry Chen He, who was dissatisfied with the fact that the boy was not very long and that they would not have time to buy Juan, that the guy carried a huge bag of smiled and offered raisins to the guards. After which Chen let him tell that they could no longer waste time, as according to the spies of the Lian, which was a border city in the northern desert, was occupied by the Huangzhen clan. Moreover, there was a man who knew was an Iron Claw. Lu Jian was familiar with this man when he was a replacement of the rebel commander. He was heard about him that he recently captured the whole city in the Lonely, and that this man is very strong, whose strength is equal to Li Juni. He also gathered members of the insurgent. Was a very difficult situation if he decides to fight the immortal, so he will have another powerful enemy that will have to. The guy said Chen Ko that he would go and talk to Lu Han. After a while, Li Jun expected some of the rebel army to join the Janjin clan, but never thought that this guy would be one of them. The rebel leader was interested in the question of whether it could be a coincidence, because it looked surprising enough. The men wondered in boss Lu Han or the truth that he defeated his leader when he was in the rebel army, and he replied that it was true and did not make great difficulty. The former deputy rebel commander continued that they only fought, though he won, but paid for it with one eye. The men were very captured by this story, and they were passionate about saying that they expected from boss Lu Han that he is the strongest man in the world. The next moment they met the rebel leader and he had fun that it was a coincidence, and this accidental meeting saves him time. After the immortal greeted, the bows began to shout so that he did not dare to speak with their boss and said that the guy had no right to call him by his name. But to their great surprise, Lu Han ordered them not to root and began to be falter and to speak with the rebel leader timidly, calling him the commander. The men were surprised that this was the commander of the rebel army, and it is not surprising that he was behaving so familiarly with his brother. He did not look very strong, but just a cheerful was once won by his older may be here to take revenge on men. They seem to fight today, but it seemed that this place for a fight is not suitable for the one-eyed man suggested finding. Another and Li Jun agreed. Lu Han ordered his friends to stay away from the place of the fight and go back. Otherwise they could also be dragged, and men promised to stay away from the collision. While the guard and the guy in the courtyard and the guy reported, holding paper in his hands, that this was all the information that their spies in the capital were able to collect about this Lu Han. After reading what was written in the letter, the security commander frowned his eyebrows and was surprised that this man was even more scary than he imagined. That it looked very incredible. He has the ability to carve the land and can break the land immediately. Moreover, he was founded by a group of 10 elite fighters from Dagon that turned the situation and killed them all. When the path of the army that marched was blocked by a mountain, he shifted mountain with his bare hands, and the guard, surprised that it was a monster. The rebel leader with the enemy arrived in the forest at the foot of the mountains to find out the relationship and Li Jun and suggested that the struggle began. Lu Han shouted sharply, calling the name of the commander Li Yun, and his only eye shook his red, and his mouth skewed from malice. His niece, hugging the rebel leader by his feet, and began to shout that his soul missed him, as his shoes should be dirty from passing this path. He asks him to allow him to clean his shoes right now. Made them think that the rebel leader was not the only person to be afraid of their army without lies and exaggerations, so they were able to make their insurgent army more powerful than it really is. He asked him to be called the real name Hua Gairan and informed that, of course, he remembered everything and reported that the army had arranged everything, and he did not take any participation there. Yan whether he was blind at the moment, but in the next moment the guy knew the bandage with his eye joyfully and became clear that he was completely healthy. The bandage was only to create history. Then Li Jun said that now it became clear that they were actually trying to live a lie here, and asked how they dared to join the Huanzhen clan. Very frightened, and began to say that the only reason he joined this clan to make money, and began to assure that he had always been a faithful insurgent army and their promises not to do anything evil. The rebel leader began to ask what they did exactly there and how they managed to win their trust without making any effort. Han began to say that he was also afraid of dying, so he has never been associated with murder, and his main duty is to help the clan to follow a person called the owner of the northern wild territory. The rebel leader noted that it may be more dangerous than all the fighting and murder, and asked whether they found the owner of the northern valley. The man replied that he usually found it, and she was hiding in this place. So all this time he pretended not to see it, so no conflict had occurred. Li Yun began to persuade his friend to take him to her, as he wanted to see her right now. Turn service she was that many of his employees saw them together when they came here, and if they returned so, he could lose his face. Although Li Jun did not understand anything from this monologue, after some time, a powerful explosion, which was distinguished by their power, had a certain time in the forest where the rebel leader with Lu and Han had to be clarified. Men who witnessed this horrific event were very frightened and noted that the battle between the titans was really horrifying. When they arrived at the point of contact, they saw the men of the living and healthy, and Lu Han told the rebel leader that his commander had coped well with the battle and stood up much stronger. He continued that they just accidentally quarreled and came to mutual consensus. Although he was a little better than the rebel leader, and still they were comrades who fought together. Therefore, he decided that their newly formed insurgent army begins on this day, and their past commander Li Jun would again take the leadership. Men began to glorify their commanders and wish them a long life, and were admired by real men's friendship between real men, as expected from their older brother Lu Han. The rebel leader said to the friend that now, when the issue of Lu Han was solved, to visit the owner of the northern valley. The next time, when Li Jun met Baijuan, he noted that she looked as if she had grown up and became stronger. The girl replied that she almost completely departed from past injuries, and as they went to the border, the girl suggested that they planned to make a movement against the state soon. Replied that she had guessed properly, and he hopes that he would also be able to count on their help. But before that he wants her to answer his question, and the girl wondered in surprise what he was. He wondered what their most motifs cannot calm down until it clarifies, and eventually it cannot be ignored, and asked if he promised not to tell it to anyone, and the guy answered that he would not be able to promise it, because he did not apply to those types of men who could keep secrets in front of his wife. The girl replied that it sounds more encouraging than to say directly, and reported that she wants to restore the nucleus and hide it, because his strength is too dangerous. She continued that everyone said that the nucleus could help overcome the restrictions and asked to tell more specifically. De Bejuanaler continued that when they were talking beyond, they actually imply a change in the meridians.